Welcome to Antwerp. This is the place where they make the diamonds. Who's going to have diamonds in their legs today? It may well be Wout van Aert. Let us wait and see. Or you would have thought Mathieu van der Poel and Wout van Aert was the duel that everyone was waiting for. Wout, unfortunately, Wout is out. And it is illness that has bedeviled him.
Hallo allemaal. Ik wil even een kort berichtje laten.
Well, hello, he says. I'm just sorry to tell you that I have been unwell. He's contracted
Kan ik melden dat ik niet
COVID.
zal komende zondag in de Ronde van Vlaanderen.
And so as a result, he says, I'm not going to be able to take part in the Tour of Flanders.
Twee zelftesten die wezen al snel uit dat ik positief
I woke up with a sore throat, he said. Quick test proved that I was positive for COVID-19. 2 PCR tests confirmed it, so there's no chance for me to be at the start, unfortunately. The good news is that I have only mild symptoms, a sore throat and a mild cold, so it strengthens my hope that I will recover and soon be back and into action.
Hopelijk de komende weken terug in actie zal kunnen zijn.
Well, it's a real shame. He's a big miss, of course. Plenty of others also missing, I'm afraid. The Israeli cycling team is absent entirely due to illness as well. It's a tough roster. Let's hear from Bradley Wiggins, shall we, about his thoughts on today.
It must be such a huge disappointment for Wout van Aert being Belgian champion in such a great shape at the holy day Ronde van Vlaanderen not being here.
We've seen the form he's been in this season, and there's not many people that wouldn't have put their money on Wout van Aert winning today the Tour of Flanders, so it's a huge disappointment for him picking up COVID, and unfortunately, he's going to miss the race.
And in what way does that change tactics also for other teams? Because everyone was looking for Van Aert, Van der Poel.
Yeah, I mean, the teams are going to come together with plans here today. Quick Step have got to do something. That really does change the dynamic of the race today. It opens up the door for Christophe Laporte, who's been in fine form this season, picking up a few second places.
Tiesj Benoot as well, he was very good last Wednesday.
They've got a few other options now, and it's not the obvious option with Wout van Aert. So, other teams are going to look at those guys, and they're still contenders today.
Thank you.
So who are the contenders? That's the big question. Well, let's find out, shall we? What our superstars within our own team have decided is going to be the favourites. And here they are.
Mein Favorit für heute ist definitiv Tiesj Benoot.
Tiesj Benoot is definitely my favourite for today, says Bernie.
Die Form stimmt. Kann auf ein
He's got the form.
starkes Team setzen. Und ich glaube, dass wir ein sehr aggressives Rennen sehen werden. Die Attacken werden früh losgehen.
Well, he attacks, he's aggressive. It'll probably be a moment of when others are looking for help. Second guard, Tiesj Benoot, will take the race on early, profit from the weather. He loves it cold and wet, with the real April weather, pure class. Elenia says it's Sunday, La Ronde. Who's going to win this year? Well, there are many names, but my choice remains Casper Ice Cream. I don't know, it's difficult to win again, especially 1 year later, but Casper is going so strong, and above all, very often between the two litigators, she said, the third wins.
My prediction for the men's Tour of Flanders is going to go to Mathieu van der Poel. Now, he's shown he is in good form this year, hasn't had many race days, but I believe today he's going to be on that top step of the podium. He's won the race before, he knows what it takes, and I think he's going to want his first monument win of the year today.
My pick to win the Ronde van Vlaanderen is the Belgian from Jumbo-Visma, Tiesj Benoot. He's been in incredible form this season despite a crash at Strade Bianchi, and his second place behind Mathieu van der Poel in Dwars door Vlaanderen a few days ago was a great sign. I think the longer distance of the Ronde will suit him. Tiesj Benoot wins the Ronde van Vlaanderen.
Well, Jackie Durand says the winner of the Ronde van Vlaanderen 2022 will be French. Christophe Laporte. It's too long now since the last French victory, 30 years. I could mention Valentin Madouas or Anthony Turgis, also in good shape, but Christophe Laporte is in the biggest team at the start of of the Ronde, Jumbo-Visma. He finished 11th on this race. He's one of the strongest French riders since the beginning of the season, so it's clear to me that a Frenchman will win in Oudenaarde. Thanks, Jackie. Oh, the warm weather gear is out and on display. What about last year? How did life pan out in... of course, it was the main protagonist. It was a duo that we were expecting to come to the fore. Our screen, of course, up there, Mathieu van der Poel. Who on earth would get the jump at the very last? Well, Asgreen, I guess if you had to guess at a moment like this, would probably not have been the favourite, but on the throw, well, not even. It was not exactly a giveaway, but a great day for Denmark, I think it's fair to say. Van der Poel in second place, just hitting the, just blowing up at the very, very last. Greg van Avermaet getting third place. Maybe a good podium bet even for today, the great man. Stuyven, Van Mark, Van Aert, Vermeersch, Turgis, Seneschal. It was a hell of a roster and a great winner to boot.
Well, Casper, how we feel when we go on that stage, impressive stage with number one on the back?
It's amazing to have the crowds back here. I heard that there's going to be there's expected to be upwards of 1 million people today along the course, and I'm super excited to have everybody back.
How do you feel? We know your preparation has been a bit delayed with COVID, especially. How do you feel right now? You are where you need to be in terms of shape?
I think so. I haven't had the results that I was hoping for going into this race, but I feel like the shape is where I want it to be. So today is another chance, and we'll just make the best of it.
Is there an extra pressure because of the team didn't perform as well as it used to on the previous classics?
No, I don't think so. We always do our best, and we also did so this year. But to control injuries and illness, it's impossible. And unfortunately, it hit us really hard, and yeah, it's how it is.
How to race today? How to try to win today with a race we expect really open, really early?
Yeah, it's going to be a very tactical race, I think. It's going to be difficult because there's not a team that's going to take total control with Wout van Aert being out. Normally it would be Jumbo that was going to take that role. So I think it's going to be very open, but we'll see how it goes.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Dat is genieten, hè?
This was a little bit earlier on today, as of course the sign-on took place. Ron McEwen's thinking that Michael Matthews might have an option today. Kind of under the radar for a lot of people, not on many people's prediction list, but you know what? Always going to be a contender. Groupama, Francis Dejeur. Of course, always send a strong team. Mathieu van der Poel will be hearing from in a moment, by the way. Stefan Kung, I think, a favourite for Groupama. As far as the boys with the brown shorts are concerned, on a tough day, I guess. AG2R, Citroën are here with Greg van Avermaet, Ollie Nason and Damien Tauser. Ineos with a very strong team. Tom Pidcock, Ben Turner, Dylan van Baarle with some great backup as well from the likes of Ben Swift, etc. But anyway, let's hear from Mathieu van der Poel of Alpecin Phoenix.
That's why
Big day. This is
written here because I don't know them by heart yet.
It's starting to be one of my favorite races, especially. Yeah, the race suits me pretty well. So I'm happy that the crowds are back, and yeah, it's nice weather today, so I'm looking forward to it.
And after last year, do you think there is some unfinished business? I like to be on the first stage again.
I don't know. Yeah, for sure. I'd love to win, but it's not that easy. Last year showed it that it's always difficult, and it's a strange race at the end.
How big of a disappointment is it that Wout van Aert is not there? Because I mean, he's one of your greatest competitors in your whole career.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I have raced with him a lot, and I think we always had a good understanding as well during the race. And it's easier with him than without him, I think. For sure, he would have been tough to beat, but yeah, we will see how the race develops now.
Do you think that changes the race completely, also in terms of tactics?
Not completely, but it will change a bit, yeah, for sure.
In what way?
Yeah, normally he would be one of the top guys, I think, in front. And also, yeah, for Jumbo, he was their leading man, so that will change a bit their racing style.
Last one then. Last Wednesday you were so good winning, but still you said, I was not completely 100%. How would that be today, you think?
Yeah, I hope I'm today 100%. I just felt still a bit Coppi Bartali in the legs, but I was already good, of course, otherwise you don't win the race, but I hope to be a bit better today even. Thank you.
There we are. Just going to be hearing from Bradley Wiggins again in a few moments' time. But yeah, shame that we're not going to see that battle between Van der Poel and Wout van Aert. However, I think it opens it up tactically for so many teams to have some other options as well. Will Van der Poel just be the man they all attack? I don't think so. Let's see what Bradley thinks.
So here we are in Antwerp. This is the start of what we call maybe the holy day of cycling in Belgium, right? Everyone's looking out for this one.
Yeah, this is the World Championships coming to town for the day. The Tour of Flanders, it's the biggest race on the cycling calendar by far in Belgium. And yeah, the weather's come out as well. It's cold, but the sun's out.
And why is it so special? I mean, it's obviously, well, the sun's out, but it's such a special race. And everyone's so thrilled being here.
It's, you know, cycling and Flanders is the cycling heartland. It's the hub of cycling. It's the passion that the people have here for cycling. It's a national sport. And this race is over 100 years old, and some of the winners in the past of this race, I mean, you know, to be a Belgium and to be up there in the Tour of Flanders and to win it, as we've seen in previous years with Wout van Aert, Philippe Gilbert in recent years, it makes you a superstar in this country. And we see here, even doing these interviews now, people are floating around, taking pictures, and they absolutely love it. It's a huge day.
And what about these super interesting climbs, of course, these cobble climbs like Quaremont, Paterberg, when these are the climbs you probably just want to climb as a rider?
Yeah, I mean, it's very unique. It's a very unique. There's no roads like it anywhere else in Europe or the world. It's you know, they're farmers' tracks, and the pavé was, you know, they were laid down for the farmers to access their fields.
Yes.
You know, hundreds of years ago, or whatever, and so they're still there. They're intact. They get preserved because of what it means to cycling and what it means to the culture of the country to have you know, cycling in its heartland. So it's a great day, and I can't express enough just what it means to be here today.
Cool. Now, just for the favourites, so of course, we're all looking out for Mathieu van der Poel. Probably we're looking out for the number one, Kasper Asgreen from last year. And what about Tadej Pogacar? Is he capable of doing this?
I mean, of course he is. We've seen what he's capable of doing the last few weeks. You know, Strade Bianche, Tirreno. He's the Tour de France winner for the last 2 years. I mean, he's an extreme talent. Could he ride over the cobblestones and do it in the Tour of Flanders? I mean, experience counts for a lot in this race.
Yeah.
You know, knowing the roads when we come up to the climbs, the lefts, the rights, the small little sections, where to be in the front. He might struggle with a lack of experience in this race compared to some of the other guys, you know, the real guys that have raced just like Asgreen and these guys, Philippe Gilbert. But, you know, let's not discount him. He'll be there in the mix.
He'll be there. I'm looking forward to that. So we're looking forward to you as well on the bike.
It
must be a nice day on the bike.
It's going to be cold. It's going to be cold. I've got another extra pair of pants on today, so
I'll bring you one.
Yeah.
I'll bring you one. Good luck today.
Make sure they're clean.
They will be clean. They will be clean.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll have Brad on the bike. It's time for the rollout. And what's going to be interesting today, apart from, well, so much, I guess you might say, is the fact that we are going to be in a situation where there's an awful lot of cold gear to come off, slowly but surely. How quick will we be to the action? Not quite certain, but this is your rollout today from Antwerp. It's the land of diamonds. This is where I think they sell more diamonds in this part of the world, or have done historically, than any other. And so, indeed, who is it going to be that takes the jewel today? Well, it's the jewel in the crown for a lot of cycling nations, particularly for Belgium, of course, as you've heard from Bradley Wiggins. This is a huge day. It'll have a gentle-ish intro, but sometimes even that turns into a real battle to be up front early. The Flemish Cycling Week reaching its climax here. It's been a crazy old time, the Omloop, where we've had the Dwar d'Or, the E3, of course, all of which have been almost like a bouche à mousse. Something to get the juices going before this one. This is the big one. You're very welcome to the Tour of Flanders. Unrivaled coverage of the entire day. And indeed, those of you who are watching on linear, we'll have our friends with us from GCN as well. And indeed, we'll be joined in a short while by Robin McEwen, Alan Blythe, and Dan Lloyd will be coming into the commentary position to join me, Carlton Kirby, as we go deeper. Should we have a look at what we're dealing with? The map of the day is enthralling, and here it is. So we start off in Antwerp. It's a long old reach before we get to our first pavé section. That'll come with after around 160 or so kilometres, and then all of a sudden we start our loops. A visit to hell, if you will. A couple of pavé sections, and then of course we are climbing, and the climbs come thick and fast. There's 18 in total, although 3 times indeed we will take on some of them. The Claremont, the older Claremont, indeed has that luxury. We also have the Paterberg, which is right next to it. The Canaryberg, where you like to sing. The Tyenberg, almost Alpbühnen, I think they call it. And of course that double punch right at the end when we do the older Claremont and the Paterberg yet again for the final time. It's designed to be tough. You've got to be a hard man if you're going to take this on and indeed triumph. With so many big names missing, but plenty to fill the roster as well. Okay, we don't have Wout van Aert. We don't have the entire Israel cycling team. Sagan's not here. Alaphilippe has gone elsewhere. But what this does is it opens it wide open for, well, a lot of questions. Will we have the answers? Absolutely not. Not until the very end. And as you even saw Mathieu van der Poel last year, hoping to do the double. Kasper Asgreen came through to steal it at the very last. Van der Poel just running out of energy when he needed it most with the last 10 metres of an enormous distance. What are we doing today? 272.5 kilometres in total. We have climbing aplenty, as you have seen. The altitude gain today amongst the highest indeed of all of our classics. But it is one of those days where it's going to bite. The weather most certainly is going to have a nibble at you. And so is Robbie McEwen. Are you with us, Robbie?
I am, Carlton. I am with you. I'm with you right from the start and right till the end, whether you like it or not. Can't wait. This is going to be a fantastic day.
It is going to be absolutely amazing. At least we've got sunshine. We've got punishing low temperatures. -2 as they woke up and came to the interview areas earlier on today. It's rising the temperature just a little bit. Robbie, we've been discussing already, of course, the absence of Wout van Aert, some other big names, Alaphilippe, Sagan not taking part this year. But all that has done is allowed a lot of belief to wash over the peloton.
It's really opened the race up. I think it's opened the minds of a lot of riders to the fact that they can win this race. It said Wout van Aert was somewhat suffocating favouritism or the expectations of riders in this race. Now without him there, we'll see who can step up from the Jumbo-Visma team, and they're certainly in the condition to do it with Tiesj Benoot and Christophe Laporte and also Mike Teunissen. But I think it's going to make for a really open race, and I think a lot more exciting for us, the viewers and the fans, because without the thought of Wout van Aert going to crash over the top of them and ride off into the distance, there's a lot of riders here that really truly believe they can win the Tour of Flanders.
I agree entirely. So they'll come through. You know, the last thing you need to do at a moment like this is just take a tumble by grounding a pedal on a bit of elevated paving. This is your first pinch point of the day, I think you might say, and we have not even started just for the time being. Oh, well, it's nipped to about 4-5 wide maximum, and you can see some of the teams that would like to be make a statement early on, just coming to the fore. Uno X Pro Cycling, watch out for them. They have Tobias Johannesson, who's being quietly described, very quietly, but nonetheless, as the new Alaphilippe. Just 22 years of age, the Norwegian. He's been on stellar form at the moment. And it's that kind of rider that you start to think to yourself, could they possibly think about a top 10? well, I think they possibly can think about it. Delivering it is entirely another option. These are nervous times, and despite the length of the race, and despite the fact that it takes an awful long time before we even get to Pavé, and indeed the helling, the climbs and the coats that are still to come and characterise this race, we have a full reach of over 100 kilometres before we get to that first pavé. But that does not mean there are riders who do not want to get up the road. And for some teams, having a rider up there, whether it gives you an excuse not to fight initially or indeed a battle plan to bridge to, it is all, quite frankly, part of the mix. So, how on earth do you go about winning Flanders? Should we find out? Just ask Dan Lloyd is the answer. We'll be hearing from Dan a little bit later on, those of you lucky enough to have GCN. Plus, you have been enjoying, of course, the pre-race show. We'll be back in the saddle with Ola and Adam a little bit later on as well, after this show draws to a close. Well, it's a glorious part of the world. They have wired up the tunnels so we can see every single part of it. Not a second to be missed, Robbie, and certainly if you're Belgium and if you're a cycling fan globally, this is a massive day for you, for some the biggest.
This is the holiest of holy days in Belgium. Not wanting to offend any religious people who think otherwise, but, you know, everybody is watching this race today. And Belgians are very proud to say to people from, well, whoever will listen, really, that the Tour of Flanders passes by my house. And there are many hundreds of thousands of people who can say that because it's a very long course. It winds its way around. Although over the last few years, of course, we've seen it become a pseudo circuit race in the finale to take in a lot of the iconic climbs on multiple occasions, like in fact 3 times today over the Oude Kwaremont, twice in the finale, 2 times over the Paterberg and also the Koppenberg, and all centred around Oudenaarde. Cynical people will say that's because the organisation can sell more tickets for the VIP areas and set up more of them and cram more people in, and it's a more financially interesting proposition for the organisation to do that. True, but it does provide an incredible spectacle on those iconic climbs of the Tour of Flanders, and I've got no problem with it, although I do honestly miss the Muur van Geraardsbergen and the run into Ninove over the Bosberg. But maybe again one day they'll take them back into the course.
I agree, Robbie. It's a race, though, that's always had a little bit of fluctuation. In fact, some of the great climbs that we have now, we kind of don't realise that they haven't been around for that long, some of them. I mean, even the likes of the Koppenberg was first used in 1976. I think that was when the Sex Pistols started singing, but but nonetheless, you get the idea. There is a bit of flux out there, and so things do change, and indeed so do the roster of favourites. And this year we have to include Tom Pidcock.
Tom, how special being at the start of the Tour of Flanders for you?
Yeah, well, it's the first time with the crowds, and it's pretty special. So. Yeah, I think I'm excited. We're all excited.
What do you expect from yourself, knowing that you got some reassuring sign on the last races for your shape?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's giving me confidence. So I'm going to race like I know I can and how I want to, and yeah, just kind of hope that the distance is there.
And how do you want to race? You want to open up early, like everybody is a bit expecting?
I think. Well, I think we need to. We can't get on the back foot. I think that's the important thing. So yeah, but race and at the front and be in the race, and that's the most fun place to be, and also where you need to be.
Where do you think this race will open up? I mean, we say early, but where is early?
It could be anywhere, honestly. You hit the Kwaremont. It could be the Kwaremont the first time. It could be just whittling down over the day, but who knows.
It's interesting. Everyone's got an idea of where indeed this race will start to sing. The Canary Berg is often pointed out as the place where that happens. It could come much earlier. And in fact, this race has been won in a different fashion, on so many different occasions, Robbie. It's very unpredictability which makes this so special.
Yeah, it is very unpredictable. Look back a few years ago when Philippe Gilbert won the Tour of Flanders. He joined an attack over the Move Gerardsbergen with 90 kilometres to go. And then with over 50 kilometres to go, he went solo and he won himself the Tour of Flanders. This is a guy who he specialised in the races in the Ardennes, Liège-Bastogne-Liège, Flèche-Wallonne, and turned his hand to the Tour of Flanders and found a way to win it. And that's what the great riders do. And I love the unpredictability of it. And I think today is going to be one of those really unpredictable days. There are so many outsiders they've become more and more insiders. Even a guy like Victor Campenaerts, the Belgian time trial specialist from Lotto Soudal, is riding very strongly in Dwars door Vlaanderen on Wednesday. He was incredibly strong. Unfortunately for him, he just missed out behind Mathieu van der Poel and Tiesj Benoot. But I think the longer distance for him as well will be a blessing. There are just so many of those types of riders with the potential to win this race today. And I think that's, for me, as a fan and as a commentator, not knowing and having that real unpredictability about the race is the exciting thing. I'm loving it.
Yeah, me too. One of the great unpredictable, I think, today, apart from anything else, is Tadej Pogačar himself. He's a debutant at this race, don't forget. I know he's got a roster that's, I think, just about everybody at the moment is looking at rather jealously. However, don't think he's a shoo-in by any means, even for a podium position. He was 10th in the Dwars d'Or. I think perhaps he learnt an awful lot from that. But has he got the team to back him up? That's the big question.
Well, he's got Matteo Trentin. The rest of the team, I'm not so sure about their credentials are not there for this type of race. But I think with Pogačar there to support, they'll go above and beyond. I think he learnt a whole lot last Wednesday in Dwars door Vlaanderen. And let's face it, the guy is so strong. He is a contender for today.
We're going to hear from Jackie Durand, a man who knows a thing or two about this race, and indeed Roubaix.
C'est vrai que ça fait mal. Il me dit 30 ans. Ah ouais, ça fait mal, mais
it's true that it hurts. And 30 years, goodness me, that hurts as well. But I remember everything about this day. The day before, the 6 or 7 hours on the bike. I remember about almost every moment while my other victories. I forgot a lot of things, but from the start on the morning until the finish line the night, I've kept an awful lot of memories. So is there an anecdote that you've never told before about this one? Well, a few days before Flanders, the whole team was invited to a dinner right after the 3 days of Depan, a stage race. Thursday night, we were on this dinner, eating well, having some drinks, local beer. The day after, 30 or 40 kilometres of training to lose what we'd eaten previously. And he said, I put my socks in glucose. I don't know what that means. Maybe it's an expression. Or maybe somebody put some glucose in his socks. I don't know. Maybe I'll explain that to you in a moment. He says, we're still asking when the French rider will succeed you. Is this annoying? He said, at the beginning, it's nice, honestly. 5 years, a Frenchman didn't win the Tour of Flanders. Now 10 years, but I didn't win the Tour of Flanders at the age of, as a kid, he says, at the age of 8. But now it's making me feel old. I'm just waiting for it with impatience, he said, to see somebody else winning it. By the way, I think the glucose in the socks, it's an old trick. If you're listening, kids, don't do this, but because it's very annoying. But if you put if you put icing sugar in somebody's socks, Robbie, do you know about this?
No.
If you put icing sugar in somebody's socks, they don't feel the icing sugar because it's like talcum powder. And during the day, the sugar melts and becomes glucose in your shoes, and it's horrible. And then when you try and take your socks off, basically you rip all the hairs on the top of your feet off and all that kind of stuff. It's a practical joke that should be consigned to history. But anyway, he brought it up, so I thought I would. Yes, exactly.
Well, how about that? All the preparation that goes into the Tour of Flanders and getting your electronic gears adjusted when you're still in the neutral zone.
Oh, reboot them, for goodness sake, and get that way.
Just try switching it off and back on.
The limit of your technical knowledge. Yeah. Fantastic. Oh dear, I was just wondering whether it was rotor alignment, but yeah, we went over the other side for the gears. Chris Froome getting vocal again this week regarding rotors and indeed their clearance, and all valid points indeed. And a man who would just like to stay with clinchers for as long as possible until the technology is absolutely where it needs to be. Well, let's hope the technology sticks together. You can see UAE just policing everything at the front at the moment. And these are the jolly exchanges as we roll through Antwerp. We started in Bruges. It started on a number of different locations. Started in Bruges for quite a few years when I enjoyed the race with Sean Kelly. Victor Campenaerts just getting himself back in. Not the sort of distraction you'll be looking for at the moment. In fact, he's one of my picks for today, is Campenaerts. I hope he goes well. He's got very good legs. Will he be able to hide, though? And will he be in part of the early moves? I'm just not sure. Not at the moment, anyway. Stuck at the back.
You know, Carlton, you know what I like about Campenaerts at the moment? That he's not on the front row of the bunch looking for the very first move of the day. It's often just sticks out like a sore thumb when he wants to get in the move. He is front row, right behind the race director's car and ready to jump straight up the road. But I think the fact that he's just cruising back through the cars to rejoin the bunch in no particular hurry shows that he has confidence in himself for the final part of the race when the big guns start firing. And as does this man, Jasper Stuyven. That's Pirelli across his backside. If he can keep the rubber side down, he's a guy with a good chance in this race. He's had a difficult start to the season. He was sick and he missed defending his Milan-San Remo win of last year. He didn't ride that race, but he's coming back into good form and feeling good, and forms a good duo with Mads Pedersen.
Absolutely. Thomas Squinch, I think, will be the man they send up the road if you want to just buy a little bit of an excuse. But yeah, between Mads Pedersen and Jesper Stuyven, I'm not sure which one will help each other or the other, or indeed help themselves. It's time to hear from Brad again.
Hello, join me, Bradley Wiggins, here at the back of the race here on the motorbike. There's Victor Campenaerts there. Yeah, it's very good weather, 8 degrees, very cold, but beautiful sunshine. There's quite a party atmosphere here at the start here today. And yeah, we're looking forward to a great day on the bike here today. The Tour of Flanders. You'll be joining me during the race here with some feedback from what's going on. I'll hand you back to the commentary team right now.
Thanks, Brad. Be great to hear more from him. Brad, of course, is, I guess, a local, born in Ghent all those years ago. He won't like me to tell you how many, but his birthday's on the 28th of April, so get ready to wish him many happy returns. A happy return, I guess, as well for Mathieu van der Poel. It could be, proving last year just how difficult it is to defend this title. We've got some plenty of previous winners, of course, not least Alberto Bettiol. A man who stretched his legs back in 2019. That was a stunning victory. Sean Kelly's tip at the beginning of the day, 125 to 1, I remember. And then his brother insisted that as he put the bet on for him, he was going to have to share the money, which Sean didn't like. There you go.
Well, talking of situations, well, somewhat like that, I suppose you could say, was an outside pick by Daniel Lloyd today was Søren Kragh Andersen at 360 to 1. I said, well, that's actually a really good pick after his big attack in Milano-San Remo, and he hasn't started today. He's come down with something. He wasn't able to get to the start line, so his odds have blown way beyond that, and Dan won't be seeing a return on that one.
Bless him. Well, you know, don't feel too sorry for Dan. He's had some great results in the past.
I thought it was a really good pick, and it's just another rider who we're seeing miss the race due to illness, and it's a big blow to the race, seeing these favourites go out. And most notably, of course, all the news has been about Wout van Aert and coming down with COVID-19. but I think we're going to see a spectacular race nonetheless. Hey, right in the middle here in the Fluoro Yellow and Blue, the man to the left of those two in the Fluoro Yellow, Taco van der Hoorn, the Dutchman, loves a long break, rides a massive gear. See how narrow his handlebars are with the levers pointing in, very much like Victor Kampenaerts rides, but Taco van der Hoorn was the man who came up with that setup. He started riding the gravel-style handlebars on his bike a couple of years ago. And once he got in the day-long break and made it all the way to the finish in the front of the race in Kent-Wevelgem, other riders started to think, well, there is something to maybe chuck on our bikes, set of gravel bars. Adam Hansen and Greg Henderson were big proponents of the narrow bars, but not the gravel ones who point the levers to the inside.
There we go.
Scott Sunderland gets them underway.
Ha! Well, you don't see a flagman popping out of the sunroof when it's as cold as this until we get to the very start, and here it is. So Taco van der Hoorn, Mr. Early Break, is up there straight away, and this is going to get lively. Despite the fact we've got this distance to deal with today, it is a day where everyone is going to want to test themselves, and the frenetic start. It's quite often frenetic, this one, Robbie, a surprise to most, and it can take a while for this to settle down.
Yeah, it can do. It just depends how many teams are really intent on having someone up the road. Looks like Matthias Norsgaard, the man from Movistar there, who was the first one to jump. Astana, Lotto Soudal, the Uno X team getting amongst it. But the peloton not sitting straight up. Sometimes we do see that, like in a Tour de France stage, content to let a 6 or 8 man group go straight up the road. But I think, like we've spoken about, a few favourites out of the race with illness and the feeling that the race is a lot more open. A lot of the teams wanting to get someone into the early break of the day.
Yeah, Rasmus Tiller is often one of those who likes to get himself up and to the pointy end. Meanwhile, stretching way back, as you can see, to the tail of, this is Ryan Mullen. Just tucked in, the Irish champions band across his back. At the head of the race, Astana, they've got to do something because Gianni Moscon is in absolutely desperate form. I think he's DNF'd the last 3 races that he's been involved with. And so I think their best chance today, at least to show their own jerseys and make us talk about them, is to get themselves off and up into a breakaway. So no surprise to see Astana at least trying to get busy early, because whether or not they'll be able to get busy late is anybody's guess. Team Bike Exchange with Michael Matthews. Haven't really spoken too much about him. Dion Smith as well as backup. He has had some good results as well, the Kiwi this year. Michael Matthews seems to have been riding extremely strongly at the moment. I know he's one of your favoured picks as well, Robbie.
Yeah, he is, I think, a little bit more than a dark horse. Maybe just very slightly an outsider, but a guy who's in very good form. He was great in Milano Sanremo. He's got the distance in the legs. He's got the good form. He won a stage in the Tour of Catalonia just a couple of weeks ago, not even a couple of weeks ago. So he's definitely the lead rider for the Bike Exchange team. And Luke Durbridge, he may find himself trying to get in a long-range move. Maybe once we hit the hill zone, first time over the Old Aquamont, something like that. But maybe not from this point of the race with so far to go.
269 kilometres, it's an enormous distance. And
is this Poirot?
I'm just waiting to see. I still haven't got a tag on him just yet. It's been from such a distance. May well be leggy enough. Let's have a look. Find out for you in just a few moments' time. Meanwhile, with such a distance here, Robbie, we talked about the absence of Wout van Aert and the fact that double header between him and Mathieu van der Poel, which was the predicted battle for this race, as it has been for so often. I think it opens up. It almost makes everyone reboot their calculations for the day, I think.
It does. It's changed, maybe not so much the plans of other teams, but I think importantly their attitude towards their chances of winning this race. Wout van Aert and Jumbo-Visma have been so very dominant in past races, but without Wout van Aert to lean on and know that they've got him there to smash everybody, I think the other teams are giving themselves a much bigger chance of success in this Tour of Flanders without Van Aert. And, you know, a lot of the riders will say if they were asked, you know, did the Van Aert's absence change things? They say, no, I just concentrated on my own race. You can only beat who's here, etc., as they always do. But it is true. And this is Manuel Boaro. I think it's also Norsgaard who's joined him by the looks of things.
No, it's definitely Boaro, but I was actually looking through the roster here. It's Jorgensen. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Just a very leggy figure, and in fact they've got a roster of the tall here have Movistar. So there's our duo up front at the moment, and it looks like there's a few stragglers actually just behind the cars that have still got some technical issues early on. Let's hope they settle those down. Sport Vlaanderen would like to get up here. Rob Heiss is possibly their most favoured rider for this. Kenneth Van Rooij, solid as well, the Belgian. We'll see whether he comes to join the fun. You've seen Expo getting very busy as well with Scarsaith. Ultimately it'll be Johannesson should be their favoured man. But a few incarnations you're going to see of an early breakaway at the moment, and it looks like the heart of that. It's all right, all very well, Boaro going off and up the road, but acting as light bait, I think it's fair to say. EF come into this race. Albert Bertiola won in 2019. A lightish team by their own standards. I think in terms of dominating the race, if you're looking for teams that are going to try and control matters, Ineos Grenadiers, I know we've got Tom Pidcock, and a lot of you are saying that the way that he has been riding, extraordinarily strong. Ben Turner on board as well, Dylan Van Baarle, Ben Swift, Marcus Sheffield as well, Narvaez for the Ecuadorian, could be a surprise, Heidek as well. It's a team that has an even spread, I think it's fair to say, of talent, and as a result I think they will be very, very strong today, because they're not one of those that strike fear into the hearts of others. I think they'll have their focus elsewhere, let's put it that way, is what I'm trying to say. Whether that is the case or not, you'll have to stay here to find out. And we just come by. Is this the house you were talking about, Robbie? Is this the place is this your gaff?
I think this is Bradley Wiggins' holiday home, just between Antwerp and Ghent. I've just been looking down at who's following the attacks. Not so much making the attacks, but who's intent on really following and making sure they're there. And there's always a rider of Lotto Soudal. There he popped out to the right. We've got a couple of young riders, I think they've been given the instruction to follow in Cedric Berlins, also Sebastian Grignard. But outside of that, they've got a really attacking team of strong riders. Florian Vermeersch, second in Paris-Roubaix last year. Brent van Moer, we know he is a man for a long break as well. But then the combination of Victor Kampenaerts and Tim Wellens, he has got a nose for a break as well, loves to race aggressively. As we see a problem back here for the big pole, Lucas Wisniewski.
Yep. I was actually thinking
flat front tyre.
I was thinking he got a double puncture actually. I might be, if that's the case, it's a full bike change. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what pressures they're going to be running today. With the cold, the way it's affecting things as well, Robbie, how does that have an impact?
The cold, not so much of an impact, but what's changed over the last few years is the size of the tyre that they're using now. They've gone to bigger and bigger tyres, from 23 to 25 to 28s, and even up to 30mm tyres now possible to fit in the frame, running disc brakes. So when you get up to and if you're running tubeless tyres in particular, you drop the pressures down. So these riders wouldn't be riding more than 70 psi if they're riding on tubeless, which many of them would be. So that's the difference to a few years ago. You would have seen riders running 105 psi, maybe as low as 95 if they're a bigger, heavier rider, to try and smooth out the cobbles a little bit. But now able to run lower pressures, but it doesn't mean that the tyre is actually softer on those bigger tyres. It's just that the way the technology has gone with aero so important, and you can afford to run less air and get the same, if not even better, performance.
Just coming through Bessel. Yeah, it was Magnus Baxter, I think, in Roubaix, who was running 28s when he won, and everyone was laughing when he started, thinking he was on moon tyres, as it were, as you will. 264 kilometres to go. We're going to be joining our wider Eurosport family in just a short while. And it's all back together again at the front. Lots of marking out. Interesting to see Lotte Soudal looking so busy. The Smerch, Tim Wellens, of course, who's Mr. On and Off at the moment. Which way will the switch go? Not too hot in Edouard d'Or, but you never know. Life can suddenly change. Good legs for Victor Campenaerts for Lotte Soudal, and they clearly were not happy with the way that things were raining down upon them up front. Astana it is now that just kick off yet again. They seem to be the early animators today. I think they've come here with quite a weak team, however, Robbie.
Yeah, with all due respect, I tend to agree with you, Carlton. Gianni Moscon has shown us very little this year, and amongst the rest of the team, there really aren't the riders with the credentials in this type of race, with good results in the past to get us all that excited about the Astana team. So I think the order of the day is get in the break and make the best of it. Strong riders, but not out-and-out favourites, and not guys you'd expect to be at the pointy end once it really gets going in the hill zone.
Well, about 10 riders just roll off the front. The most animated team, apart from Astana so far, have been the Uno X Pro Cycling. I'm not quite sure whether it's just that I just can't help but see blood and custard every time I look at their jersey. It's a glorious day. It's Flanders. Any kind of day would be glorious if it's Flanders, but we have sunshine, we have a dip in the wind, we're between weather systems where the snow, which has hampered a few teams in terms of their scoping of the course earlier this week. Coming into this, I guess a little blinded, you might say, but it's evening out as far as the favourites are concerned today. It's one of those races where the battles will rain down upon us almost constantly. Strategy-wise, it's very difficult to pick today. In the absence of Wout van Aert, Israel Cycling, a few other notable names who have not been able to take part in this race, such as Sagan, such as Alaphilippe. What it's done is it's allowed belief to wash over the entire peloton. And as a result, it's very, very busy right from the start. We've had a few that really are policing matters. You'll see those who... some big names up towards the front as well, who just want to make sure about the composition, almost displaying nerves, if you will. And other big names, slightly more confidence, perhaps, just waiting in the wings to see how things pan out. We have a long reach before we get to our first pavé section, just over 100 kilometres into the race. A full distance today of, just over 272 kilometres. It's a tough day. It's always bound to be so. And when you ask any Belgian, in fact, Tom Boonen himself, why don't we pick him? We asked him whether he'd like to win the World Championships or any other race, be that the Olympics or any of the classics. And he said, for me, number one, every single time, is this race, Tour of Flanders. The Ronde, as it's known locally, is the biggest race in Belgium, full stop. But, of course, it's famous spread wide, and it is now just the whole planet that would like to come here and engage with it. If you ever get a chance to come along, then do so. It is a spectacular race. You have opportunities to run between the loops and indeed see more than one coat here and see your heroes coming by at various states of exhaustion and excitement. 3 up the road we've got at the moment. This is the latest incarnation in riders who just want to put an early stamp upon this race. And interesting to see Lotte Soudal are part of this early move. I think that's causing some worriment, and teams selling markers up the road now, Robbie.
yeah, it's a case of be in it so you don't need to chase it. So you can sit back, just protect your team leaders, because in this part of the race, and let's face it, 273 kilometres, it's almost as long as Milan-San Remo. We talk about what a long day that is and how important it is early on to save as much energy as possible. So while you're saving energy, though, on these roads, you certainly need to pay attention the whole time and really have your wits about you and be switched on. Even the great Tom Boonen himself has crashed within the first 20 kilometres of the Tour of Flanders before and got caught up. So it doesn't matter who you are, you need to make sure you've really got your head in the race, but at the same time saving your energy, staying in the wheels. And as we see here, a lot of teams making sure they've got representation. You don't want to have to sacrifice your team and teammates early on in this race, this first sort of 120 flat kilometres before we really get into the hill zone. And the very first one, it'll be a bit of a wake-up call for many, because it's the Eau de Quamont, first cab off the rank.
Well, we were doing that 3 times. It's a race that's changed in its incarnations over the years. The distance and the numbers of climbs can alter very slightly, but start and finishes also have not been the same. It originally started off in Ghent, then it moved to Bruges, of course, and in 2017 it's been starting in Antwerp. It's provided some great racing ever since. In fact, ever since its first race back in 1913. So we're beyond the centenary. A couple of wars got in the way. There's one raging at the moment, of course, out towards the east of Europe. But it's sporting endeavour and battling that we're going to pride ourselves with today, and hopefully just cheer everybody up with what's bound to be a great day. Some worriment here, especially for those teams who've been lively early on and then have suddenly missed out on the latest chop and change, notably UNO-X. Meanwhile, AG2R Citroën come into this race with Greg van Avermaet, a man who's got great history with this race. Managed a podium last year. Ollie Nason can go well. Damien Tauser as well. Had a good run in Samin. He'll be hoping to go well again today, as so many will. So what have we got? 9 riders. Just posing a little bit of a gap as we still head off over the ring roads here of Antwerp. Quietish start, I think it's fair to say, after some spirited moves early on. I think we're kind of settling. I'm hoping this hasn't been a full acceptance of this breakaway, but you never know. It may well be as we leave town and the Diamond Exchange. It's a glorious day. We've had some very bad weather. Just how much impact do you think, Robbie, the lack of sighting of the course has been for some of the teams?
Well, I don't think it's been a huge problem for the teams if they didn't find the weather conditions suitable to go out on a recon. It's a course that doesn't hold too many secrets, to be honest. And if you've got a good sports director in the car behind you, let's face it, these World Tour teams, all of them do. They'll have all the warnings and heads up about what's coming up, where you need to be and when. There really are no excuses of getting caught out. It's more a case of if you have some bad luck, get caught behind a crash, have a mechanical, or you just don't have the legs, and then you're not in the race. Outside of that, there's really no secrets to it.
Well, we have Sebastian Grignot of Lotto up the road. We've got Van der Horn as well. It's clearly not acceptable to some teams. Stan de Wolf, a strong rider from AG2R Citroën. Mani Bawaro, who's been in a couple of the moves right early on. Tom Bowley is up there. Put your hand in, pull out a ticket, see whether it's a winner. Max Canter has made the trip for Movistar. Luca Mazzato is there. It's Matthias Passions who has gone up the road for Bignol Pals here. And Lindsay de Wilde from the Top Sport, or the Sport Vlaanderen team. It's interesting seeing who's prepared to burn some energy to try and cap them at the moment. Not many wanting to take that reach. Looks like a tempo breakaway at the moment, with it trying to. They're attempting to match it. DSM have missed the move. They don't want to. Well, they've got a short roster, I'm afraid. It's been difficult for them. Also, COVID compromised. John Degenkolb carrying most of their hopes, I would think. Did you say Soren Krauw is a non-starter this morning?
Correct. So he was on the start list and very late. He's a non-starter, so sounds like he's come down with something. And you know, it's not always COVID-19. There's a lot of other illnesses going around as the world opens back up and people are exposed to other people, and of course then exposed to other viruses that we normally hardly notice. We've got riders coming down with different types of flu, stomach bugs. So the riders are very vulnerable at the moment to illnesses, and we've seen that over the last couple of weeks. Riders just dropping like flies, and so Søren Kragh Andersen is out. One of the biggest absences in this race is the entire team of Israel Premier Tech. They couldn't field a team. They just did not have enough healthy riders to get a team on the start. You've got to have a minimum of 5. They had 2 riders who were able to get on their bikes. So unfortunately for the Israel Premier Tech team, they are not in the Tour of Flanders today. And that's a huge blow for local man Sepp van Mark. He's had his sights set, his heart set on this race for so many years, and it will not be for this year. As we get a look at the Fort of Haasdonk. Throw back to one of the wars.
The Haasdonk, I think, isn't a Haas a chicken?
No, a Haas is a hare.
Oh, right, there we are. And what's a donk? Is that a hare hitter?
Well, it depends who you ask and where in Australia. If you ask what a donk is, it's a big engine. But there, I rather think it's a sort of pond.
Oh, well, thanks, mate. Oh dear. This is where we need Rob Hatch's amazing polyglot linguistic abilities. Rob is in Flanders. I understand he's working for the organisers themselves. There we are.
Moet niet bang zijn, Carlton. Ik spreek perfect Vlaams.
Yeah,
so I speak Flemish. So
oh well, we're more or less sorted. Sean Kelly does as well, by the way. We're just about to rejoin our wider Eurosport family. There's a few expressions I know, but they're all too rude. They were taught to me by my Dutch colleagues, so we won't be going there. 255 kilometres to go. Still can't decide. This is interesting. The police force of Jumbo-Visma are the ones that are putting fires out at the moment. They're worried it's getting cagey. This is great. Welcome back, everybody. It's starting to get very, very lively down there. We're seeing teams that are thinking rudely about just how much they want to impose to monitor this. It seems that Jumbo-Visma are quite happy with the makeup of our breakaway as it stands at the moment, and they're policing any move to try and change that particular lineup. We often see this. It's, 15-second gap only at the moment. Lindsay de Wilde has made it for Sport Vlaanderen, and we have Passions as well from the Bignor Pals. Mozzato up there doing a good job for B&B Hotels, and it looks like a lockdown at the front of the road, and everyone who's tried to leap over has actually been neutralised. So we've got our breakaway. They've got a margin of 20 seconds. That's going to spin out. And there's people on the blower here as well. You can see Bike Exchange just saying, all right, all sorted. They've gone. It may well... Oh, hello. Not yet is the answer. And UnoX, I told you that they were determined to be in the break. They fear them. I don't think they want too many numbers up front. Is 9 about acceptable to everybody?
Well... How many teams have we got? 25 teams, so no, 9 won't be acceptable, I don't think. Oh, and just going back to the donk. The donk is actually the sandy mound that sticks up above the water.
Of course it is. Yeah. Well, I should always remember what a donk is.
Although if you're in Australia, a donk is an engine.
Yeah, well, you know what a bonk is, and certainly is Van der Poel. He suffered that very, very late on in his rush for the line against Kasper Asgreen. 2-up sprint that time. We've seen it won singly. We've seen it won in a group sprint as well. How will it pan out today? No idea. I think it could be we have more numbers at the line at the end of today than we've seen in the past, because there's been a bit of a levelling of the playing field. Notwithstanding COVID, a few withdrawals as well. It's altered the strategy of a lot of these teams. At the moment, they can't quite decide just how quickly they want to wind these guys in. 22 seconds they hold just for now. They're having to work at this gang.
Yeah, well, this is what's so difficult about getting in the early break, and that's why I really like to see this part of the race. You see how much effort it takes to get in the break, how many maximum efforts, sprints and efforts it takes to try and get across. A spectator jumping out the way. There's a peloton slinging all over the road.
Yeah, it's slewing about the place, isn't it, at the moment? And it's one of those days where I think there's a lot of ambition down there, some of it being displayed. This is, I think it's going to be cramp in the thumbs of the DSs down there, because they're all on the radio telling people to get up or indeed keep clear.
Well, you can always see which teams have been told to make sure they don't miss the break. And one of those looks to be EF Nippo, because they're on the front of the peloton, or at least with one rider. Here they are, trying to close things down. Is that Tom Scully? No, it's not.
Just looking, he's looking for support and encouragement here. They have Michael Valgren, of course, the Great Dane, as part of this group. Wisniewski was very busy early on as well. Meanwhile, further back through this group, look at the way that the washing machine effect here. Suddenly panic has rained down because there's some numbers up front that they don't want to be there. If UAE got themselves into a break, this could really help Tadej Pogačar, a man who's still learning very much about this part of the world. His Palmares is second to none at the moment. But as you can see, they're also policing. We're going to have a look at the map that we're going to be dealing with today. We have a long old reach of flat before we get to our first pavé, which pops up with around 103 kilometres in the bank. So with about 167 or thereabouts to go. Let's check it out. Well, if we've started in the past in Ghent or Bruges, Antwerp is our starting point. We wend our way through Leyde, and then all of a sudden we are into our pavé. When the climbs begin, there are 18 of them in total. 3 times we'll deal with the Quermont. For the first time of asking, we do not take on the Paterberg, but that will be at the very end. Some great names here. The Canary Berg, of course, the Koppenberg, the Great Frightener. Likely to start, I think, at the Berg ten Houte. That will be with about 76 kilometres to go. That's where the real tough section will truly be revealed. I think we'll have some softening up before that. 8 climbs before we get to the Berg ten Houte, and then all of a sudden it just falls on you like an avalanche, because fatigue will really set in about that point. That'll be after about 100 and getting on for the 200 kilometre mark, so around about 65, 70 kilometres remaining. And then you start to hit these peaks that ever more impactful. Awful word, but there you go. We, of course, have the Koppenberg, for the famed for its Jesper Skibby crash. I'm sure we'll be seeing some action of that back in the day in 1976. It disappeared for 15 years and then was brought back in 2001. So there have been some chops and changes. No Mur this year, much to the chagrin of Robbie McEwen. He loves the old Mur. Plenty do amongst you as well. The removal of that wall, it gave rise to a big heated debate in this part of the world. But of course, we have the dreaded Koppenberg, which is here, and that double punch at the end with the Quermont and the Paterberg coming late. There'll be no shortage of drama, even if there is a shortage of a couple of tests that you would have loved to have been involved, Robbie.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I would have loved to have been involved. I know one man who loves being involved is Tim de Klerk, the large figure in the dark blue there. So good to see El Tractor back in the peloton and doing what he does best. There's going to be a pile up, and there is. They're down. So you just see how narrow that got. And it's not because of the crowd, it's because of the traffic island.
Pogačar
and the narrowing. Yeah, it is too. 91, Tadej Pogačar is down with one of the riders, Campbell Stewart, by the looks of things from the Bike Exchange team.
Welcome to Flanders.
This is, a very nice welcome, being sarcastic, for Tadej Pogačar. But physically they're fine, but it's going to, well, let's say, put the wind up Tadej Pogačar. He's going to have to be a little bit more attentive than that. And we said it earlier, you just have to pay attention so much in this early part of the race to not get into trouble. We said earlier, Tom Boonen has crashed in the early part of the race before. Oh, maybe that's a good omen for Tadej.
Let's see. Let's hope so. Stefan Kung, I think, may well have already also been tagged there. Valentin Madouas was also a part of that group. And you can see there's a little bit of a slowdown, a lockdown, if you will. I'm not sure this is respect for Tadej Pogačar, but just the fact that everyone suddenly realised, hang on a minute, this is getting a little bit crazy. So we have 9 up front, and their advantage now is at 46 seconds as it stands. Tadej Pogačar getting himself back in. ...248 kilometres. Let's have a look. It's a big compression point, this. And there it is. Pogačar tagged, or indeed went into the back of, I believe, Stefan Kung, who was on the deck. We'll double-check for you in a few moments' time. But Tadej Pogačar, certainly. A lot of people talking Tadej Pogačar up at the beginning of this race. And others saying... You know, it's a difficult thing to master, quite frankly. Likewise, carrying one of the Giants costumes here, that's a bit of a weight, I can tell you. 3 wide is sensible. That compression taking us from what 10 or even 12 wide into a 3 wide squeeze. Everyone's suddenly woken up, and the great market of San Nicolas. Cheap indeed to inflate a balloon when the day is cold, because it doesn't take much to change the temperature of the air inside the balloon compared to that outside. So good ballooning time, as Robin McEwen will
flying
tell you.
Low.
Yeah, very. I think tethered. So are these guys at 1 minute and 2 as we stand for now. A little bit of leeway being offered up because everyone got a wake-up call. Calm yourselves down. And apparently I'm hearing it's Stuart Campbell that may well have been one of those that took 8 tumble.
Or even Campbell Stewart.
Yes, sorry.
The man with 2 first names.
Good old Stewie. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're constantly reminded in this part of the world of, I guess, the heavy presence, as some might describe it, of religion. You can't really see a selection of buildings without some kind of religious connotation. I just hope we're blessed today. Tadej Pogačar will be wondering. As you said, Robbie, it's a wake-up call, if nothing else for Tadej Pogačar, that today is, if anything, unpredictable.
Yeah, it will be unpredictable. He'll be much better off when the race is really underway, when they reach the hill zone in the Vlaams Ardennen. And as I said before, Tim de Klerk going to do what he does best, the breakaway killer. Just get on the front and ride until he can ride no more. But there's a very long distance that he can ride before he can ride no more. So the group is going to be more or less let go. You just see Pogačar, he's just having a bit of a stretch. I was thinking it was a crash without consequences, but maybe just got a bit of a knock to his right leg, maybe on the knee or just something in the back of the leg, so he doesn't look all that comfortable. Hopefully it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's more of a case, perhaps, Robbie, of him just thinking himself around his own body here, just making sure that everything's working as it should.
Just to his right, a former winner, Nicky Terpstra. You see the Dutch champion bands around his left arm. And I actually think that is Mathieu van der Poel. Can't tell.
Meanwhile, Alpecin-Phoenix decide to lock things down at the front. Time for a chat, time to regather, and time to think just how many blessings they have, and they have plenty. Michael Gogol, who's going very strongly at the moment. Sandro Maurice, Jesper Philipsen, Vermoet, of course, for Smearch, and Mathieu van der Poel. It's an amazing team built around Mathieu van der Poel. Trouble is, when you build a team around one man, sometimes when you chop off the head, Hydra happens. Plenty of others pop their head above the parapets, and team discipline slightly falls to pieces. I'm sure there was a battle plan without Wout van Aert for Jumbo-Visma. Thijs Benoot, Christophe Laporte, great default, I guess, settings for that team. Mike Turnison, along with Affini and Rusin, they remain extraordinarily strong. So don't feel too sorry for them, because there's other teams, quite frankly, if they have one problem, they're going to have multiple. Is Mathieu Trentin dropping back? Tadej Pogacar has Matteo Trentin. I'm not quite sure what Trentin's capabilities are. Suffered terrible concussion this year, and it's taken him a while to get back from that, Robbie. I guess that's one of those things. You don't know how much of an impact he actually took, but apparently, talk to the man himself, it's been a long road.
Yeah, it's always tough coming back from something like that, but Matteo Trentin is an absolute quality rider, and he's been in pretty good form. He was 30th in Dwars door Vlaanderen, and although that doesn't sound like much, it was an incredibly aggressive race. There weren't a lot of riders left, to be honest. A lot of riders didn't manage to finish the race. So he's on the up. He was 70th in Gent-Wevelgem, 30th in Dwars door Vlaanderen, and I think his form's really on the up. And I think Tadej Pogacar can really rely on him until deep in the final part of the race. Just remains to be seen if and what sort of damage has been done to Tadej Pogacar in that little touchdown. As we see Alpecin Fenix also getting amongst the controlling on the front alongside De Koning.
Minute 46, it's spun out.
In fact, not De Koning, are they? They've gone to Alpecin. It's Alpecin De Koning. And now it's Quick Step Alpha Vinyl, chopping and changing. Sponsors here, sponsors there, but it's all staying in the peloton.
Welcome to my world, mate. It's especially when they got their cold weather gear on, and some teams, I think they run out of the new kit as well, and quite often you'll see a bit of old kit going on. It's not a nice thing to have to call that from a helicopter shot, but you get the idea. Alpecin, though, taking on the duty here on behalf of Mathieu van der Poel. I think possibly a man who screamed to the top of our rankings in terms of how we think he will go. There are some question marks being posted out there, though, one of which is Matej Mohoric. I think he and Bahrain Victorious have got a great chance today. Absolutely spectacular, of course, in Milan-San Remo. They're kind of wise to his wiles and guiles this time by. No descent really for him to play with, effectively right to the end of the line as it was in Milan-San Remo, but you know what? He's here with a very strong Fred Wright, who I expected to be up in the break. He has not made it. The likes of Sander Wulf has. Just Matteo Trentin getting back in. Not quite sure just why he's wandering towards the back. By the way, we have Matt Hayman on board one of our vehicles out there. We'll be hearing from him in just a short moment after we rejoin our wider Eurosport family. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to drop into Matt Hayman, who's embedded within our race. Let's hear from the great man as to his thoughts on the day so far, with 9 riders up the road, 1 minute and 32 clear. Matt Haven with some of his thoughts from inside the car on this great day. Temperature's warming up. There's going to be a dance of clothing before you know it. Things really slowing down, which is going to give us an opportunity to ponder some of the more uncomfortable measures, even on a beautiful day such as this. Luckily for us, I guess, Robbie, it's quite quiet, which will give them a chance to alter their, to disrobe, if you will.
Yes, certainly when they come into the hill zone, they'll be wanting to get rid of those jackets, because once this race gets really into the action-packed part of the parcours, then those jackets will be coming off, and it'll be a lot easier to identify a lot of the riders from the distant heli shots that we'll be getting. But it's not going to really get any warmer. This is the maximum temperature of the day, 8 degrees maximum, even 7 in a few spots once they're in the Flemish Ardennes. So 7 degrees is it. So most riders they'll be packed in with the arm warmers at least all day, and I'm sure there'll be quite a few riders that choose to keep on some sort of vest over the top as well. If you've got a big beard like this one, your face will be considerably warmer. That's Geoffroy Soup. He's alongside his teammate Anthony Turgis. He's grown to be one of the favourites when it comes to the classics. Man who's been second in Paris-Roubaix before. He was second in Milano-San Remo, and he's waiting to crack one of the big ones, get himself a monument, the Frenchman.
I think so. Geoffrey Soup with that luxury beard, you can always run barefoot through it. It's, I have to say...
You might never get out.
You might. It's
feel like getting stuck in the mud bank here at low tide.
Yeah, I think his enemy is Velcro as well. You know. Yeah, you can imagine him just attaching the helmet and getting himself into all kinds of trouble. I've no idea what the significance of this particular little dike and ditch is, but clearly they're proud of it. Meanwhile, these guys should be proud as well. They've taken on the day. They have been brave enough to get themselves up the road with a gap of 2.5 minutes now. This is our break. How deep it manages to get away, how deep its extension will be, is anybody's guess. We have Sébastien Grignot of Lotto Soudal. He's just about to come to the fore in a few moments' time. He's kind of been, I think, this is his first year as a pro. And what a race to be part of, quite frankly. He was a top tenor in the under-23 nationals, but the nationals in Belgium, quite frankly, could almost be the world champs at under-23 level, because the pool from which they draw the roster of starters is vast. This is the #1 sport, of course, in this part of the world. The Belgian national football team will probably have something to say about that. And the man who could do some good kicking is the man who's on your screen at the moment, Thijs Benoot. Runner-up in the Dwars d'Or. He was the winner of Strade Bianche in the past, of course. And a double header, a double-pronged attack, I think, between himself and Christophe Laporte. Nice to see him shooting the breeze. As well out there, just gathering himself for what is going to be a difficult day. But Thijs Benoot looks relaxed at the moment. In fact, a lot of the riders do. And with a 2-minute and 43 gap to a breakaway, that the composition of which, it's not going to be a major challenge, I don't think, to those who want to go along in this race. Taco van der Hoorn is also part of the break. The 28-year-old took the Primus Classica a few years ago, but notably, last year he got himself a stage on the Giro d'Italia. It was for some quite a strange Giro in many ways. And Taco van der Hoorn coming through to take that spectacular was perhaps a surprise to some. But nonetheless, it was the Run to Canale, stage 3, so it came very early on. And he looked good for that win, and he's in our breakaway as well. Going to be just dwelling on the predictors, those who are, in fact, some of you who've been on GCN since the start may well have already heard this, so apologies. We're going to share it with our linear friends. It's essentially who's going to win. It's a simple question. Before we get to them, I know you've already been part of the predictor. Robbie, are you sticking with it? Have you got some change of heart?
I'm sticking with what I said. I won't say it again now because that may ruin what's about to come up. What I did just spot was the Stefan Kung fan club. You saw the giant on the side dressed in the Swiss national champion jersey or the Swiss flag jersey. Well, that is Stefan Kung's club. Oh, I would have loved to hear the peloton come past there because they sing the Stefan Kung song. Oh, I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to just manage before the predictor to hear the Stefan Kung fans. And once you've heard it, you can't unhear it. It'll be in your head all day.
Is it a chant?
It's a chant of sorts, yes. Yeah, I guess more a chant than a song.
Yeah, there we are. Well,
whatever it is, it's catchy.
Is it just his
family
name?
You see, there's not much wind today.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, a lot of these things were not mills. They were pumps, just to keep the area clear of water. So you see these windmills and you think, oh, it's a windmill. No, it's not. It's a wind pump, but quite often. I'll probably be proven wrong. Well, we were teed up and ready for our predictor, but it looks like they've put that one to bed. I can give you... In fact, we're going to have the Stefan Kung fan club just for Robbie. Here they come.
Lyrical genius.
I'm not quite sure about the pallor that they've chosen for the skin tone of Stefan Kung. Looks like he's been in a microwave. Oh, bless him. Yeah, I see what you mean, though. It's catchy.
Do you remember the words? He's Greg van Avermaet. He also has, it's more English speakers who got attached to a sort of a song that they sort of thought was about him. Think the Muppets. Do you remember the Mana Mana?
Yeah, that's
Van
right.
Avermaet.
I remember.
Van Avermaet.
Yeah, I remember it the first time it was mentioned a couple of years ago, and the poor bloke, every time he started an interview, there were people doing it in the background. He got very tired
Carlton,
of it. Yeah.
You know who's going to be really happy now is José de Cauer. He was a former racer. He was a team director for Greg LeMond when he won his first Tour de France. He's on Belgian TV. They had the challenge, him and Linda Marpoel, who's a radio personality in Belgium, they had the challenge of getting their names on screen during the broadcast, and they went to that where that sign was already set up and put their names on it, and it's for a charity, and they raised around €5,000 for a really nice charity there in Belgium. So that's their what they call in Flemish opdracht volbracht. They've achieved their goal.
Remarkable. Well, why not? Top 10 on 17 occasions, Greg van Avermaet, and he did it again last year, Robbie.
He just keeps on keeping on Van Avermaet, and he has never gone home from a race wondering if he gave it his all.
Exactly. Very much a whiff of Stein de Volder about him, I think, as well. Another great protagonist in this race. Wonderful. Some of you taking yourselves a brief break. The rest of you staying with us here on GCN+. While we're settling in, it's the 3-minute gap now. It's time to ponder treble cooked chips and the like, known here as frites, of course. The mobile fritteries here are something to behold. In fact, if you are going to pop along, let me just give you a quick tip, and that is that if you go for the mayonnaise, go for the paprika mayonnaise or the pepper sauce, and maybe I got told off for this. A Mexicanos. It's local, don't worry. It's basically a flat sausage which they cut up. It's a Mexicanos frit, and it will if they say Americano with a question mark, it means do you want all that in a baguette and turn it into a massive sandwich? And on a day like this, the answer is yes. Oh, here we are. Now this camper van and this young lady, She used to ride a bicycle on the roof of it, and I don't know who she is, but the very fact that it's a camper van and she gets upon the roof rack, she seems to manage to get on screen with every race that they turn up. I imagined, as she's still very young, that it's her dad that's running it around the place. I don't know what. Do they just turn up in a camper van? And every time,
it's the director's daughter.
Is it?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised. She's on the Tour de France, seen at the Giro. Yeah. It's almost a constant. It's just a camper van, but hey, you know, it's a nice old VW one. They used to be beloved of all the Aussies that would come over to the UK. They buy themselves a camper van and do Europe. It was a thing. Robbie, of course, came over and did Europe in many different ways. 3 minutes and 6, and indeed bought himself a home in this part of the world. So did Sean Kelly. It seems de rigueur that if you're going to base yourself in Europe, why not do it amongst massive cycling fans? You must have got a great reception here.
Yeah, always did. In fact, if you go to Belgium and you choose to live there, and as Sean did, as I did, bought a house there. My wife is from Belgium, and particularly if you learn the language and really fit in with the locals, they just take you on as one of their very own, and the support is quite incredible. Everywhere you go, whether it's at a race or not. Sometimes in Belgium as a cyclist, you need to keep your head down for a little bit of peace and quiet, but it's really nice to go to the races and feel that level of support, even as a foreigner.
It's amazing what starts to feel familiar. I had a place not that far over the border in northern France. So very much familiar, especially the way that the roads are planned here and laid down. It all just feels right, quite frankly. Welcome back, everybody. Wide roads, pleasant surface that we're dealing with at the moment. That will change rather significantly the deeper we get into this race. Some technical problems for a few, and it's settled itself down since a 9-man breakaway have gone off and up the road. If you'd like to spare your thoughts, by the way, we are on Twitter, so it'd be nice to have your company, should you care to join us via that medium. It's at Carlton Kirby. CarltonKirby. Just remind us of your handle, Robbie.
It's at McEwen Robbie. McEwen ROBBIE.
There we are. Simple as. Well, it looks like they've settled in and accepted their fate. Our friends from UNOX still very much up towards the front of proceedings. Indeed, digging in. This race has been around for such a long time. Every year, though, becomes yet another memorable chapter in the race itself. You must have a favourite yourself, Robbie.
Oh, it's like picking between children.
It is, isn't it? One of the Bonans, perhaps. For me, yeah, that's a very good answer. Yeah, for me, I loved when Philippe Gilbert, who a lot of people, he had a pretty tough time around the BMC breakup and all of that, and a lot of people were saying Philippe Gilbert, is that Phil Gill done and dusted? But no, he came back with a vengeance and had a stellar time, and just reminded us of just what a great rider he was, and of course remains. But it was something very, very special to see him go off and dominate, get off the bike and just carry it over the line. That was a wonderful day.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal day, and I think a real against the odds win. Nobody expected him to do it, and it was something very different from what we've seen over the years. Everything happening really in the finale and the big favourites winning, but he dared everybody to come and catch him, and they just couldn't.
Yeah, wonderful.
I think another really good win was Alexander Kristoff just a few years back.
2015, yeah.
That was, it was also, he wasn't one of the big favourites coming in, and it was a surprise win for many, including him.
Yeah, I think so, especially as he was Nicky Terpstra and Greg van Avermaet, who were out-and-out favourites at the beginning of the day. He had the beating of them. I loved as well the Fabian Cancellara and Tom Bonan rivalry that rained down upon us. The pair of them seemed to just own the place, along with Stein de Volder, I think, for a reach of about 6 or 8 years, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I reckon 8 years is about your time at the top. when it comes to, it doesn't matter what sport you're in. 8 years is about your elite level, 100% of your capabilities. That's your window. If you go through people's careers, you'll sort of come to the conclusion that that's about right. You have your form building on the way up to your absolute peak, and then you have a couple of years, you'll knock out some good performances on the other side. But 8 years is about that reliable period where you are really on, barring injury and illness. As we now see the break out, just hovering around 3:20 seems to be the mark that the peloton is content with, or at least the Quick Step Alpha Vinyl team and Alpecin Fenix.
Let's hear from the some of the big names here as to which big names they pick. Starting off with Bernie Eisel.
Mein Favorit für heute.
Well, my favourite for today is definitely Thijs Benoot. Second place in Dwars door Vlaanderen. He showed he's in great shape. He has a very strong team. He can count on, I think, and I also think it's going to be a very aggressive race. Attacks will start early. It's probably the moment for the helpers. The second guard, Thijs Benoot, will take the race on early, profit from the weather. He loves it cold and wet. Real April weather will play pure class, says Bernie Eisel. So Thijs Benoot for him. What about Liliana Lazzaro? She says on Sunday on the Ronde, who will win this year? Well, there are many names, but my choice remains Kasper Asgreen. I know it's difficult to win again, especially 1 year later, but Kasper is going strong. And above all, he will definitely be one of the challengers, she says.
My prediction for the men's Tour of Flanders is going to go to Mathieu van der Poel. Now, he's shown he is in good form this year, hasn't had many race days, but I believe today he is going to be on that top step of the podium. He's won the race before, he knows what it takes, and I think he's going to want his first monument win of the year today.
My pick to win the Ronde van Vlaanderen is the Belgian from Jumbo-Visma, Thijs Benoot. He's been in incredible form this season, despite a crash at Strade Bianche, and his second place behind Mathieu van der Poel in Dwars door Vlaanderen a few days ago was a great sign. I think the longer distance of the Ronde will suit him. Thijs Benoot wins the Ronde van Vlaanderen.
And after the Dick Dastardly Tash, it's Jackie Durand. He says the winner of the Ronde van Vlaanderen in 2022 will be French, Christophe Laporte. It's too long now since the last French victory, he said, 30 years. I could mention Valentin Madouas or Anthony Turgis in good shape, but Christophe Laporte is in the biggest at the start of the Ronde. Jumbo-Visma. He's finished 11th in this race, and he's one of the strongest French riders since the beginning of the season. What on earth are you doing with that moustache, mate?
You'll be glad to know I shaved it off. I lost a bet. So I had to run the tash. And I love that Dick Dastardly from the Wacky Races couldn't be any better than going into the Tour of Flanders with a Wacky Races reference. But yeah, as soon as it popped up on my screen, I saw it. I burst out laughing. I had to put my hand over my microphone.
I could hear you tittering in the background.
I thought, have a look at this idiot. And I thought, oh, that's me.
Oh dear Lord!
You'll be happy to know the cookie dust is gone.
Oh, thank goodness for that. A rogue caterpillar. So here we are. We're coming into Zelle, which tells us that we're about the halfway bridge at the moment to the first section of cobbles. A little bit more than that, to be honest, but getting on for it.
Here's your man.
Yeah, Tobias Harland Johannesson. He's described in hushed terms in Norway as the Norwegian Alaphilippe. And I'd like to believe them, quite frankly. He's quite a focused character. He's known to have a few views, which he's happy to air, and it rubs some people up the wrong way on occasion. But I absolutely love him. I think if you're going to have somebody who's got a bit of self-belief, and quite often if you're a youngster and you display that, it can be, it's like, hang on a minute, who do you think you are? Well, he thinks he is Tobias Harland Johannesson, And to be honest, I think he's a very, very good prospect. Youth classification in Catalonia, where there was a lot of young riders, we remind you. He finished in 4th place. Higuita was in that group as well. There's a few other great ones as well. Yeah, he is a proper prospect. Had a bit of a rough time in the Samin, got bumped and bruised a bit. But the Etoile, he was 3rd in the GC, don't forget. Rode extremely well, and in fact took the final stage into Montbouquet. Yeah, he's somebody that I've kind of kept tabs on a little bit since the Tour de l'Avenir. And indeed before that, took a couple of stages in that terrific race. And as a youngster, I think he's certainly a prospect. Whether it'll be today is anybody's guess. He's extraordinarily long odds. And I think he would have to be in. There would have to be a certain sequence of occurrences for him to actually be up there, like bad luck for just about everybody. Here's Imanol Aviti, just cruising along with him at the moment. A man in the latter part of his years, but one of the longest seat posts in cycling. He's a tall lad, stands at 1.90 m, which in cycling terms is big. But he's evenly balanced as well and can use his power rather well. The reach between hip and knee is extremely long with this man. You know, you have different characteristics. Which means he can use his quads brilliantly, and he gets a lot of power down when he needs to be. He's in fact, last year, I think, in the Tour, he had a very good finish, didn't he? In fact, I'm just reminding myself, it was Nîmes. Much shorter day than today. Finished second behind Niels Pollitt in a 2-upper with Harry Sweeney. It was at the end of that day. Well, the end of our breakaway is going to be some time to find, quite frankly. We mentioned earlier on, Robbie, about some of the chops and changes and the fact that the Mur is no longer part of proceedings. It is sorely missed, but it takes nothing away from the drama of what we've got. And the way the course is set up, apparently it was different organising committees that caused the ruction earlier on. Whether you were from one part of Belgium or indeed another. But the loop that includes the Mur, absent from this race. A lot of people, and indeed the Mur with the Bosberg used to be a late feature, didn't it? But I still think that the Kwaremont and the Paterberg is brutal enough for this to be spectacular.
The course is definitely brutal enough, and I actually think it's more brutal than it used to be when it did have the Mur and the Bosberg. With Aviti having yet another problem here, luckily for him, very early on, still with 224 kilometres to go, so they can get everything sorted for the big Spaniard. F1 style, I love the ratchet sound when they're doing the through axles, but he's got a rattle he doesn't like the sound of, and it's at the back. Him just banging the back wheel up and down.
Yeah, new bike after all that.
They could have done this first time. That'll do. So Vicente Garcia Costa, he's the man holding the other bike. Former pro, winner of a stage in the Tour de France and the Vuelta. Hugely experienced, says just grab the other bike. We'll see what we can do with this one in the meantime. They've also got plenty of time to fix it now.
Aramburu, also part of this team. Off many people's radars, actually, a 26-year-old. But had a great Basque Country last year, and indeed this year has actually been looking quite strong. In fact, he was very strong in Milan-San Remo, to my mind. And you often think, sort of dismiss those who finish within the top 20. But don't forget, when the race is over and when it's reaching its absolute climax, Mohoric had gone off. You saw Terjes and Van der Poel just duking out for minor places. If there's a lot of sitting up, and it can be, and I think Aramburu was one of those, just sort of eased off a little bit at the end, knowing that the prize had gone, and there was others duking out for the crumbs. Someone like Aramburu, had he just raced on, I know he came home in 13th, could have been a top 5, but it just wasn't worth the candle at the very, very end. I'm talking at the absolute last breath. So, yeah, it's almost kinder to say, look, he was only, 6 seconds in arrears of the likes of those who were sitting in front of him. So, yeah, little gaps open up at the very last, and sometimes some of those minor positions can actually be an awful lot better than perhaps they look when you just look at a bald result, if you will. Let's hear from Tobias Johannesson, shall we? And maybe you'll get a window into what I've been talking about. Here he is.
Well, Tobias, how are you since Catalonia?
Yeah, I'm good. It was cold in Catalonia and it's more sun here, so yeah, I'm happy.
So 1 week ago you were extremely good in the mountain of Catalonia. Today what do you expect?
I think it's a new experience again, so but we have a strong team, so Rasmus is in good shape, and yeah, we will try to help him as much as possible, and yeah, I will for sure go all out today as well.
So for you as a teammate, or is something to try if ever the legs are there?
Yeah, for sure. I think we like to race aggressively like a team, and yeah, if the possibility opens, yeah, we will go for it for sure.
And everybody announced a really open race without Van Aert and with many aggressive favorites, if I can say. How to take advantage of this for you?
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone needs to race a bit more aggressively now, and I think it will be a fun race.
You could recover well from Catalonia?
Yeah, I've got a good week of rest, and now I'm feeling ready to race again.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
And we offer our best of luck as well. He's one of my cheeky, long outsiders, Tobias Johannesson. Rasmus Tiller is the man they're going to be working for. He's a great cobblestone talent, I think it's fair to say. He was pretty strong in the E3 as well. And I would have thought he was the man that they wanted to operate for, possibly up front. Tiller, perhaps. But yes, Johannesson. Multi-talented, I think, is the way that I'd like to describe it, Johannesson. He's on great form at the moment. He's from a mountain bike background. And it's funny how you get this bleeding of talent. For many years, we've been talking about those who've come over from cyclocross. Of course, Wout van Aert and Mathieu van der Poel being most notable. Tom Pidcock as well. And it seems that bike handling skill, if the weather is gnarly, counts for an awful lot. But also unkind surfaces. The crosses seem to go well on cobbles, be they dry or wet, when there's an incline and the heat's on. ...220 kilometres it is until we get to home. 3 minutes and 29 is the gap. Are you back with us, Robbie?
I am back with you, Carlton. I'm right here and just enjoying the build-up as we... Oh, well, here we go again. The Donkmeer. I've just been reminded by some other people, every time I say donk, they think of the big character out of Crocodile Dundee. His name was also Donk.
Yeah, know all about that. Yeah, call that a knife. This is a knife, mate. Oh gosh, just remind me of the Paul Hogan, wasn't it?
Yes.
Brilliant. Is he still with us, Paul?
He is, Paul, still with us, yeah.
Brilliant.
He's still going strong.
Good lad. Well, he was fit as a butcher's proverbial, wasn't he? 3 minutes and 32. Some of you are heading off for a brief break while those on the pedalos are doing their thing. Those with real pedals doing theirs too. Well, here we are. One of those is an Aquarama. That boat there is a Riva Aquarama. Costs about $500,000 if you'd like to buy an old one. Something that only the likes of Adam Blythe could actually afford, I'm certain. Now he stopped spending money on shirts. Adam, you with us?
I am with you. Indeed. Not on my yacht.
Oh, good lad.
Pulled myself away from that.
Yeah, well, I was thinking of Forge Dam. Yes, this is back in our Sheffield days. Meanwhile, 219. It's been relatively quiet so far, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the start is always a bit of a hectic one with this in Flanders. There's a massive fight to get in the breakaway. We heard from Matt Heyman saying they would have liked to get in the breakaway as Kel O'Brien did on Wednesday. So it's a good opportunity for those riders that do get in the breakaway to try and get to the finish. I think it was Aviti from Movistar a few years ago, I think 2018 maybe. I think he got in the top 10 after being in the breakaway all day long. So I might be wrong with that, but I'm pretty sure it was a VT. So yeah, there is a fight to get in that breakaway, and it is dangerous as well, in it. You have to stay switched on all day in this race. Belgian roads, little bumps everywhere.
That, hasn't he?
Exactly that. So yeah, it's going to be a long day for these guys. That's for sure.
Well, it most certainly is. There's a certain bravery that has to be displayed, Adam, when you go into a breakaway. It's not just drawing the short straw at breakfast. It's a bit more than that. And quite frankly, I think some get up the road and think, what on earth have I done?
Yeah, well, I don't know if you were the same, Robbie, but I got it written into my contract that I didn't have to get in breakaways and I didn't have to do any work on the front, which was a joy. I didn't have that written into a contract.
I actually got in the early break in the Tour of Flanders one year. I can't remember if it was 1997 or 1998 when I was with Rabobank.
I'm not surprised you can't remember. Crikey.
We were 180 kilometres in the break. We got caught after the first hill of the day, right before the Knokteberg, which then went straight onto the Oude Kwaremont, as the race was then, as the course ran then. So was off the front for 180, in the peloton for 3 kilometres, and then out the back of it.
Brilliant, brilliant.
It's one of those races, isn't it, where but you have this huge softening up for us, Robbie. 130 Ks, for goodness sake, before it gets really, really serious with the peaks. It's a nightmare.
Do you want to know what made it bearable? What made it all bearable by the end of the day was Rolf Sørensen, my teammate, won the race.
Brilliant, brilliant.
I think that helps you forget all pain, doesn't it? If you're a vital part of the machine, that's what it's all about. Just going to join our wider Eurosport family in a few moments. Welcome back, everybody. The wider Eurosport family are together, and we've extended our base as well. We have Adam Blythe, who has come to join us, a man who was known not to like being in a breakaway, was occasionally asked to do so, and so he makes up the fact that he may well have added something to his contract which said he didn't have to do it. Has anyone ever managed to insert something like that for real?
Not that I know of. But yeah, who knows? Maybe. I can't imagine they would. They wouldn't sign them, would they?
No, exactly not.
But it's funny we talk about it, though, Carlton, because how many riders that we do know, the likes of the GC riders, that actually might have been in a breakaway? I know Geraint Thomas last year, I remember watching the Eneco Tour. This is completely random. But he got in a breakaway, and it was like, wow, Geraint, we'd never see him in a breakaway. So although it's not written in the contract, many of the big team leaders will actually never get in a breakaway because there's no need to.
Yeah, well, I remember Arnaud Démare just throwing a wobbly after just having some terrible results last year. Just thought, right, to hell with it. If people are going to start criticising me, I'm just going to get in a breakaway all the time. Was it in the Vuelta? He was just popping off up the road, uphill, down Dale. And then at the end of the year, he got himself a final victory in, I think, his last race of the season, just to shut everybody up. But he was riding like a madman. It was team principle up the road, just didn't give a monkey's. Just decided that, right, well, I'm just going to do my own thing. And sometimes you can have almost a protest like that, Robbie, whereas you just pull the link to your car out of your ear, the earpiece out, and just do your own thing. I'm not suggesting you ever did that. But
some riders did. I didn't even take a radio with me. I didn't want to know. But otherwise, this is all going to plan at the moment. Almost looks like it's going to script. UAE for Pogacar, Alpecin for Mathieu van der Poel, Jumbo-Visma for both Benoot and Christophe Laporte, as we see the Berlare Castile.
I can tell you a bit about it, actually. It says it dates from the 18th century and was commissioned by the Aloysius van den Meersch family. And then the Lord of Berlare he was, and he spent some money building that. That didn't tell us much at all, did it?
No. But anyway, that was the Castile from Berlare. So, so we've also got an Alpecin, Quick Step Alpha Vinyl for last year's winner, Kasper Asgreen. Another problem for Ravitti. Maybe he's getting back on his race bike. Maybe the radio said, we've got it, we've sorted. There's the race number on the back of the bike. So they've sorted out whatever it was. Well, he hasn't bothered to test it. He's just taken their word for it. Instead of banging the back wheel up and down, listening for a rattle, he says, I'll just take that. Good enough for me. Here's Asgreen.
Why is Quick Step riding, though? Obviously for Asgreen, but do you think they should be?
I think why not? Give him the confidence that they believe in him. Last year's winner, he has said just 10 days ago, he said, I'm exactly where I want to be form-wise in these races. I feel like I'm on the up. So his team's showing great belief. And I guess there's some guys in that team who they're not expecting much of once they do get into the thick of things in the hills. So they're going to use them now, keep the race under control. Because if a team like Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl doesn't contribute right on the front, it can really throw the peloton into disarray, and this could end up getting out of hand. It's up there, he says, Cispenut, and that's where I'm going to be later, he thinks to himself, and I believe him.
DSM didn't make it into the break. They'll be upset. X as well. Likewise, there's a few other teams that clearly had the orders to get up there. Didn't quite happen for them. Meanwhile, as you can see, the terrain does start to roll just a little bit, and indeed will do for about the next 10 or 15 kilometres as we come away from Pan Flat Highway. Tadej Pogačar got a rude awakening at the beginning of the day. He was thinking about himself physically quite in depth. There's Trentin bringing his Brucey beard up towards the fore. A man who's not been on the best of form after suffering concussion. Was it ever something that bedeviled you, either of you guys? What you, Adam? A bang to the head. It's taken Trentin quite a long time to come back from it.
Yeah, I mean, I've never experienced that, but I can imagine. Well, obviously, it has its effects for quite a long time. Yeah, thanks, Robbie, you cheeky little monkey. Cheeky little son. But no, I
had a few.
This is one of my... I'm quite proud of this. Throughout my whole career, I only had 7 crashes.
Oh, yeah. That is lucky.
Thanks.
That's a lucky number.
Yeah. So, yeah, I avoided crashes, and touch wood, I'm touching lots of wood now, that I have never broken a bone.
Good Lord. Do you know the last man who said this was on the Tour of Langkawi. It was one of the... I'll have to remember in a moment. It was one of the real old stalwarts. He was riding for Androni at the time. And he said it's just bad bike handling skills. Anyone who takes a fall on a bike, he said, I've never fallen in my whole career. Next day, wham, out of the race. I'll try and remember who it was. But yeah, I mean, hubris, you have to be so careful, Robbie.
You do. And, well, there is a saying that goes something like, if you haven't crashed, you're not trying hard enough.
Ah, well, yeah. And
all right, Robbie, don't have a little dig. I'm still here.
Yeah, can you hear me, Adam?
Yeah. I mean, crikey. I'm just sat here right now getting abused.
No, well, I was just going to lead myself into, I've had about 3 or 4 concussions. You can hardly tell. And and I lost count of how many crashes I had. I tried. A bit too hard, maybe.
2 types of riders, those who've been down and those who are going down. And even if Adam Blythe has only been on the deck 7 times in his career, apparently, he reckons. Yeah, that's an impressive record, I must say. Robbie, a bit more, but then you're always in the hustle and bustle of the
again, Carlton. Again, we're having it again. Adam's only had 7 crashes, but Robbie, yeah, you were more up towards the front and had more crashes.
It's no disrespect, you know.
It's all right. I'm taking it. I'm just remembering all these little comments we're having.
All right. Well, they'll come back at us to haunt us.
Exactly.
What about this breakaway then? Just rolling through them now. This is Sebastian Grignard. We mentioned him a short while ago. Stanley Wolf has made the trip. So has Mani Bouwara, who was so desperate to get in the breakaway at the beginning of the day. He was in every single incarnation of the move. Was not going to miss out. This is Luca Mozzato. He of Knocker Curse fame back in his own house. But yeah, he's had some good runs on Paris-Nice as well. In fact, a couple of top 10s on stages this year, so not to be discounted. Here is Matthias Passions of the Netherlands, riding this rather spectacular Bignon Pals Sources. And the man who's decided to go for blinking technology instead of any other way of seeing down the road is Van der Horn here, the 28-year-old, who took the Primus Classic a couple of years ago on a stage on the Giro d'Italia last year. Stan de Wolf always a man who has been a regular feature of breakaways. The Boucle de l'Orne was his last year, and he was runner-up in the Tour of Wallonie. So and Paris Tour, I think he went strongly in as well as a couple of days on La Vuelta. This is a strong breakaway. In any other race, you'd be thinking, gosh, these guys could go all the way. But clearly, it's not part of the battle plan that they form, save for the fact it's giving their teammates perhaps an excuse not to push too hard. Meanwhile, a reminder of just how long-lived this race is. And here's your man, Sylvain Grisol, passed away in 1985, but well remembered here. Born in 2015, 2 years after this race began. That's history for you right there, Robbie.
Plenty of history when it comes to cycling in Belgium, and they really do love to acknowledge the great history. And along the course and in different years, they acknowledge different parts of history of the Tour of Flanders, or as you go through the different towns along the route, the most famous, or just some that just stick out for any other reason. Maybe they didn't win the race, but they rode it a lot of times, or they did heroic things in one of the world wars, but they were also a professional cyclist when that wasn't going on. All sorts of things like this, and it's really nice to see that lives on.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the roster here. It's something like 69 times the Belgians have won this race. The Brits with Tom Simpson in 1961. What a fine year for Bordeaux that was, and many other things as well. A bit thin on the ground as far as the Aussies are concerned, Robbie.
Yes, a few second places and podiums. Phil Anderson has been second. Heinrich Hausler, who is in the race today, teammate of Matej Mohoric, who's for me not even a dark horse. He is a real contender. But Heinrich Hausler's been on the podium. Yes, Stuart O'Grady's been on the podium in this race before as well.
Yeah,
but not cracked the top step.
Phil Anderson, Eddie Plancart in 1988. It was 2 years after Kelly, who was very upset whenever you mention this race. Second place on 3 occasions. Johan Lammerts, Adrie van der Poel and Claude Criquillon. I think it was the Adrie van der Poel one that Sean was most upset about, if I seem to remember, back in 86. So second on 3 occasions, 84, 86, 87. It's tantalisingly close to get that close to glory here. I know Sean, of course, has had so much success throughout an amazing career. But that one sticks in the craw for him just a little bit. Likewise, the World Championship, which came very close in Grenoble. Every time we pass by there, he always goes very quiet. You're right, Sean. I don't want to talk. Thank you.
Sounded like Elvis then, Carlton.
Yep, that's Sean's Elvis impersonation, that was.
Brilliant. I'll tell you who we've not spoke about so far is Trek Segafredo, and they have been...
Chase Benoit.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really nice. For sure, after 2 years without spectators, it's already nice to do a team presentation, so I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. Yeah.
It must be so nice with that confidence you built up last Wednesday when you were so phenomenal.
Yeah, I think I'm in pretty good shape. For sure, after my crash in Strade Bianche was a bit tricky, but now I feel I'm ready. So yeah, the legs I need to have, but the race still has to be ridden.
And still, of course, everyone looked out for Wout van Aert, your teammate, but then he's not starting. But that opened up chances for you and for Laporte, for instance. How does that feel?
Actually, I think there would be more chances for me and Christophe with Wout than without. I think it's he would take a lot of riders with him today, or a lot of riders looking at him. But in the end, yeah, it's what it is. We need to make new plans now, and we have new plans, so we made a click here.
Just give me a slight detail of that one plan that you have.
Yeah, I think first of all, the biggest difference is now we don't have to control ourselves. We can put also some responsibility with other teams, and then we shouldn't be racing much different than we did last week.
Good luck.
Yep.
There we are. The ability with so many great names to actually take some big steps forward. To my mind, it's between Thijs Benoot and Christophe Laporte, maybe Mike Teunissen involved in the mix there. But what a gift that is, Adam, to have so many great names to step into the void left by Wout van Aert.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what Tish highlighted then, saying there'd be more opportunities if Wout was here, which is really interesting. As he highlighted, I think that means that a lot of the riders would look to respond to Wout and his attacks today, and I think if these riders attack, they can't really ride off the back of Wout, if that makes sense. So if Wout attacked and everyone followed him, the likes for Tish and for Christophe Laporte, they'd be able to counter-attack that, and then who would have the legs to follow them? So it might be a harder job today for them, but also, as you said, Carlton, there is a big chance for them today, a large chance. They don't have that big leader in the race, so they have not an opportunity of a lifetime, obviously, but a great opportunity, and especially, I think, for Tish Benoot, being from Flanders, a little bit of a Flandrian, let's say, to try and win this race.
I think it puts a little bit of extra pressure on the likes of UAE Team Emirates and Alpecin Phoenix, because Quick Step, Jumbo-Visma, Ineos Grenadiers, I think they're going to be the powerhouses of today. Van der Poel and Pogacar, they are the targets, and I think it underscores exactly what you've just said, Adam, is that in the absence of Wout van Aert, it almost heaps a little bit more pressure on the likes of Van der Poel and Pogacar, but also the teammates within Jumbo-Visma, who now have to take that step forward. There's no obvious target, I think, within that team now, which is what Thijs Benoot and Adam were alluding to. Some storm clouds about. We've said goodbye to snow. It stopped a lot of teams coming out and scoping the course in the week. A lot of riders are familiar with it. Tadej Pogacar is not. He's a debutant, and he's been on the deck today. And so his team, I don't know what their secondary position would be. Matteo Trentin, perhaps, to be allowed his head. Anyone's guess. As far as Quick-Step are concerned, they're not the auto go-to, I think, for us all to think, yes, they're going to be enormous, despite the fact that they've got a defending champion in Casper Asgreen. Florian Sénéchal, Steimler, Yves Lampaert as well, Stybar. This is a very, very strong team, and they've managed to keep themselves out of the headlines almost, Robbie, and I can't understand it.
Well, keep themselves out. They've been forced out of the headlines. They're a team under pressure. There's a lot of talk in the Belgian press about their absence at the front of the races recently. Hardelbeke, Gent-Wevelgem, Dwars door Vlaanderen. They have not had a decent result yet. They've seen only Casper Asgreen able to be at the head of the race. So they're a team under pressure, and there's an expectation that they're going to pull something out of the fire here at the Ronde van Vlaanderen, because it has been subpar by the Quick-Step team so far this season. So they'll be riding around knowing that they need to get a decent result, because it's just not up to scratch for what we've been used to seeing from them over the years, and what their team manager Patrick Lefevre expects from the team, what their sponsors expect. So they're trying to take the bull by the horns today, ride at the front, support Casper Asgreen. They know he is the absolute best chance, and I think so far they're doing the right thing in putting all their eggs in the Casper Asgreen basket. But as the breakaway rides just onto a 4-minute lead with 205 kilometres to go, it's now around 40 kilometres to go to the first cobbled section of the day, and that is the Lippenhovenstraat, quickly followed after a right and a left-hand turn straight onto the Paddestraat. So it's effectively one section of cobbles that's divided by just 200 metres of concrete street. So that'll be the first appointment for the peloton on the rough roads, and the real signal that they are in fact in the Ronde van Vlaanderen.
205 kilometres remaining. Yeah, that's when the business end of the day will begin. Dan Lloyd will be dropping in as well in about 20 kilometres time, just in time to see all the spiky bits or suddenly coming to the fore. I think he planned it very well indeed. Good lad. 4 minutes and 3 is the gap now. Just wondering what would be an acceptable break maximum today. Looking at 4 minutes, also having a look through here at some of the other great and the good. This is Victor Campenaerts. I quietly, I think Campenaerts is going to go very loud today. He's got great legs, of course. His ability to hide, though, is one of the great things. If he can just hide today and leave it until the end, get his timing right, he'll do well. Just pondering those strategies that are going to start raining down upon us. A few moments ago, as some of you are just rejoining us, we saw Victor Campenaerts. Now, he's looking spectacularly strong at the moment, and indeed has been running in the last week very, very well indeed. But he needs to learn to preserve his energies, and someone who knows all about that is Adam Blythe. Adam, Victor Campenaerts, he needs to not bite too early, and then he can achieve greatness, is my view.
Yeah.
Gosh, that sounded like Bagpuss waking up.
Yeah, I just broke that bone. No, I think he doesn't want to wait too long, but he doesn't want to leave it too late either. I think Victor, if he can start quite early, I think it'll benefit him quite a lot in this race. Not too early, obviously, but I definitely think that he is a kind of rider that needs it to be hard quite early on and a reduced group. If we look at him in what he did in Dwars-door-Vlaanderen, it split quite early on, a good 60, 65 Ks to go, maybe a little bit more even. So a long way from the finish, really, and we know we've got that long 13-kilometre section of basically flat road running into the finish of today's race, 2 hard climbs before that. So I'd say that he does need to start quite early and try and get in those moves, because we know he's very powerful, we know he's great time trialling. And I think he's better at that than holding a tempo rather than responding to lots and lots of attacks. So he can't wait too long, and I'd definitely say watch for him sort of 70k to go, maybe a little bit more, 50k to go when they get onto the Paterberg. That's my view on it. Might be wrong, you might wait for as long as you can, be in such a long race. Obviously, when you get out there for a long time, it's harder as well, but Tiesj Benoot here telling us to look towards the front. Looks happy for now.
Yeah, it was either that or take the cameras off me and go and look at somebody else. Why don't you? This is the clothing dance, the Dance of the Seven Veils that is going on at the moment. We knew this would happen because of the temperature changes today. They're generating heat within their own bodies. Many keeping gloves, and the last thing that you want is that awful sight of riders just swinging the arms, trying to get some blood to the fingertips. And there's some half gloves, some open fingers here as well on display. I think they'll be the last thing to be eschewed, and maybe won't be right until the very end today. Robbie, just back to Lotto Soudal, Victor Campenaerts, but the big question mark for me as far as the team is concerned is whether Tim Wellens will be on or off. Sometimes he wasn't too hot in Dwars-door, but I just wonder whether suddenly he can find himself, because he's got that capability.
He does tend to switch on and off a little bit. I don't think even he knows when it's going to be. But I think the problem for Tim Wellens is he started the season so well. He was in really, really good form right from the get-go in January, winning races in Mallorca, down in Spain there in the south of France. And I think he may have used up the best of his condition very early on. And you come to the point where you do need a bit of a rest period to regenerate and rebuild. And then, of course, you're into Paris-Nice, Tirreno, and then the start of the Classics. And I think he's just past his use-by date as far as this part of the season goes. But he is a bit unpredictable. I think he's the sort of the joker amongst the deck of cards of Lotto Soudal. And he'll have a protected role, but he'll have to make a decision along the way of how he plays it. If he chooses to try and preserve and ride for himself, or in fact try and help Victor Campenaerts, who I think is really the obvious one to ride for at Lotto Soudal with the form that he showed last Wednesday in Dwars-door-Vlaanderen. And if Victor Campenaerts can just get a little bit of leeway, get a gap, he will be very, very hard to catch. He nearly gave them the slip last Wednesday in Waregem. So a great ride by him. Just going back to the gloves thing, I know one guy won't have gloves on, it's Heinrich Hausler. Never does. Doesn't matter the temperature, doesn't matter what the conditions. He goes out training in snowy conditions, no gloves.
Next camera shot, Heinrich Hausler with gloves on.
It's going to happen, isn't it? It's going to be there. This is Lucien van Emper. I was actually looking through to see when the last... I know we had a flurry of back-to-back winners. Tom Boonen, 05-06, Stein de Volder, 08-09, Fabian Cancellara in 13 and 14. But before that, it was Eric Lehmann back in the early 70s, and then I think it was Magny in the bridging into the 1950s. It's a difficult thing to repeat, as Mathieu van der Poel found last year. And Kasper Asgreen, I think, might find this year as well, especially because of the team that is around him, that's under so much pressure at the moment. They've almost been pressurised out of our, squeezed out of our thoughts, because it's been such a desperate season for Quick-Step, a team that's used to phenomenal runs of success. Let's see. Alexander Kristoff's here for Intermarché Wanty as well. Kristoff, a man who's had victory here, 2015, spectacularly so, on a difficult day against Nicky Terpstra and Greg van Avermaet, who was in his pomp at the time. It's so difficult to predict, quite frankly. And everyone is falling in behind Tadej Pogačar because we're used to seeing his level of success. Robbie, I think it's going to be difficult for Tadej Pogačar today. He's been off the bike. It's his debut in this race. I know he's on a learning curve. Been at the Trois d'Or, but it's a big ask for him to... mind you, he's used to producing those big moments, isn't he, whenever we think otherwise?
He's used to performing under pressure, and although it is a big ask, I agree with you on that, it's a big ask. But if anybody can do it, and on debut, it's Tadej Pogačar, just to see what the effects are of that little touchdown very early on. And if he can stick with the likes of this man, Mathieu van der Poel, who has, after, well, a late start to his season due to a couple of injuries, he had a little operation on his knee at the end of last year, on no racing, came into Milano San Remo and was ripping the race to pieces and went very, very close to winning the whole thing. And then he's come out, he won a stage in the Coppi Bartali. He then came out and won Dwars door Vlaanderen on Wednesday. So without Wout van Aert in the race, Mathieu van der Poel has assumed absolute favouritism for today's race. He's another man, like Pogačar, used to racing with the pressure and coming up with the goods.
Adam, a man who's very much off the radar at the moment, I don't know why, in a lot of predictions, and then others think, yep, he's the man. And I think that serves him well, that sort of lack of out-and-out status, but still very much up there. Tom Pidcock, he spoke at the top of the day and was basically just looked incredibly relaxed. And I thought that is a gift almost, to have that lack of pressure in a great team with, I think, with a lot of strength right across the board, with Ben Turner, his fellow Brit within the squad, of course, and Dylan van Baarle as well. Great deal of experience here. I think he's got a good chance.
Yeah, of course he's got a good chance. I think as well with Tom, the more racing he does, the better he gets. A little bit like when he was doing the cyclocross season. He'd do one race after being away for a training block. I'd say that he was, I'm going to say, rusty. It's not the right term to use. He was probably third instead of first. But then his second race, back after doing one race, he'd probably win. So I think since Ghent-Wevelgem, he didn't have the best result there for his own expectations. And then Dwars door with a third place. And I think today it's a very long race, so I think that might favour Tom a little bit. He does long miles, so I think he will definitely be good today. That's for sure. They're obviously missing Luke Rowe from that team, a man that has got the road captain and can position him so well, knows the roads inside and out now. So that'll be a little bit of a miss for him. They've got quite a young team in here. But yeah, he's definitely one to watch today. Also, the man that was next to Van der Poel a minute ago, who I don't think we've really touched on, but they've been riding incredibly well throughout this whole Classics campaign and very well as a team, is Trek Segafredo. They've done so good this year, and I think Mads Pedersen can probably get up there. He'll definitely be up there today, but I think he's sort of a guy that we forgot. But if you remember Ghent-Wevelgem, he was in that group of 5 over the top where Wout van Aert split it. So they ride well as a team today. They're not on the front as well. They're saving all the riders as much as they can, so I think they'll be an interesting one to look for today. Yeah,
it's like an old pitchfork, isn't it? 2 prongs to it. Mads Pedersen and Jesper Stuyven for Trek Segafredo. It could be a great day for Denmark. Don't be surprised if Askren, Pedersen are up there. The Danes had a fabulous run, didn't they, over the last couple of years? It seems to have gone just a little bit quiet, but that can change at any moment. I'm going to be having a brief look at Taco van der Hoorn in a few moments' time from Intermarché Wanty Gilbert Martyrieu, one of the longest names in cycling at the moment. And looking through this group, as you can see, tongues into the wind, just tasting the scent of it, but that's what snakes do, so you never know. They could be about to sting. It's UAE Team Emirates with Tadej Pogačar, who's taken a tumble, Matteo Trentin, who we're worried about, but he's been doing plenty of turns, just buying the right to fight a little bit later on for his team. There is Tadej Pogačar. Doesn't look to be as fluid as he is, but occasionally he's got a bit of a stampy style. It's not the smoothest souplesse on the bike, I think it's fair to say, but it serves him well. There is, you just saw Trentin just popping into the interview, still very much with his full warm weather or cold weather setup on. Looks very much wrapped up with his full jacket. I noticed he's got an aero helmet on as well. It's probably that lack of vents is keeping his head just a little bit warmer than it might. No wind to speak of as this old pump mill here. Not exactly doing its thing at the moment, and some Ukrainian flags being displayed upon the top in solidarity with that troubled place. 4 minutes and 11 is the gap. 196 kilometres of the day remaining. We're approaching cobbles, which means that Dan Lloyd will be joining us in a short while. He'll be in the commentary position in about 10 k's, I reckon. Meanwhile,
he's getting ready. He's just doing his stretching next to me at the minute.
Is he? Bless
Warming
him.
up.
I know what that means.
Well, I'm warming up my lasagna, so I'm gone in about 6k to go and have some dinner.
Oh, lucky man. Robbie, your thoughts on the day so far? It's exactly what you predicted?
If there was a script, this is it.
Yeah.
It's pretty much going to the way that everybody would have expected it to. So we take a look at Tackle van der Hoorn. He's the man in the break for the Intermarché Wanty group. This is Alexander Christoph in the picture-in-picture, former winner of the race and his teammate, 28-year-old Dutchman, Tackle van der Hoorn. 6 pro wins, and he is an absolute breakaway specialist, and in his 4th Tour of Flanders start, I still think, even though they've only got about 4.5 minutes lead, he will go a very long way in this race. They can get to the hill zone with a bit of a lead. He'll hang in there for a long, long time.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of selection from the smorgasbord that is our breakaway. I think we mentioned him earlier on as having some very good results, not least, of course, taking that stage on the Giro d'Italia last year. Some of you are going to take yourselves a commercial break. These guys are still just settling themselves in. Getting your feed right on such a long, long day as this, Robbie, is absolutely vital.
It is. It starts already a couple of days before, and then, of course, the morning of. A big breakfast, but you also don't want to have one so large that your belly's hanging on your top tube. You have to ride with your legs splayed out to get around your gut. But taking plenty on board and just nibbling away all day long. So this first really 130 kilometres or so is all about nutrition, hydration, staying relaxed, saving energy, and then it really begins in the hill zone. And then you've got to take every opportunity you get between the bergs here in the Flemish Ardennes to keep that nutrition up. So it's easy to forget to eat and drink properly in a race like this. When the action really starts, you've cobble section, another hill, twisting, winding roads, people attacking. It's very easy to get wound up in the race and not find the time to look after yourself properly. So there we go, someone in the background having a drink. Good to see. The race winds on. 4:13, the gap with 194 kilometres to go, and Tim de Klerking.
Well, it's chance for Roy McEwen to go and get himself some lasagna. Beef or lamb? What are you going for? It's got to be lamb if it's down under with you guys, surely.
No, I had lamb yesterday, so today is a beef lasagna. It was actually made by my lovely mother. So thanks, Mum. Love you lots. Thanks for the lasagna. Feeding me the kids, because my wife's away at the moment in Belgium, so kids are looking after me and also my mum.
Well, it looks like you've got the full team around you. Away you go.
Yeah. You need a good team. You need to be prepared to crash sometimes.
Schmakelijk, jongen. That's enough.
So I'm 193 kilometres to go. I'm off. I'm going to be back later. Todd Sims.
Todd Sims, indeed.
I'll see you in the Berg Zone.
Yeah.
Cheers, Robbie. We'll have Dan Lloyd joining us in a short while. Oh, well, if it's been a phony war, you can see that the demeanour of everything has just changed. Pace has just risen ever so slightly. They're chomping at the bit, Adam, and no surprise.
They are indeed. It's time now. We've seen the riders taking the leg warmers off, just stripping down, getting rid of a few layers. The sun is peeking out, and as Robbie said before, or it was you, Colton, I can't remember, but maximum of 8 degrees today, and they're not going to get any warmer, really. The sun will get a little bit higher in the sky, but yeah, just now's a perfect chance to get rid of those clothes. As you said, the first cobble section coming up in not too long, 168k to go. The Lippenhovenstraat.
Yeah, and I guess really, apart from anything else, it's one of those moments where you're just going to, where the focus on the day suddenly gets very, very loud. You realise the first taste of what you've got to deal with. We will today have just pure flat cobble sections. We're going to have 7 of those. But let's remind ourselves, Adam, that plenty of the climbs feature cobbles as well.
They do indeed. Majority of the climbs feature cobbles, but I think it's always with this race, the positioning is key to this race. But as we saw last year, that final attack that went with Asgreen, Wout van Aert in there, he was eventually dropped, but that was on a flat road. It wasn't on a flat road, but it wasn't on a cobbled climb. So the cobble climbs are massively important to hurt the legs of other riders. Positioning, obviously, but through that, the hurt of obviously the cobble climbs opens up doors for attacks after it. Arguably, probably, maybe harder. I don't know if it's fair to say that or not, but over the top of the climbs, if you're not in a position, you have to do a lot of chasing to get back on sometimes, hold the wheel in front of you. It can be a lot more difficult sometimes than the actual cobble climb itself.
Well, we're just going to welcome back our wider Eurosport family, and then we will be joined by Dan Lloyd as well. Sharp shadows here today. I think the blessing is that there is very little wind. There's some just to trouble. There's flags upon their staffs, as you can see. You see it reflected in the top of the trees as well. But I don't think crosswinds are going to be an issue, even when the pace really does pick up. You never know. Welcome back, everybody. As we all come together with 192 kilometres to go. Robin McEwen has just been off to get himself his beef lasagna. He's told us his mum's been cooking for him. I don't know why he can't do it himself, but anyway, he's a top table man. So is Dan Lloyd, who joins us now. Dan, it's been a little bit quiet so far, I think it's fair to say. It took a while for this breakaway to be fully established. It didn't look like the biggest of battles to get it into its current formation. But with a gap of 4 minutes and 15, you feel like the action is just about to kick off. And with that first pavé sector, which you join us for, it suddenly gets the focus going, doesn't it?
It will do, yes, very much so. I thought it might take a little bit longer, actually, for the breakaway to form at the start of today. We've seen it with so many races, haven't we, where you can get really deep into the finale if you get into the early breakaway. So more and more teams are starting to try and place riders into that. And I thought particularly today, because I wasn't sure which team was going to take up the responsibility of chasing behind. It looks as though a few teams have got together and said, look, we want to get on the front fairly early on today. No arguments about who's going to take that responsibility. We'll share the workload. And they've kept the gap pretty small. Last night I was looking back to last year's Tour of Flanders, and they got about 13 minutes, I think, at a maximum, the early breakaway, and therefore got reasonably deep into the race. 4 minutes and 16 seconds. They're not going to be very pleased up the road with the amount of leeway that they've been given, I don't think. And I'm not entirely sure why they decided to peg them at such a small time gap, but it does give very little chance for the riders up the road.
A lot of work has been done by Alpecin-Phoenix as well to keep this in order. I guess living up to favourite status for Mathieu van der Poel. In the absence, we've been talking about it a lot, Dan, in the first part of the show. In the absence of Wout van Aert, I guess pressure, you might say, is more upon Mathieu van der Poel. Does it diminish his threat or magnify it, do you think?
I don't think it makes any difference, personally. I mean, Van der Poel is a man used to having quite a lot of pressure on his shoulders at pretty much every single race that he does, summer, winter, spring, wherever it might be in the season, because he's just such a phenomenal talent. And it doesn't seem to weigh on him, a bit like Pogacar, it doesn't seem to weigh on him, the pressure that he's under. He just enjoys riding his bike, and he enjoys racing it even more. And that's what's brilliant for us as fans, isn't it? They just want to go out and race. And on that subject of Pogacar, just brilliant, really, that he's decided to take this race on. Very rarely do we see Grand Tour winners, and particularly Tour de France winners, take on the Tour of Flanders. But also kudos to his team, UAE Emirates, for allowing him to come here and tackle this race, because it is slightly more dangerous than your average one-day race, I would say, with the battle for position, etc. Just brilliant to see him here.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, the pressure is on Matteo Trentin, I think, to look after him, quite frankly, in this race. Coming back from concussion, as we've already mentioned, that's a big job that he's got if he's going to guide Tadej Pogačar to some kind of glory here. I wonder whether it'll be a free hand for Trentin if Pogačar suddenly realises that this is not going to be his day. He looked okay in Dwar d'Or, in the top 10, for goodness sake. You know, you can't besmirch that, can you?
No, and I loved seeing that as well, because you'd often see that if there's a rider who's got that pedigree and that number of wins in huge races under their belt, that when the wind goes out the window, they just think, well, I'll save myself for another day. But he didn't. He just carried on trying to catch that breakaway out front at Dwars-door-Vlaanderen, never gave up, got himself a top 10. And as he said post-race, learnt a lot from that day. And I think his advantage today could be if the race opens up early, and I would not be at all surprised to see 1 or 2 or 3 of the teams wanting to make the race hard early on. The advantage that he has from that is that knowledge of the roads, which he doesn't have a great deal of, and positioning doesn't become quite as important, because if it opens up really early and the group is small at quite an early stage of this race, those lead-ins to the crucial sectors are not quite as hard, because you're not fighting with as many riders to get into them in the best places at the front of the peloton. So I think he'll be hoping for that, and he likes to race in that way anyway. So expect to see, well, what we've seen over the last couple of years, really, that the race opens up a little bit earlier than we've seen previously.
Alan, we've often seen as well, the sectors themselves, it's often the race to those sectors rather than actually being in the main body of them that's the issue. We've seen some squeezes today. There'll be plenty of those as well, as riders want to get into a position where they're not trapped behind others who are getting themselves into problems. So we get races to the obstacles as well as on the obstacles themselves.
Yeah, that can be one of the hardest parts. Normally the early sort of stages on the early climbs as well, in the cobbled sections, you want to be towards the front, not on the front, but sort of in that top 20, 30 position where you're just out of trouble, really, and just in case anything happens in front, you might be able to respond to it. You're in a good place to respond to it, but those sprints into the climbs and the cobbled sections are very, very dangerous indeed. They can take a lot out of you, and it's, I think in one of your documentaries, Dan, that you just did about Flanders recently, that you don't need a lot of luck to win Flanders, but you don't need bad luck to win it. And I think that is, you know, bad luck being out of position. You make your own luck, obviously, but bad luck as well. You can, you know, try as hard as you can to be at the front, and then 20 or 30 riders come round you. And as Dan said as well a minute ago, that if you don't know the roads, these things can make a massive difference if you're not in the right position, as we saw Pogačar do in Dwars d'Or. He was just a little bit too far back and missed that group. So yeah, it's a very, very difficult race, and it starts as soon as you get onto the first cobble section. It's full gas all day, and you can't afford to relax almost.
I think once we get beyond the first couple of pavés, we have a respite, if you will. In fact, the first of them is going to be coming up in about 20 kilometres time, 19 in fact. So I'm just about to take a bow. And then once we start climbing, I don't think there's a point of the race really once we get to the Achterberg, where I don't think the gap is ever more than 14 kilometres between indeed those tests, those climbs and pavé sectors. So there's very little time to make amends for bad positioning, Dan.
Not really, no, you're right though. There's those 14 kilometres between, well, let's say the start of the Canarieberg, which is one of the tarmac climbs, and the start for the second time of the Oude Kwaremont and the first time of the Paterberg. So I think you'll have a couple of sections of this race. There'll be a first point when we go over a whole heap of climbs before that 14-kilometre break, if you want to call it that, where we'll see a lot of riders off the back. We'll see a few attacks of riders trying to get themselves some distance up the road. And in that period, it can be dangerous, because if riders attack in that 14 kilometres, everybody else looks at each other, they can get quite a significant gap.
Pace maintained here. We're going to hear from Tadej Pogačar in a few moments' time. This is before we got ourselves off and underway today. He indeed did come off the bike, if you're only just joining us. It was a big pinch point and a reminder just how difficult this day can be at any time, quite frankly. We went from about 10 or 12 wide as a very compact and compact group of riders, the peloton, as it was, and we were squeezed into a space that really couldn't accommodate more than 3, maximum 4 wide. Touch of wheels, down he went, and he spent a while just checking himself over physically, just wondering to himself whether he was in the right place. He's back in, he's with his team, looks happy enough. There's been a few punctures here, nothing really too much more to worry about, as Towser wants to have a few checks run over the back of his bike. Not happy with that passage of a chain, just for the time being. Here's Tadej Pogačar. I'm going to take myself a bow, so we'll hear from Tadej, and then it will be Dan and Adam with you for a while.
Yeah. So welcome to the holy mass of cycling, right? This is it. How does that feel?
It feels great. It's amazing atmosphere, and I really enjoy.
So everyone thinks of dreaming the Tour de France, but did you also dream one day of winning the Tour of Flanders, the biggest race probably on one-day races?
No, I did not, but now times changes, and I wish to be fighting in this race for next years.
And how did last Wednesday help you in terms of experience riding the cobblestones, riding against these one-day specialists?
Yeah, it gave me motivation on Wednesday. I saw that I can do it, and today is the true test.
And how does the not starting at Wout van Aert change tactics then for everyone, you think?
It doesn't change tactics at all, but it's one of the best favorite. I think he was the best favorite in the race. He don't start, but the tactics don't change for us. So I think it's gonna be still pretty hard race.
It's still pretty hard race, but when do you think will it open up this race? At what point?
Oh, I don't know. I think pretty early. If you look the other races now, I think it's gonna be pretty early.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Maybe he'll light it up over the Lippenhoverstraat then, which comes with 169 kilometres to go. So not too far until we'll get to our first of 7 cobbled stretches today. Those are the flatter ones. In total, we've got 18 climbs littered across this course, all, of course, in the last 2/3 of this race. Pogačar there, Adam, saying that he expects it to open up early.
I do as well. Great minds think alike, obviously. But no, I do as well. I think, as he said, I think he said it in Dwanstra as well, there's a little bit more of a, I'm not going to say tradition, but the races seem to be opening up very early on and making it harder for riders. And we're seeing those groups, as you mentioned, Dan, splitting up, and for the likes of Pogačar, that's going to make his life a lot easier, I think. So it's just which team does that, which rider does that, because obviously the earlier you start, the more commitment you have to make to that. So if you've got a strong team around you, we'll have to see how Trentin gets alongside Pogačar today.
Yeah, Trentin in the media for this team, UAE Emirates, saying the other day that he would be Pogačar's guide around Flanders for today.
It's not a bad guide, is it, really?
No, he's got a lot of experience, and that can be very helpful, of course, in a race like today, whether that's with the riders that you have here on the road or in the sports directors in the team cars behind. And on that subject, actually, Total Energies have the most experience on the actual road. 51 starts at the Ronde van Vlaanderen between the 7 riders taking part in this race. It's another French team, AG2R, who've got the second most at 46. That said, we have seen a lot of riders doing well on their debuts at big races over the last couple of years. So I think things have changed ever so slightly. And in fact, talking to Andreas Clear, sports director at EF Education Easy Post, he said exactly that things have changed over the last few years, and that local knowledge not quite as important as it used to be, but it can still help. And I think that early crash for Pogačar is a prime example, really, because we saw a number of experienced riders towards the front who wanted the break to get a bigger gap. So Tim de Klerk amongst them, sprinting into a small road that he knew was coming up in order to try and block the road and allow that break to get a bigger gap to stop the attacks coming from the main bunch. That sprint continued behind him, and because it was going from 10 riders wide to around 4 riders wide, we had that concertina effect that we talk about so often, Adam, and Pogačar on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, it does happen, and luckily for Pogačar in that instance, he he was all right. I remember in this race in 2013, Tom Boonen came a cropper in roughly not the same spot, but early on in the race, and he broke his collarbone. That was his hopes for this race finish, but also for Paris-Roubaix as well. So for the likes of Pogacar, you know, it's not just the next couple of races that you might have to miss during the season, it's the preparation for the Tour de France as well. So it is a big risk coming into this race for him, and I'm just, like you said, I'm happy that he's doing it, because it's brilliant to see. You know, when you look at the best of the best of the best, and we always get them at the Worlds where they all come together and I'm like, right then, this is going to be a cracker. But it's becoming more often now in these kind of races where you get all the big names coming into it. You get the Tour de France GC riders coming into it as well, which I think is just brilliant.
Lovely to see,
yeah,
isn't it? No Alaphilippe here, of course, for Quick Step Alpha Vinyl. Those of you who heard our commentary, myself and Adam from Dwars-Dorf-Vlaanderen on Wednesday, would have heard us talking about the speculation that he might start today. He was out on a recon trip with his team Quick Step Alpha Vinyl, just ahead, I think it was, of Dwars-Dorf-Vlaanderen. But he's starting the Basque Country tomorrow. You can catch that, of course, on GCN and Eurosport. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on there in his resumption of competition after Tirreno Adriatico. Of course, couldn't do Milano Sanremo this season, which was a big disappointment for him. But we'll see plenty more of him over the next couple of weeks, because the Ardennes Classics are coming up as well. And one of them, Amstel Gold Race, if you want to call it an Ardennes Classic, is a little bit earlier this year. French elections have meant that Paris-Roubaix cannot take place on the normal Sunday, so it's next Sunday that we've got Amstel Gold, and we're going to have to wait 2 weeks until we get to the Hell of the North, Paris-Roubaix. Well, 181 kilometres to go. They've not even quite done 100 kilometres of racing so far today. 4 minutes and 1 second, the time gap. What do you make of the way that they've pegged this time gap today, Adam? Because, as I mentioned before, last year, and this was not unique to last year, the front group got a gap of over 10 minutes to the rest of the race behind. It seems as though there's some sort of intent from the riders chasing that they don't want to let that gap go too high today. No, they don't want to let it go, and they do not at all want 9 riders to go up the road. 9 riders is a lot of riders and a lot of firepower up at the front. They'll be taking it easy at the minute in that breakaway. There's no rush for them. They're dictating this peloton speed, so they'll go as easy as they can, which will benefit them in the long run, so they can go harder, so they'll have more in the tank towards the finish. But yeah, I think it just shows the intent from these riders that they want, the teams that are riding on the front, they want to make it hard. They don't want to get it too far up the road, and they want to open the race up earlier. So it is going to be exciting. It's just which team goes first and when. Yeah, and I guess it might negate that problem that we see so often, where the big favourites go on the attack reasonably early on in the race, or once we get to the harder part later on, and they catch the early breakaway, and sometimes it can alter the way things are ridden, can't it? Because obviously the riders that have been in the breakaway are saying, well, we're tired, we've been out here all day, we're just going to sit on the back as long as we possibly can. And the whole momentum of that counter-attack from the big favourites behind can go out of the attack that they've just made. So I guess with the situation that they're in, 4 minutes and 5 seconds, and you would imagine that will come down even further as they get towards the Lippenhoverstraat, because whilst it's still a long way to go, there will still be a fight to get towards the front positions for that. So you can imagine it coming down by a minute, just with the natural pace that's set into these opening cobbled stretches. Yeah, 100%. It's just interesting in that breakaway. I wonder if they register that and say, look, let's just keep it calm, there's no rush. I think Kell O'Brien from Bike Exchange was a great example of that in Dwars-Dorf, where he managed to get sixth place I think it was, after being in that early breakaway all day. And the man that I mentioned earlier, Aviti, he was in that early break and he managed to get 7th in this race back in 2016 from the early breakaway as well. So if you have got diamonds in the legs, then it is possible to get a result. If you are in that early breakaway, you just need, great legs. Nice time to say that, as we saw Bling. Exactly, beautiful. Just on our TV shots a few moments ago, riding for Team Bike Exchange, of course, who've got an entire team of Australians and New Zealanders. Alex Edmondson, Dion Smith, Luke Durbridge, who I've always thought should be able to do a very good ride in these sorts of races. Campbell Stewart, Sam Bewley, and the man that Adam was just mentioning, Kelland O'Brien. If you're just joining us, we have got this group of riders up the road. Didn't take too long before they established a lead over the main peloton behind, but as you can see, that lead is not particularly big right now. The rider from AG2R just hitting the front of the group right now is Standerwell. Very strong rider, 24 years of age, from Belgium. Another very strong rider, as many of you will know, is Taco van der Hoorn. He's in the white, dark blue and fluorescent yellow here at the back for Intermarché Wanty-Gobert. The Italian Manuele Boraro is here for Astana in turquoise blue there. We've got Tom Bowley from Team Cofidis, second in line of this group at the moment. Max Canter from the Movistar team, or have I got that wrong actually? I think I marked that down wrong on my start sheet. Matthijs Paschkens, if the Bingo squad, also in the fluorescent yellow. He's been a part of more early breakaways than I care to remember over the past couple of weeks. Very strong rider and seems to be able to manage to seek out the right moves at the start of the day. Luca Mozzato of B&B Hotels is there as well. And finally, Lindsay de Wilde of Sport Vlaanderen Baloise. So we now have exactly 9 kilometres to go until we'll reach the Lippenhovenstraat. 1.2 kilometres the length of that. Goes straight onto the Paddestraat soon after. Problem for Arkea Samsic. If you've been away, welcome back. Small problem here for Amaury Capio, Team Arkea Samsic. Front wheel change. No drill though.
No drill, no. It's not the fastest of changes, but yeah. Steady away. There's plenty of time to get back on. He's still got his buff on. He's still got his leg warmers on his overshoes. That would have been a prime time to get rid of that as he was changing the wheel while you can. He's obviously got to get back on, and then take all this stuff off now as well.
Well, that's a good question. At what point in this race is the ideal time to get race ready? Take off your big jackets, the buffs that you were just talking about, the overshoes, the leg warmers. It's not easy when you're riding along anyway, but particularly on these roads.
I don't think you want to leave it too long because then you're ultimately going to have to take it off. I think if you remember Strade Bianche, I think it was, Greg Van Avermaet finishing one year with one leg warmer on still. So he just didn't. He got one leg warmer
I don't remember
off.
that. I remember Mike Woods at Liège-Bastogne-Liège came close to winning that race with one leg warmer on.
So it's that. How long do you leave it? And then the time that you choose to do that, then something might happen. I think like, I can't do this now because I haven't got time to do it. So if you're comfortable with your leg warmers, your arm warmers, whatever it might be, but I'd say you want to do it sooner rather than later. There's no actual time where you say, right, I need to take this off. But the longer you leave it, the thicker the action is going to come and the less time you're going to have to do that. So I'd have probably started in shorts and short sleeves today.
Well, I was about to say, I can't imagine how devastated you would have been if there was any picture evidence of you in a race with one leg warmer on.
Oh, devoed. Absolutely devoed.
Yeah.
Would have been awful.
Well, still the same 4 teams working on the front. They've got themselves very organised for the Ronde van Vlaanderen today. Alpecin-Fenix at the very front, just behind them in similar colours. Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl. UAE Team Emirates working for Pogacar, of course. And interesting that Jumbo-Visma are still contributing to the front and the workload because Wout van Aert is not here. So you can imagine that they might have said to the others, look, we're no longer the big favourites for this race, despite the presence of Christophe Laporte and Mike Teunissen, but also, of course, Tiesj Benoot, one of the big favourites for that team today. But you wouldn't have any of them, I don't think, as the big favourites now in the absence of Van Aert. How do you think things will change for that team today, Adam? Obviously, it's a big loss not to have the Belgian champion in their ranks, but how will it change things for Christophe Laporte and for Tiesj Benoot? Because I think a lot of what's happened in the big classic so far on the cobbles, the way it's been ridden has been because of the presence of Van Aert, and being a leader is very different. It's a bit like being a sprinter versus a lead-out rider, isn't it?
I think it's just he would open up the attack for Van Aert, so he'd sort of set that tempo, really hard tempo, then Van Aert would come round him and set an even harder tempo, and Laporte would be able to hang on to that almost. So maybe it changed in terms of he has to make that attack now if he wants to attack. He's not making it for someone else, and ultimately if he made that attack and he absolutely blew his lights out and Wout van Aert was able to keep on going, absolutely brilliant. So there's almost no judgment with what he was doing, he just had to make it hard, whereas now he needs to judge it and be able to respond to other riders, when Wout was there he didn't necessarily have to do that, he didn't have the pressure of having to do that.
So yeah, I still think he'll ride an attacking race, and I still think he'll probably have a few more eyes on him than he would have done before, really, because it's the other riders would have looked and say, OK, he's attacking, Wout's going to go. Now it's like he's attacking, and that's it, he's attacking.
Well, we heard the chants from his fan club, and now we're about to hear from the man himself. Here's Stefan Kung talking to us from the start line this morning.
So, Stefan, first of all, how thrilled are you being on that podium today here at the start of the Tour of Flanders and being in such a great shape?
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, I for sure never felt that good before Tour of Flanders, and I'm confident for today. For sure it will be a hard battle as always, but yeah, it's going to be a good day.
You never felt that good. Did you really say that? Because that's promising.
Yeah, I mean, the other years when I was here, I was always saying, yeah, we'll see. But inside myself, I kind of was more anxious, and now I'm just really looking forward to this race.
If you look back to last Wednesday, for instance, you looked so strong and confident. Does that bring something extra as well with that great form?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we always say it's a build-up to the Tour of Flanders. For sure, the other 3 races are already very hard and demanding, but today is really the big one, and so, yeah, I really got this confidence. I know that I can follow everyone, or maybe except Wout van Aert, but he's not here. So, yeah. But then everything has to play out in your favors to be there in the final and being able to play your card.
Looks like you're without worries then, but just name 1 or 2 things you might be worried about. I'll name one. Mathieu van der Poel, for instance.
Yeah, sure. I mean, maybe if it's going to be a sprint of a group of 15 guys, I don't think, or then it's going to be really difficult for myself. And for sure, you can always be taken out in a crash or have a puncture in a bad moment, but you don't have to think about that. You have to think about your race, your optimal race, and if this happens, then everything is possible.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
And there is a lot that is possible for Groupama FDJ today, because Stefan Kung is not the only strong rider within their lineup. He will be the out-and-out lead, you'd imagine, for them. But we saw just over a week ago at the E3 Saxo Bank Classic, Adam, the young Frenchman Valentin Madouas do a phenomenal ride there.
Yeah.
I mean, we know how versatile he is. He seems to be able to be up there on all types of terrain. I wasn't expecting him to be quite as good as he was on that Classic.
No, I wasn't either. I don't know about anyone else, but no, I definitely wasn't expecting him to be that good. So Stefan Kung, as you said, I think he will be the out-and-out leader. And just having that little bit of a backup from a teammate is always nice to have, even though they might not be able to help in terms of going on the attack or something like that. But just being there and having a teammate around you is always a nice thing to see. You've got a bit of backup. So, yeah, there will be one to watch. And it's a nice surprise when we see riders like Madouas coming through as we did.
And beyond that, they've also got Kevin Genietz, the Tour Luxembourg rider. Louis Askew, who's performed so well so far this season as well for that team. Olivier Legac, we've seen him up there, haven't we, at Gent-Wevelgem just a week ago. Fabien Linard and Tobias Ludvigsen, who was one of the riders that unfortunately crashed in the week at Dwars-door-Vlaanderen.
I think I've just seen Hausler with gloves on.
No.
Oh dear, sorry Robbie if you're listening. You can see though the composition of the peloton's changed. It's got a lot tighter, hasn't it? Just approaching this next cobble section, 4k to go before it, and it's just got a little bit more compact towards the front. A lot of riders wanting to be at the front. The first cobbled section of the day coming up. Flat, but as we spoke about, positioning is key. I'll tell you what's throwing me is these Jumbo-Visma riders with the new black helmets on. You know, when you look at
off guard, is it?
A little bit, yeah, because when you look at riders, you notice a helmet really quickly, and just for the simple change of a different style of helmet, I'm like, who's that? Oh, it's him. Oh, who's that? Oh, it's him. I wonder if the riders are getting that too when they look over the shoulder. I guess they have to look at the back of the helmet, not over the shoulder.
Well, they have had their names on their helmets, haven't they?
Not anymore, yeah, that's what I relied on.
Trying to confuse us exactly. As commentators, yes.
There is Hausler in the middle of our screen. We just couldn't see if he had gloves on or not.
Nice to see also at the front Julien Vermont riding for Alpecin Fenix. Didn't see too much of him, of course, last year, but he's been one of the riders controlling the main peloton. So we are not far away from one of the first, or the first, cobbled part of today's race. Probably won't be hugely important in the greater scheme of things, of course. We're still over 100 miles or 169 kilometres to go. They go straight from the Lippenhoverstraat, which is 1.2 k's long, take a right-hand turn at the end of it, then a left-hand turn onto the Paderstraat, which in this direction is predominantly downhill. Longer one, that one, though, 2.4 k's, but it's a long way from there until the next part that's important, which is the Oude Kwaremond, Adam. It's around about, I guess once they get off the Paderstraat, it's around 28 kilometres between that cobbled section and the start of the Oude Kwaremond. That's going to be a particularly dangerous point of the race, though, isn't it? Because it's a huge, wide main road that goes from Oudenaarde. So we just see problems here for Christopher Halverson, sprinter from Uno X. A huge main road that takes into Kluisberg and then up the Oude Kwaremond. That's going to be a massive sprint at that point.
Yeah, that first run into the Kwaremond, the Oude Kwaremond, is particularly dangerous as well. You said down a massive, big, wide road into it, and there's always a crash going into that corner, isn't there? The left-hander where they turn onto the small road just before they turn onto the actual climb of the Oude Kwaremond, and it's sort of that point in the race there where you say, right, now it's started, now we're on it, now we're going. That's when the legs for a lot of riders, they start to feel it a little bit more. You might get riders doing the jobs throughout the day, as we've seen, taking leg warmers back to the car, getting drinks, etc, 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 moving the team leaders up in position. That's when you start to see a few little riders just drifting towards the back, a little tired legs start to kick in, I think.
And so often we don't see those small efforts that lots and lots of riders in the main peloton have to make, particularly if you are a domestique. There are lots of jobs that you have to do throughout the day, as Adam has just been describing, and it can take it out of you. You might be able to sit behind a team car or potentially even other riders doing the same thing to get back onto the main peloton, but once you're there, you've still got to make your way up the side of it, give the bottles out or take the clothes back, etc. So lots and lots that we do not see from our television pictures.
I did that once for Peter Sagan when he was the world champion and he won. I remember he had a flat tyre and I got him back on just at the bottom of the Eichenberg, I think it was, and he flew up it after me, and it's like reverse lights came on. It was like boo, 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 and it was such a long way to go, but it was just like the effort I had to make to catch a peloton up going into a cobbled section.
Yeah.
Oh, I was booted out the back almost. He won though.
Well, yeah, nice to be able to do a job like that for somebody of his stature, isn't it?
Made all the difference, I think.
Still not a big gap, is it? 4 minutes and 24 seconds. I have to say, I was expecting a much bigger gap allowed to the front of the race, to the main peloton behind, but they've clearly got other thoughts on that today.
This will make it a lot more dangerous as well, because the riders, with the pace not being high to bring the breakaway back, it's been quite steady so far. So the riders will stay a little bit fresher. They won't have to pedal as hard, even though they are in the peloton. So with that moving into the climbs, going into the climbs in the cobbled section, you'll have a lot more fresher legs in the peloton, which are able to move up, which will ultimately make it a little bit more dangerous as well. Well, that was a death stare, wasn't it?
Yep, Narvaez there for the Ineos Grenadiers. Here's Victor Campenaerts. Be very interesting to see how he plays things today. Hugely strong, wasn't he, at Dwars-door-Vlaanderen on Wednesday? And we learnt after the race, text from your friend Adam, that I think it was a 58 tooth chainring that I heard that he had on in the end, but still much bigger than your average 53 tooth big chainring. He'd gone into that race thinking that he had a decent chance of winning, and looking at the way he raced it, he didn't quite go his way towards the end, but he clearly put a lot of thought into how he was going to tackle it, and indeed what equipment he was going to use on that particular day. I wouldn't imagine he's got the same size chainring on for today, though.
No, it's interesting. I saw on Nicky Terpstra's thing that he said that for this race he's gone down a chainring to a 54 now instead of the usual 56. We might be a little bit out of touch with what size chainrings riders use now. But
well, Pidcock after the race in his interview said, well, that explains why I couldn't keep up with him on the descent from, I can't remember the name of the last climb, but the one opposite the Nokkerenberg, because he only had a 53. So I think most are on the standard for chainring sizes, but obviously a few are upping their game.
Which makes sense, it's getting faster. Remember when I started, it was on a compact.
Well, I'm on one now.
So there we go. This is just a little snippet of why it's important to be at the front so early on in the race, but just coming out of this town, if the riders accelerate out of this town, these riders are obviously going to be accelerating for much longer than the riders at the front. So all these little things that add up on a day like this, which can make the difference, which when you talk about it, you say, don't be ridiculous. I mean, they're going steady, they're not going to have to sprint too hard, but if you had to make 50, well, no, how many sprints do you think you'd have to make in this race? Accelerations?
I'd say 980.
980. So if you're at the front and you can make 970, that's 10 acceleration you don't have to do, so it does add up. Very precise, Dan.
It's a lot, let's put it that way. Well, according to my road book and the official one of the Ronde van Vlaanderen, the breakaway should now be on the Lippenhovenstraat. I'm sure we'll get some pictures of them going over the first cobbles very shortly indeed. Not a huge amount of wind today. It does increase gradually as the day goes on, but I think even at 5 p.m. the maximum gusts are around about 17 kilometres per hour, which is not particularly strong at all. But what wind they do have out there will be coming from the riders' right-hand sides as they go over these first 2 stretches of cobbles. And you can see the nerves already starting to build. All the way from the left-hand side of the road to the right, we have riders across the entire road.
I'm going to say that's impressive. That's Victor Kampenaerts, second from behind on the left-hand side in the red jersey. He was at the back a minute ago, now right towards the front, so moved up very quickly indeed. Pogačar on the right-hand side there, just in front of that cluster of the Ineos riders. Christophe Laporte just in front of Ben Swift as well, in the National Champs jersey in the middle of the screen, so all the riders that we're expecting to see at the front.
...168 kilometres to go, and we are about to start the first stretch of cobblestones at the 2022 Ronde van Vlaanderen. Got 7 of them in total on fairly flat roads, cobbled stretches that is. In total we've got 18 climbs, and as Adam said earlier, the majority of those are on cobblestone. So the cobbled climbs are the Oude Quaremont, Molenberg, which could be reasonably important today, despite the fact that it comes fairly early on. Berg ten Oude, which we saw in Dwars door Vlaanderen the other day, and here is that first cobbled stretch. Comes slightly later on the graphic than I've got it in the road book in front of me. But our 9 riders at the head of the race have hit the cobbles, and how good is it, Adam, to see fans back on the side of the road?
I was just about to say the same thing. Mega that we're seeing all these fans. I mean, they are standing in the gutter, which is not ideal. I mean, if I was there, I'd be like, move, let me in. But yeah, it's fantastic to see. It's why I love Belgium. 167k to go on a cobbled street that is only used once, I think, in this race, and it is packed.
It is only used once in this race, yes. But still this many people coming out to watch the race, and it will have a bearing, the fans, won't it, on the race, because last year we didn't have fans on the side of the road, and so that funnel was not quite as narrow as we will see today. We saw how closely they were coming into the road just a few moments ago. That's going to mean that you can only be, what, 3 riders wide at the maximum in this main peloton when you go through.
Great to see as well at the front in the pink helmet on the left-hand side, Bettiol, a winner of this race at the front. He's been sick, so back from that sickness. Trying to, is it right to say defend his title? He's not trying to defend it, but
trying to add another one, I guess.
Add another one.
Yeah, big surprise back in the day when he won in 2019, of course. Quick step out of the vinyl with Tim de Klerk up towards the front. What are you expecting from them and from Kasper Asgreen today?
I'm hoping for them a good result, you know. I think I've been giving them a bit of abuse on here, but they've all been sick, and we all know that there's been an awful sickness going around the peloton. I think out of the Bora team that I heard, there is, out of 31 riders, 19 of them have been ill recently. Wow. So it's a lot of riders that are out due to sickness. So yeah, Quick Step, I'd love to see them perform. I think they've got a brilliant rider with Asgreen in there that can get a very, very good result today. And I think all the team are in on that. We can see them, 3 of them up towards the front, Asgreen being one of them, 4 riders now to the front. So I do hope they do well today. And as Patrick Lefevere said, they've never really had to ride on as a defensive team, so it is going to be interesting to see how they do to it. But brilliant to see them all up front. Steve Bora on the left, the tractor Tim de Klerk just sat behind Julian Vermont there on the front from Alpecin Fenix. So yeah, it'd be great to see them all to the front. And Asgreen, he's just been getting better and better and better so far. So missed out on Dwars door Vlaanderen as well in preparation for this race. So it would be great to see him at the front, and I do hope they can do it.
He's my pick for today.
Is he?
Kasper Asgreen. Well, you're not listening in the pre-race show?
Yep.
Yeah, Kasper Asgreen, whilst it hasn't gone his way so far in the Classics like it did last year, where he was on fire, of course, I just think the added kilometres, so an extra 60 versus the E3 Saxo Bank Classic. I know he wasn't at Dwars door Vlaanderen, but there's an extra 90 kilometres today versus that particular race that took place on Wednesday. And to me, he's just a rider that excels once it gets longer and once it gets harder, like it's going to do today. So Asgreen, we saw it in the sprint, didn't we, against Mathieu van der Poel 12 months ago. His sprint didn't decline at all. It was a fairly long one that they did towards the end there, and he managed to get the better of the man who on paper is a far quicker sprinter.
Yep. He was good in Gent-Wevelgem, another long race, 250 kilometres. He was right up there in that select group. Came down to a sprint with riders going clear, but he was right up there in that. But yeah, I am definitely with you. Ziek of niet, Wout is onze favoriet.
Yeah, sick or not, Wout van Aert is our favourite. Yeah, the whole of the nation of Belgium, I think, absolutely devastated to hear the news that Wout van Aert would not be taking part in this race this year, having shown such incredible form right from day one of his season on the road, at least. That was, of course, at Omloop Het Nieuwsblad. He won that race.
Not as devastated as he is, probably.
No.
I think we're all gutted,
no.
but...
And he'll be very happy that there is a 2-week gap between this
Yeah.
race and Paris-Roubaix this year. A little bit of a chance to get himself well, get himself back on his bike, and a few training rides before they get to that race. Illness, though, has struck the peloton like no other year. In fact, there's one team that hasn't managed to field a team at all at the start line today, the Israel Startup Nation. Sepp van Mark will be hugely disappointed that he doesn't get another opportunity today to try and take that elusive win at a big cobbled monument. So still the same two riders doing the bulk of the work on the front of the main peloton here. Julian Vermont, the Belgian rider, with his compatriot Tim de Klerk, only riding his second race since coming back from sickness earlier on this season. This not going to be the most crucial part of today's race, of course, that's blindingly obvious. And I guess if you are super confident and super relaxed, Adam, knowing that we've got almost 30 kilometres from the end of the Pas de Strat to the Oude Kwaremont, you could conceivably come in towards this at the back.
Yeah, I think so. I was just looking down through the riders to see where they are, and they're all sort of towards the front. Van der Poel's up there, Wout van Aert's up there, Christophe Laporte's up there. It's just interesting when we get this shot of the back riders, who is sat on the back. Obviously, this is... can't see a lot, as I said, but you can just see, we're just speaking about Quick Step, pretty much all of them right towards the front as well. Yeah, it's not going to make a massive bit of difference. It's just the accelerations that we've discussed out of the corners when you're towards the back. If there's crashes, obviously. Remember in Gent-Wevelgem with just over 100k to go, there was a crash on a very narrow road, and that sort of opened the race up then. So it is crucial that you do stay in position, stay awake, and try and minimise the mistakes throughout the race.
It's always strange, though, in these monuments, isn't it, that you look at it on paper as a rider, see the distance, how long it's going to be, but they whiz by quicker than a lot of shorter races, don't they? Just due to the level of the race itself, the amount of mental concentration that I guess you give from start to finish. There's always stuff that you need to do for your teammates or for yourself, and so it goes by so quickly. It doesn't feel like you've been in the saddle for 6.5 hours once you get to the end.
No, it doesn't. And even watching, you know, even now I came in with 220 kilometres to go, and if I was watching at home now I'd be like, oh, they've got ages to go, I don't need to watch this amount of racing. But now when you do, I'm like, well, this is going quickly. It's going quickly indeed. It's just exciting from start to finish. But in with intent here, Quick Step, they're not in them out, are they?
No, the way that Tim de Klerk there accelerates up this false flat. They turned right off the Pas de Strat just before they got to the end of the cobbled stretch this year. Onto that false flat, and yeah, he was out the saddle, not giving it everything that he could, but giving it enough that he knows that the riders beyond about 40th position are going to hurt having to match that pace once they come off that stretch of cobbles.
And as you mentioned, Dan, saying it's not crucial at all to be at the front, no, it's not right now, but if you're not towards the front in that sort of top 30, 40 riders, you can see how long the peloton is and the gaps there are within the peloton. They're not going full gas, obviously, but you know, they just need to stay towards the front most of this race to to minimise the risk, to minimise the efforts you have to make, to minimise the accelerations. And obviously, the further you are back out of all these tight roads and narrow corners, they add up.
Jordi Wallop there of B&B Hotels, the latest rider to have some kind of mechanical problem that he needs assistance for. And you can see the effect it's had on the gap. Just that slight acceleration over the cobbles from the main peloton hasn't brought it down a huge amount, but down to 4 minutes and 9 seconds from the maximum of 4:30 it was just a few moments ago. So exactly 100 miles remain at this year's edition of the Tour of Flanders. 161 kilometres, already 111 in their legs as things stand. Always worth remembering how far they've already come if you've only just turned your TV sets on. If you are on TV, we're off for a commercial break, but join us again shortly after. So this, I think we can say, is really the last calm moment for today in terms of the terrain.
How bad is that?
At least. They've come off the Paardenstraat and they will shortly be on the main road that takes them into Oudenaarde, which is the location, of course, of our finish line, both men's and women's. They will go through Oudenaarde, beautiful town centre there. Thoroughly recommend visiting if you've never done it. Out the other side onto another main road, which takes them towards the Flemish Ardennes, and the first of the climbs, which is the Oude Quaremont. Up that, over the top, they don't take the Paterberg on that particular time, but instead it is onto the Korte Keer, which has been a very important climb over the last couple of Cobble Classics races this year. If only for positioning for what's to come. And that's the name of the game, really, in this particular race. Once you've got yourself into position, it means you're there in the right place at the right time for what is to come. Also, what's interesting though, Adam, is that so often we can really be intently looking at the gaps that open up on the major cobbled climbs of the day. And they do, but over the top, if you've got a group of 10, 15, even 25 riders, it's at that point where they all look at each other, they assess who's there, who's not there, and somebody decides to go on the attack. The other teams haven't got any domestiques left to do the work, and that can be really the most dangerous moment of the race.
That's when we're going to see Campenaerts. I think that's the ideal time for him, Campenaerts, to be able to do that. That group of 25, still considered, I'd say, quite a big group in this race. So an ideal time for someone like him, I'd say, to jump off the front. But that's the hard bit, as you said, Dad, to try and control that. How do you control that? You need to put yourselves in those moves and select which group you're going to go with. And I think every rider, pretty much, that is Hausler with his gloves on. That is Heinrich Hausler with his gloves on.
What is he doing?
Robbie, unbelievable.
And he's one of the only ones with full finger gloves on.
You've guaranteed that he wouldn't have gloves on. Unbelievable.
For those of you just getting into your cycling and watching it on TV, we're talking about Heinrich Hausler, long-time Australian professional, currently rides for Bahrain Victorious. He is notorious for not wearing any gloves, even when the temperatures are down towards zero. And there's a big discussion about that earlier on in our commentary. We've just seen him properly for the first time. He's got full-fingered gloves on. Not sure if that's a good or a bad sign.
I don't know what to say back to that. I'm shocked.
Well, it's the biggest shock of the day so far, that's for sure.
Yeah,
isn't it?
It is.
Just seeing the Swiss rider Tom Bodie there going back from the breakaway to get more refreshments, I think you could say, from the team car behind. You rejoin us as the gap has gone back over the 4.5 minute mark. The excitement of the main peloton that took them over those first two cobbled stretches has gone out of it, because now they'll just collect themselves, do everything they need to do on the lead-in to the Oude Quaremont. And it'll be interesting to see how many of the big stars and the leaders of the teams do start to take off their overshoes and their leg warmers and anything else that they won't need in the finale of this race, because, as Robbie McEwen was saying earlier, this is the highest temperature that they will experience for the whole of today. Started off at just 2 degrees and it gets to a maximum of 8 today. So one of the coolest additions to the Tour of Flanders that I think we've seen since 2008. I distinctly remember that one being a snowy edition of the Tour of Flanders, won by Steen de Volder. Well, let's now hear from Bingo Power Source's Matthijs Paschkins, who's in this breakaway.
So Matthijs Paschkins, do you consider yourself now Dutch or Belgian? Because that's always a discussion with you.
It stays Dutch. I think all my family comes from the Netherlands, and when it's football or something like that, I always support for the Netherlands. So yeah, it's clear for me.
That's good. That's clear then, and that's clear for us as well. Now we saw you always on the attack, always try to be in the breakaway. Is that the plan today as well?
Yeah, I think the strongest of our team is that we have multiple guys to go in the attack, so we can distribute our powers to have one time the one guy follows and the other time it's another guy. So we have always someone in the breakaway, and like that we have power to go far, I think.
But in a way it's always you at the end, so or you are very lucky or you have a specific eye for the good breakaway.
Yeah, I must say maybe I have a specific eye, but it's also when you are a lot of times in the breakaway you don't have to be, so you have a little bit more of guessing when the right breakaway goes away and the other guys want to be in, so they are more spilling their efforts.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
I think he's right. He has got the eye for going in the early breakaway because it is much easier said than done. So many of the riders today would have wanted to get themselves up the road, presuming that they would be given more than a 5-minute gap, which looks to be all they're going to be given by the main peloton today. And we saw it with Bike Exchange and DSM, amongst others. They wanted to get into the breakaway today if they could, but it didn't work out despite their efforts to try and go into it.
Yeah, you are right. It is not easy to get in that breakaway. Although when we watch it on TV, we never get a real judge of how quick they're going and how hard it is. Difficult to get in that breakaway, that's for sure. It's not easy at all, and the speeds that are going at the start of the race, when you sat on the peloton, it's very easy, but you make 1, 2 efforts, 3 efforts to get in that break. It takes its toll on you. Your heart rate whacks up, you go back into the peloton, calm it down, try to go again. And as you say, you never know which breakaway is actually going to stick, so you need to try and make sure you're in the correct one, which almost is impossible because you don't know which is the correct one. Right towards the front, isn't he, Mohoric?
He is, yeah. Won't be working on the front, of course. Means that we've only got 2 riders as things stand who are doing the chasing or the tempo setting behind our breakaway of the day. One from UAE, one from Jumbo-Visma. And it's Eduardo Affini who comes towards the front now. An important motor for that team, isn't he, Eduardo Affini? Coming across from Team Bike Exchange, as it was known, or as it was called back then.
He's the Tim de Klerk of Jumbo-Visma. Just with a really fast finish on him as well.
I guess we saw that at the Giro d'Italia, didn't we, last year? Very close to a stage win there, ahead of Giacomo Nizzolo, but the Italian just managed to get past his compatriot before the line. Almost like a lead out that saw him get a gap that he didn't realise that he had. I don't think that was part of the plan, was it? But he saw that he had a gap, continued motoring towards the line, produced some incredible power over the last kilometre of the race, and came very close, as we said, to that stage victory there. But an important part of the cog for Jumbo-Visma, even in the absence of Wout van Aert today.
Lewis Askey in the middle there, white jersey, blue and red sleeve, is ready to race, isn't he? Brilliant.
And it sometimes takes confidence to do that as a new professional rider, doesn't it? Because you look around you at people with gloves, with arm warmers, with leg warmers, with overshoes, and you sort of think, well, I should probably do that as well if they're doing it.
It's one of the hardest things in the world when it's cold and you've got a long start like this with not a lot of action. You want to stay as warm as you can, but you don't want to be carrying too much. You don't want the faff of taking too many clothes off. And it's always one of the big things on team buses, isn't it? What are you wearing?
Yes.
Are you going to wear that? What undervest you wear? Oh, wow, you're wearing that undervest. OK, I'll take this long sleeve roll neck off then.
Van der Poel Just taking one of the last opportunities to have a break at the side of the road. He's just getting himself back on with a number of other riders, including Tim de Klerk there, number 3 on his back for Quick Step Alpha Vinyl. No doubt he'll be back to the front very shortly indeed.
Tim de Klerk with some very lengthy socks on as well.
Yeah, they don't look legal to me.
No. Tim de Klerk is illegal. How good he is on the front, though.
Mohoric up towards the front. Juan Milana Sanremo, of course, the first ever Slovenian winner of that race. And he and Pogačar and Tratnik, let's not forget, have the opportunity to become the first Slovenian winner of the Tour of Flanders today. In fact, only 10 different nationalities have won this race in its very lengthy history. Fairly obviously, most of those have come from Belgium, but we do have 11 Italian victories. Last one of those was Alberto Bettiol 3 years ago in 2019. The Dutch have also won it 11 times. The Swiss have 4. Most of them came from Fabien Cancellara in his heyday. Only 3 for the French, one of which came from our very own Jackie Durand, who you can hear on our French coverage. I think probably one of the last times it was won from an early breakaway. Not expecting that from our 9 riders out the front today. Slovakia have their win with Peter Sagan a few years ago. Christoph representing Norway. Denmark first won it with Rolf Sorensen back in 1997. Those of you who've been with us from the start will have heard Robbie McEwen talking about that because he was a teammate of Sorensen's on the day. They added to that with Kasper Asgreen last year. Great Britain only has one victory in this race back in 1961 with the late Tom Simpson. And there he is, back to the front already. They can afford to be relaxed at this point.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd love to know they were laughing at them because they had a good little chuckle amongst themselves, didn't they, then? She's probably saying, I wish I didn't take that jacket off, I'm freezing.
Let me work again.
Gap has gone slightly out, though, hasn't it? 4:45. This long stretch of road, as you mentioned, Dan, 136k to go when we go on to the older Kwaremont.
Jasper Stuyven there, former winner of the Omloop Het Nieuwsblad. And more importantly, Milana Sanremo just over 12 months ago. What did you make of the way that Trek Segafredo played things at Gent-Wevelgem? Because Stuyven obviously in that in the front group. Really?
Yeah,
I would disagree.
I think that they played it brilliant in terms of Mads Pedersen is obviously going very, very well indeed. He's got an extremely good sprint on him. Paris-Nice beating Wout van Aert twice after leading him out almost. So I think with him, he responded to the attack of Wout van Aert over the Kemmelberg, was in that select group of iron with some big names in it. And I think after that, he's just said, right, save your legs for this finish. It might be a sprint finish here, so just sit in the peloton, relax, but we need to cover moves. And Stuyven was able to cover that move. The problem is then, what can they do? They can't bring it back because Stuyven, as we've known, is a very quick finisher. But he just didn't have the legs at the finish to be able to
I think he said in his post-race interview that he was hoping for 3rd place. I think he'd written himself
off.
That's how bad
he was, yeah. Why do you think they didn't play it well?
Well, because he was fighting for 3rd place and they've got a rider behind in that group capable of winning the race.
Yeah, that's also true. So did 60% of that back group, though, as well, didn't they?
There were a few fast riders in that chase group, weren't there?
Yeah.
The rider that was between the two of them, Søren Kragh Andersen, wasn't down for this race for a long time. I think his focus from the start of the season has been on the Ardennes Classics, so Liège-Bastogne-Liège, Flèche-Wallonne, etc. He was a late addition to the start list for Team DSM because they also have been really hit with illness and injury over the past few weeks. But he also was a victim of illness and unfortunately did not start for Team DSM this morning. So 151 kilometres remaining. Won't be too long until they'll get to the midway point of this race, believe it or not. 272 kilometres the total distance. So once they get to 136, they're halfway. It's depressing as a rider, isn't it?
Unreal. And that's without the neutral zone. And the neutral zone, I don't know how long it was, but it looked long this morning as well. So you're probably getting up to maybe 280k in the legs today.
And a much different 280 kilometres to Milana Sanremo. Of course, this opening part of the Ronde is not particularly tough from a terrain point of view. There are no cobbles, very little in the way of rises and falls on the terrain itself. But from 170 kilometres to go when we get our first, and when we had our first cobblestone stretches, but really from the Oude Kwaremont, which basically comes at that midway point of the race, there is little to no rest. Lefts, rights, up, down, those infamous cobblestones as well. It really takes it out of the legs, much more than you would get in Milano-San Remo, which is all about those tre capi towards the finish and then the two big climbs of the Cipressa and then the Poggio. And from that point of view, there are question marks from my point of view over Mathieu van der Poel and his ability to win today. There never really should be, because he's Mathieu van der Poel, but it is a very different race to San Remo. It's a very different race to Dwars-door-Vlaanderen, which he won on Wednesday. Do you think there's any chance of him suffering a bit more than we would usually expect, given his lack of racing so far this year at the end of today's race?
Yes, I don't think we'll see him as attacking as much. Obviously, he's a very fast finisher, but we saw last year, it's the power in your legs at the end of 270k, what you've got left in there. And I think everyone last year, when we were watching that sprint, we were like, why isn't Asgreen attacking or doing anything? And he was able to beat him, and that just shows the distance does play a massive part in it. So I think he'll be up there today, just maybe less attacking, maybe following the wheels more, and maybe backing his sprint a little bit. I'm going to say sprint. It'll still be a select group, but it is going to be interesting how he gets on with the distance today. It's Van der Poel. He'll be right up there, won't he? Let's face it.
Pull your socks up, Tim. Of course, the UCI commissaires are unable to measure them whilst they're actually out riding. It was a slight joke a few years ago, wasn't it, when we saw, I think it was Harrogate, where they really started to implement that rule, and they had a measuring jig to make sure that the riders' aerodynamic oversocks were not too high up the calf muscle. And then we saw them being measured, and then between that point and the start ramp, they'd all pull them up.
I wonder if you could say it was a calf warmer instead of a sock, and how the UCI would respond to that.
Well, the bonkers thing is that you can legitimately use a leg warmer, or a set of leg warmers that are more aerodynamic than the skin underneath it, and you'd get away with it. You don't see it very much yet. Maybe Taco van der Poel will be the first to use that.
It's true. It's true. They'll probably leave that little strip of hair in the middle of the legs where they shave the legs, just one strip of hair to split the wind. Yeah, a little trip. Might put some hair gel in there just to add to it as well. Who knows?
Not long now before they'll be passing through Oudenaarde, which they will see again in, I'm guessing, about 3.5 hours' time at the finish line of the Tour of Flanders. Not in the centre of the finish line. In fact, it's on a sort of innocuous main road just outside the centre of Oudenaarde. But it does host the start of the women's race, which is in another couple of hours' time. And you can watch that live on our digital platforms alongside this race if you so wish. We'll have the last part of the women's race not long after the men's race has finished, because the Tour of Flanders organisers, Flanders Classics, have decided to have the podiums together, which I think is a fantastic idea. So the men will wait around for the women to finish, and then we'll have those two podiums at the end of the day. So you'll be able to catch a good hour or more on linear TV, traditional television, after the end of the men's race. But if you want to double screen it and see what's going on in both, then you can do that on our digital platforms on Discovery Plus, Eurosport Player, and indeed on GCN Plus. So a big moment for Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl today. It hasn't gone their way so far in the classics this season. It hasn't been a bad season for them. It's very it's very easy to criticise them and say that they've been a long way off where they normally would be in these particular races. But they are second only to UAE Team Emirates in terms of number of victories of the World Tour teams, or World teams. I always call them World Tour teams, but they're now World teams at the very top level of our sport. But they won this race 4 times in the last 11 years. Asgreen, of course, last year. Nicky Terpstra back in 2018, Gilbert 1 year before that, and Tom Boonen in 2012. Can they do it again today? If you've been away, welcome back. Just talking whilst We were on digital-only coverage of Quick Step, having won this race 4 times in the last 11 years. It's a remarkable statistic, really, because such a hard race to win. And with 4 different riders as well. They've always been so versatile. But looking down their start list this year, it looks to be all for Asgreen, which is in contrast to previous years where they've always had cars to play. You know, Nicky Terpstra, when he won here in 2018, was probably not the standout favourites for De Koning Quickstep as they were then. Same for Gilbert back in 2017. That will change things for them, won't it?
Yeah, and I mean, even if the team within there hadn't been hampered by sickness and recovering from that and not had the ideal training for it, I think he still would be the ultimate favourite as well within that team. I just think all the eggs are going to be in that one basket rather than leaving opportunities for other riders. I think we're going to be fully focused on delivering him today. It will be interesting how they tackle it. I am surprised that they're on the front so early on, but to take this race by the horns and do what they can for Asgreen. And he's a rider which there's 2 sides to it, isn't there? I think with Asgreen, he likes it to be hard for a longer time. He's a better rider if it's hard for a long time, but through what we've seen so far, I think if they make it hard, he's going to have less teammates around him because they've been sick. They've not had the ideal preparation and training what they'd have liked to have. So making it hard early on, not having the riders around him in the finish, will be harder for him maybe, but also better for him. So it's a judgment of what is good and what is bad, and how much should we do, how much should we try and break it up if that's what they want to do.
Well, you can see the team parking there, just heading out of Oudenaarde now. In fact, the overhead shots that we're looking at, home to the Flanders Bike Shop, which sponsored me all the way back in 2004 and 5, I think it was. In fact, I visited them recently to rent an e-bike whilst I was out here in Flanders. That made things a hell of a lot easier when I was trying to ride up the Muur van Gerardsbergen with Oliver Naassen for a documentary that's out on GCN Plus right now. Of course, you won't want to watch it right now because the action is very much about to hot up in this race.
And also home to probably one of the most popular bike paths around this time of the year. If you went down that bike path from Oudenaarde, you would see the majority of all the teams on it. If you go down there,
and if you want an unofficial race, there's one on pretty much every day down there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Right, well, this is the road that they will be on all the way pretty much to the foot of the first passing of the Oude Kwaremont and the first official climb of the entire day. Really needs no description to most of you, but for those of you, again, that are new to the sport, watching this potentially for the first time, 2.2 kilometres the distance of that climb with an average gradient of 4%. That belies how difficult it is, though, because it's very steep towards the start on the first section of cobbles, and then it flattens off, and then over the top, right at the very end, it kicks back up again, and it is one of the most leg-stinging parts of any road in the whole world of cycling. In fact, last year, again, going back to how the race was won, the last time up the Oude Kwaremont, we had 3 riders, Van der Poel, Van Aert and Kasper Asgreen. Van der Poel accelerated on the very last part of the Oude Kwaremont, and only Asgreen was able to go with him, and that meant we were down to 2 riders, and that meant that the race was basically over in terms of the win for Wout van Aert. It's a real sting in the tail towards the top there, isn't it?
Oh, it's awful, yeah, awful. The very last part of the climb, and you do think once you've got up that it's over. You just I'll get around this corner and it's fine, but over the top of it, the left turn they go onto the big road, and it's slightly downhill, then drags up. And if there's a couple of you that can rotate through over the top of that and carry your speed, it's a lot easier as though you were on your own. It's a brutal climb. You ride up it in training, and the bottom bit you think, oh gosh, this is hard. You get to that middle section, you're like, actually this is all right, this. But when you go up in a race, you go up there and you're like, oh my god, this is brutal. You get to that flat bit that you've done in a recon, you're like, right, I'll recover a little bit, and you're like, oh no, I'm not recovering. This is awful. But this road in particular it's one of the most horrible roads to run into the climb. There's no bike paths to ride on. There's not a lot of room to move up, and it's just grass on either side, and there's like an inch drop down into the grass, so there's no room on each side to move up. There's no runoff, so it makes it super compact. It makes it super twitchy within that road. And as you say, there's just enough room for a full peloton to ride down there, maybe about 15 riders across. I remember doing this. It's awful, this run into the climb.
Well, that's the Koppenberg. and they'll be seeing that in just under 100 kilometres time. And incidentally, it's being included in the women's race for the first time ever this year, which is another great addition to that race, so keep your eyes peeled a little bit later on. For now, though, we're going to hear from Bradley Wiggins. We are having some problems with the visual, but let's hear his thoughts on what's happening at the moment.
Yes, you join me at the back of the breakaway here. I am cameraless at the moment. My driver went for a natural break in a bush and jumped off the motorbike and snapped the cable. So we are cameraless, but you've got my voice coming to you here. We're on the long straight now, just towards the approach to the Old Quadremont for the first time of the day. Apparently the crowds on the Quadremont are unbelievable. My driver keeps telling me, wait till you see it. There's tents up there, it's full of people, they've sold tickets. So the anticipation, you could get a sense of that now in the break. The riders now are just dropping back to slap it in this slight convoy here behind the breakaway and taking off a few layers, a few riders stopping, taking off leg warmers and their gilets and things. So the anticipation now, this is really where the Tour of Flanders starts proper. Up to now it's been fairly quiet, pretty much relaxed start for a Tour of Flanders that I can ever remember. But now we're really getting into the heartland of Flanders and what is the real Tour of Flanders. As it unfolds, I'll bring you the action by my voice only and not the camera. And with that, I will hand you back to the commentary team for now.
Well, even though we couldn't see Brad, you could hear in his voice that he was giving it everything there on the back of the motorbike. It's incredible to feel a part of the peloton once again, albeit not without a motor on this particular occasion. Brad Wiggins got his motorbike, no camera, but we'll hear from him throughout the race.
That looked like Tim Wellens' little brother, the way he was sat on the end of that saddle. Brilliant.
Yeah, this is the road that Adam was talking about, and you can see that there is a bike path, but it is separated either by grass or by cobbles. Now, strictly speaking, you are not allowed to go on the bike path, and that rule was first implemented a few years ago now. Many of you will remember that Luke Rowe was disqualified from this race because he went onto the bike path on descent of the newer Quaremont in order to try and get himself into position for the outer Quaremont. A very difficult one, though, Adam, to really implement too stringently, because there are points where if there's a slight touch of wheels in the peloton, it sways over to the side of the road. You have nowhere to go.
Yeah. There's these parts here where you've got, we can see now on the camera, there's a little curve going onto that little cobbled section in the middle, but you obviously don't want to ride on the cobble because it's slower. Then you've got the bike path to the far right. All this bit of road will be used. People will be moving up on the left, on the right, and then you get back to the part where there's grass on either side. So it's almost, if you're out of position, right, move up now, let's get into position. And then there's a squeeze in the peloton where riders come back in, but it's constantly happening. You move up, get into position, then you've got another 2, 3, 4, 5 riders doing the same thing, and then another 2 things. So unless you're at the front in a position with a strong rider in front of you can hold that position, you just constantly, it's just like a little washing machine that's just going round and round and round. It's brutal.
You obviously can't see Adam, but he was getting very animated.
I was
in the commentary box just then, talking about the washing machine effect. And it is so hard on these big wide roads, because however much power you've got, there's always going to be someone with more in reserve who's been sat on just behind you. So timing is crucial. The left turn.
Oh, those signs in the middle, look. Ooh.
Yeah, that's going to be quite the funneling effect for the main peloton behind. This is Kloisberg. So they'll go through this town, left here, then round a right-hand turn, and then shortly after that, they will take a left-hand turn just after a railway crossing. And then they're onto the smaller roads, eventually a right-hand turn into the foot of the outer Quaremont. So we are going to see a pretty big battle and a pretty big fight amongst this main peloton to try and enter the left-hand turn that we've just seen in a good position, because already by that point it starts to get significantly narrower. A lot of pink jerseys at the very foot of our TV shot from the overhead helicopter.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, yeah. There might be that shot we got of the breakaway there, just going into that left-hand corner, that the road does open up a lot. So instead of wasting your energy, and something we pointed out a minute ago was Nicky Terpstra, a winner of this race, sat very last man on the back, and I guess you can argue, I'm not just going to keep trying to move up, I'm not just going to keep going in that fight to lose position, try against games, I'm just going to sit here at the back, save my legs and just accept where I am, maybe try and move up at the last minute, as I think as you said there, EF Education will on that last little bit of wide road just do a big acceleration down one of the sides of the peloton and get them all into position, because you can waste a lot of energy doing this. Another ride, look, on the left-hand side, on the cobbles, coming back in. Is that Tom? No, it's not Magnus Sheffield, isn't it?
No, it's Tom Pidcock.
Is it?
Slightly bigger rider is Magnus Sheffield, the only teenager, incidentally, in this race. Turns 20 in around about a week's time, I think it is, but a supremely strong rider in his first year as a pro, and we've seen that already earlier on this season, where he took a pretty big win in a Spanish stage race. So Affini still on the front in the yellow there from Jumbo-Visma, but we're starting to see a change in the shape of this main peloton. Groupama FDJ with Tobias Ludvigsen in front of Louis Aski. Stefan Kung, their leader, just behind that. Valentin Madouas, though, another rider, content to sit right at the very back of this main peloton as things stand. Roger Kluge up there for Lotto Soudal, just in front of Victor Campenaerts. It's great to see the Uno X team of Norway up towards the front as well. Then Team Bike Exchange over on the left-hand side of your picture. Sam Bewley, the New Zealander, bringing the rest of his team up into position. Michael Matthews, their big team leader for today. Nowhere to move at the moment, though, Adam.
No, you see there Ben Turner, Tom Pidcock, two cyclocross riders hopping over a drain cover, but just squashed in on the left, just trying to move up, but with nowhere to go. And Ben, obviously, he could probably move up on his own, but he has to be relying on Tom moving up. That makes it more dangerous, a risk of punches in the left-hand gutter. As we see the breakaway.
Here we go. They've taken all of the twists and turns that lead them to this point. It's the foot of the first climb of the day. The Oude Kwaremont. We'll take this on 3 times in total. There are your vital statistics. 11% the maximum gradient. Once they hit the cobbles, that stings.
Wow.
It levels off over the top. And then there's another sting in the tail right towards the end. And this is the fan zone.
Brad's motorbike rider was correct, wasn't he?
He was. Just absolutely brilliant to see. We've got the VIP zones on the right-hand side there, but so many general members of the public choose this point as a place to watch because they get to see the men's race 3 times and the women's race twice. So if you ever come over here, get yourself here early because, as you can see, it's not that easy to get yourself into a position to actually see the race.
Brad's not on the bike anymore, so we do not actually know where he could be now. Next time we might see him on the side of the road doing a piece to camera with the VIPs.
Well, we need a new camera cable by the sounds of it.
I love that part of it, though. You know, when you go through that bit, you'll forget about your legs for a minute just with the sound of the crowd, being stuck in that position where you are because of a narrow road. Brilliant.
And you really sense the crowd. So many races that you kind of block them out of your ears, or there just aren't as many people, obviously. But on this race, the atmosphere is like nothing else, as a member of the crowd, but also as a member of the race. Here's the fight then. Into this left-hand turner, which will take them into town. Riders all over the place. Let's hope they steer clear of that sign directing them to Oudenaarde in the centre of the road there. It is a funneling down.
Yeah.
We'll be down to around sort of 5-6 riders width now. Terp's still at the back, Adam pointing out to me.
Still at the back, yeah, and just easing off the back a little bit as well. So giving himself, not losing speed, just braking before they do, anticipating that braking of the peloton. So he carries his speed still into the peloton. So even though he's at the back still, saving energy a little bit maybe. I'm not sure if it's
Is that a level of confidence and experience, or is he not up for it today?
Confidence and experience. He's done this race, he's won this race, he knows his attributes, he knows the way he can ride, and I think it's just a level of, as you said, confidence and experience where he can do that. He doesn't want to be in this fight at the front. He doesn't want to be constantly battling with riders just to move up 4, 5, 6 positions, whatever it is.
Well, Ben Turner did manage to bring Tom Pidcock towards the front, but on the front right now, we have Bora Hansgrohe for the first time today. That is the Irish national champion Ryan Mullen leading the way. Nils Pollitt not too far behind him, and look at the crowds. I'm going to let you listen to them now.
Flipping brilliant, isn't it?
I don't know about you at home, but I've got goosebumps. It doesn't get any better than this, in my opinion. An amazing race, an amazing atmosphere. 135 kilometres done, 137 to go for our riders here at the front of the race. Just going over the hardest part of the Kwaremont. This is where it levels off. before the sting in the tail that we've been talking about towards the end. They'll remember this moment, Adam, in their lives, won't they?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You could always say I was in a breakaway at Flanders.
Wow. And what shots Flanders Classics are giving us as well. That's a big old VIP tent there. I think you might even stand a chance of getting a place there.
I mean, yeah, just in there. Now would be the time to get a drink if you can do. It is like 6, 7 deep, isn't it? It's unreal.
Wow.
You have to say Belgium brings it out the best. The World Championship last year in Leuven. And now this here as well. Just in the middle of a farmer's field in the middle of Belgium. Thousands of people out to watch. Amazing.
And there in the distance you can see that last little rise that takes them towards the end of this section of the Oude Kwaremont. From that point there'll be a right-hand turn onto the big main road. They turn left at the end of this, and there's a little drag, isn't there, on a big wide main road that can be almost harder than the Kwaremont itself, because you've gone so deep here. You take a small descent on that wide main road, and it doesn't look like much of a climb because it is so wide, but it really does sting the legs. 4 minutes and 5 seconds the gap then. They're exactly at the midway points of the 2022 Ronde van Vlaanderen. Long way still to go. All of the hardest sections pretty much still to go, but they can tick this first one off their list, in the breakaway at least.
Holding that gap nicely as well. That's the last little kicker there that me and Dan were talking about previously. It is a hard part, probably the hardest part of the climb, but still holding their own this breakaway. Obviously these guys are backed off a little bit now. They're on the bottom slopes of the climb. The road is blocked, so no need to ride too hard. You're in position, that's what it is. Accept it.
Marco Haller on the front there for Bora Hansgrohe. He got deep into this race and was actually attacking some groups full of big names towards the end of this race 12 months ago. Moved over to Bora Hansgrohe now.
Oh, well, a top sport Flandern riser, Kenneth van Rooij, in the ditch, sadly. Maybe just trying to move up, overshooting a corner maybe, but yeah, not the ideal place for a crash, but a soft landing.
Well, there is that. He's a bit muddied, yeah, possibly slightly bruised, but it will be a softer landing than actually being on the cobbles, of course.
Quick Step have real intent here today, don't they?
Well, not as much as House, though. He's
taking his gloves off.
Yeah, it's good to see, actually, because they could easily have taken a back seat today, couldn't they, Quick Step Alpha Vinyl, given their lacklustre run-in towards this race and the previous cobbled classics, or semi-classics I should call them. That's the centre of the Kwaremont area, particularly there. Another VIP tent by the looks of it, or at least a big bar.
Makes you want to be there, doesn't it, when you see all this?
It does. It does. I've spent plenty of times actually on the side of the road with my family watching on at this race.
I thought you were going to say then in races.
Yeah, just stop on the side of the road, enjoy the rest of the race with the TV in the background with them. No, we've come out to Flanders on a number of occasions because, well, we just love it so much out there. Does mean you don't get to see quite as much of the race itself, because you're always trying to, there's almost as much of a fight in the bars to get towards a position where you can see the television screen as there is in the race itself.
Yep, John Degenkolb on the right hand side there from DSM, moving up towards the front, winner at Paris-Roubaix. Kasper Asgreen in about 6th, 7th wheel, so right towards the front, making sure he's in that position. Ben Turner, we just saw the tall shot from him around Tom Pidcock with Ben Swift in there as well. Mads Pedersen just in front of Ben Swift going for your shot. Jasper Stuyven as well. Lewis Askey.
Yeah, Tim de Klerk going through shot. There's Mathieu van der Poel, not particularly far towards the front as things stand, but still plenty of time to get there. Luke Durbridge going through shot there for Team Bike Exchange. Pogacar just in front, I think, of Ben Turner there, so he has got himself decent position. No, just behind him there. Wiping his nose on the wheel of Ben Swift, British national champion. But really strung out. Not a decisive moment where it comes now, but will be in the next part of this race. It's a fantastic shot, this, isn't it?
Amazing. Those barriers being moved back ever so slightly as well from that famous crash of Peter Sagan. Oliver Naesen there on the left-hand side. That's where they came at Cropper and lost all hopes of winning the race.
When was that? 2018, wasn't it? When Gilbert won. Yeah, Naesen, Greg Van Avermaet, Peter Sagan all hitting the deck. after Sagan caught his STI leader on the coat of a spectator on the side of the road.
Amazing shots these, aren't they?
Yeah.
I love it.
Not a drone, if you're wondering. It's on a cable. Well, there is Heinrich Hausler on the left-hand side of the road, out of the saddle in the red kit there of Bahrain Victorious. Good to see John Degenkolb right up towards the front. We haven't seen the best of him so far this year. Also great to see Oliver Naesen right up there. He had a horrific crash at Dwarsdorf-Vlaanderen on Wednesday, and those of you who follow him on social media will have seen that he took a lot of skin off. That would have been uncomfortable in the final few days leading into the biggest race of the year for him.
Always makes me think when you see all the riders towards the front, and this sort of period of the race, we see big names up towards the front, but I think when we see people further back, we see Christophe Laporte there just gone through the shot. When you see the bigger name riders they're a little bit more relaxed. They're not stressed about moving up a little bit more. And when you see riders who you might know they're not in top form, they don't want to make any mistakes, so they want to be right at the front. But that to me shows a little bit of nervousness, not wanting to make those mistakes and being at the front maybe a little bit too early. It's not to say the riders on the front that we've seen are feeling bad or whatever, or they're doing something because they're not going to be there at the end. It's just through that positioning, but the nerves building up and saying, no, I need to be at the front, no, I need to be at the front, I can't make a mistake. And sometimes through doing that you can make mistakes by being a little bit overly keen maybe. Here's the not climb.
Yes. Well, actually, this is the Hottenberg. For those of you wondering what on earth we're talking about, I had a slight argument with Robbie McEwen about whether or not this was an actual climb. Just over a week ago for the E3 Saxo Bank Classic. It's not listed as an official climb on this race. It is a different organisation. So Flanders Classics, they've got the Omloop, E3 Saxo Bank Classic, Dwarsdorf-Vlaanderen, Gent-Wevelgem in this race amongst others. But they don't organise the E3, so that might be why there's a differential between whether or not this climb is actually... well, I think the Hottenberg is coming in a while for these riders. This is the Ronde van Vlaanderen strat, incidentally, that the main peloton are on now. But if you add those two in, because they take on the Hottenberg from both sides today, it takes it up to 20 climbs in total. Tim de Klerk back to the front to do the job that he has missed doing and that we've missed seeing him do over the last couple of months. I think they've missed him, Adam, haven't they?
Yeah.
And we have as well. Matej Mohoric just on the right-hand side, slightly out of position there, but trying to make his way up towards the front. They've got a little bit of time, actually, to get themselves to the front of this race before the next crucial sector. The next crucial sector for me is a descent. So they will go over the Hottenberg. They'll make that left-hand turn and scream down the descent towards the Korte Keer. And back onto the main road. So they'll continue in this direction towards the town of Ronse, which I think has hosted the World Championships on 3 separate occasions. They'll take that left-hander onto the Hottenberg, and then after that, another left-hander onto a narrower street and a very fast descent, leading them onto the second climb of the day. It's the Korte Keer, 1k long, 6.5% average gradient, and around about 5 kilometres after that, a climb that I wasn't particularly familiar with, the Achterberg, 1.5k's long at 4.4%, but another one on tarmac. The Holleweg comes after that. That's the third flat cobbled stretch of the day. Then it's the Wolvenberg. So actually we've got quite a way now until the next cobbled climb, which is the Molenberg, with 101.8 kilometres of this race remaining. Dylan van Baarle here with a problem for Ineos Grenadiers. Not seen the best of him so far this season. I was looking back and he was in the top 10 of every one-day race he did in Belgium last year.
Well, he's still not happy either. Wants something else, another stop for him. See, the race is getting faster at the front right now. A little bit more nerves in there, just over the top of the Kwaremont, but he's not happy about something. Thirsty still, obviously. Jacket in the pocket as well still, but... Oh, he's looking front wheel puncture. So obviously
What, from his spare bike?
There. That is not ideal. So
wow, puncture on the spare bike.
Yeah, this is exactly what you do not want. Even the ambulance going past him. This will be the second cars now on the road, probably moving up.
Well, interesting that they are also they're having a real mare there, aren't they?
Not ideal.
Using the drill that we see so many teams use to make the changes a little bit speedier. So Dylan van Baarle, one of the outsiders, I think you could say, for today's race, is a long way back from this main peloton, and that he will get back on Adam, but that's going to take a reasonable amount out of him, because the speed over the top of this climb and down the other side is going to be extremely high.
Yep. Here he is getting back on now. The guys are probably about 300 metres before the top of the Rotonde, and he is just turning onto it. So, yeah, a little bit of distance, especially on a climb that you don't want to make. He'll be able to use the team cars, obviously, and get his way back. But, yeah, you'd never want, even when you have a bike change, you want it to be as quick as possible, especially in this situation. That was not ideal for him at all, but I'm sure he'll get back in. Well, he will get back in. 100%. You can see his teammates towards the back as well. Tom Pidcock, Ben Turner got towards the front for the Eau de Quarmont. Now at the back, just relaxing, maybe taking a few jackets off. Ryan Mullen saying block the road or slow down a little bit, maybe.
It's a hard road to block, this one, because you can fit around about 40 riders across it. If you've been away on a commercial break, welcome back. Whilst you were away, we did have a problem for one of the outside favourites for today's race. Dylan van Baarle, winner of Dwars door Vlaanderen this time last year, forced to stop at the side of the road twice, this being the second time. So he'd swapped from his main race bike, with which he had a problem, onto his spare, and the spare that he was given had a front wheel puncture. And that meant that the mechanic had to change the wheel, because this is his only spare bike. And it was a rather slow change, unfortunately, for the Dutchman. You can see that they've got the actual spindles there to take out the through axles of the quick release of the the disc brake wheel. You'll see in a few moments' time that trying to get it back in took a long time for the mechanic to engage it in the thread.
They need to get onto the Formula One team, who are also sponsored by Ineos. Get some little guns maybe to do it a little bit quicker. Who knows?
They should have a look at some marginal gains, really, shouldn't they?
Very well played.
I'm joking.
Very well played.
The mechanic doing his best to change it as quick as possible. It just didn't work out then. We see that a lot with disc brakes, don't we?
One of the fastest roads in Belgium, this. Down this stretch of road.
Well, on what race was it? I think E3. We did have the graphic in the bottom right-hand corner of 70 kilometres per hour plus down this descent, and it is a dangerous one. Adam's just pointing out that central part of the road there, and you'll see that riders that get themselves caught around that point have to flick their bikes across it. It's not a part where you want to end up having your tyres.
Like
because even though the tyres are bigger now, 28 mils in general for this race, they will still get stuck down that central part.
Yeah, it's just like one singular tram line in the middle of the road all the way down. Everyone wants to avoid it. You've got to, like Dan said, you've got to flick across it or bunny hop up it. Sometimes it's not even as well because there's concrete slabs on the road, so one side might be higher than the other. And that's all to deal with while going down at sort of 65, 70k an hour downhill into the Kortekeer. It is... it's awful being in that middle section where you're in between wheels and you're just constantly jumping, because there's the problem is with it, the riders sit on each side of it, so there's always that little bit of space to move up in the middle of it. But if you try and move up, you're always hopping in between, in and out of it.
Yeah, past that point now, though, onto tarmac, and the lead group onto the next climb. It's the second climb of today's race. This is the Kortekeer. And it was over the top of this climb on the lead into the Tijnberg that Jumbo-Visma ripped things up at the E3 Saxo Bank Classic for the first time. We all know what happened towards the end of the race. Once they got to the Paterberg, Wout van Aert accelerated and only his teammate was able to stay with him. Van Aert not a part of this race if you are just joining us. Got sick during the week. That was announced by his team Jumbo-Visma and unfortunately tested positive for COVID. So an opportunity very much missed for the Belgian champion, who was on flying form, of course. They don't take the Tijnberg on at this point of the race. They will do later on, but over the top of the Korte Keer, they'll take a left-hand turn and then head down towards the foot of the Achterberg. I said I didn't know it particularly well. Robbie McEwen obviously does, and he's texted me some information on it. It is a short cut, should I say, from Oudenaarde up to the plateau of the main road to Brakel. 90-degree right-hand corner, very narrow into it, so important to be at the front there because it leads quickly onto the Holleweg, the Wolvenberg, Kerkgarten, the Jagerij, and then not long after that, about 6 kilometres, they'll be onto the Molenberg, which can often be a crucial part of this race. And apparently Achterberg means the behind berg. But you want to be in front.
Where I was going to say I would be, but hopefully you're with me in that, Dan. We'd be behind.
Well, every climber is the behind berg for us, isn't it?
I don't know about that. You got, was it 45th in this race?
Ah, well, I'm glad you brought that up, Adam.
I bet you are.
Because of all of our experts here today on the English-speaking part of Eurosport Discovery and GCN, Adam Blythe, myself, Robbie McEwen and Danny Rowe, who you'll hear on the women's commentary later
Philip
on.
Gilbert's doing commentary as well, by the way.
Yeah, but not in English.
Oh, right, OK, sorry.
So, of the English-speaking talent, in inverted commas, I've got the best result of anybody today. And I can't say that very often, so I'm going to say it today.
Have you been in a winning team, though?
No.
Me and Robbie have. Trumps
Yes.
it, doesn't it?
Probably Danny Rowe as well, yeah.
Yeah, DNF every race for me this, sadly. Never finished it.
How many times did you do it?
5.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear. Just the look. So Dan sat beside me then, and straight face, pan face, he just looked across and went, oh, dear. Brutal race.
Maybe a comeback is in order, Adam.
Yeah, no, it's not going to happen. Van Baal back on the back.
Yeah, and he has help from his teammates. That is the German 22-year-old Kim Hajduk.
Sorry, Dan. No, it's not Pogacar, sorry.
No,
Nice
just a
car
similar
in
rocking
front,
style, but that is number 95 there for UAE Team Emirates. So Felix Gross, another German rider, 23 years of age. Oh, the old Citroens. If Carlton was on, he'd be able to tell you all about these. 2 CVs.
I can tell you if you want.
Wow,
but he's not.
Straight into it.
Yeah, can you hear me? Am I with you?
You are indeed, Carlton.
2 CV, 2 horsepower, de chevaux. And it was a secret design. In fact, they hid them from the Germans during the Second World War because it was regarded as such a fantastic piece of design. You were supposed to be able to take a sheep in the back and put a tray of eggs on the bonnet and drive over a ploughed field without upsetting the sheep or breaking the eggs. There you go.
Wow. Thank you very much, Carlton.
Yeah, I'd like to say that was somewhere in my brain, and you've reminded me of it, but of course it wasn't. But thank you, Carlton.
No worries, I'm here when you need me.
Still reasonably calm in the main peloton here.
It is, isn't it? But I know it's going to happen soon. It's just 120k still too far out, but we're all anticipating early moves. We're all anticipating the action to start early on, but how early is it going to be? Is 124k still going to be too far? The Worlds last year in Leuven, that action started at 250k to go.
It did, yes.
It
that didn't really stop,
me.
did it, until the finish line?
So it wouldn't surprise me if it started sort of 100k to go mark. I've got the Wolvenberg at 114k to go. And Kirkgate 110.
Yeah, there is a section that they're tackling now where there are lots of either cobbles or climbs in quite quick succession. However, after the Valkenburg, which comes with 88 kilometres to go, they do have a little bit more respite. Part of that is on a main road as well, so I'd expect to see a lot of riders taking on food and drink there, either from the side of the road or indeed from the team car behind. And any riders that do have excess clothing still on will take it off at that point. But as you can see, looking down here from our helicopter shot, most riders are down to, at the most, arm warmers. Some of them, like Ben Swift, the national British champion here.
Going hard already as well.
Yep, already riding reasonably hard. Obviously not a domestique role today for the likes of Tom Pidcock within that team. Also for Dylan van Baarle. If you're just joining us though, Van Baarle was a victim of a mechanical issue and then a second mechanical issue straight after on his spare bike, unfortunately. So he is back in this lead peloton, but remains to be seen how much that would have taken out of him for the rest of the day. Terpstra still towards the back as well.
Just biding his time, isn't he? But this is a problem here. Look, you can see towards the front, the narrowness of the road, almost coming to a standstill. Then you get this shot of the front, and Ben Swift riding relatively hard on the front, and they have to accelerate, get back up to speed. They'll go over the top. It'll naturally string out.
Daniel Oss also up there towards the front for Total Energy. You'd imagine they'll all be behind Anthony Turgis, the Frenchman, today, who's ridden so well in this race over the last couple of seasons and took second place at Milan-San Remo behind Mate Mohoric. There we go then, over the top of the Kortekeer. And it'll be a matter of around 5 kilometres now, mainly on descent, before they'll get to the start of the next climb of the day. We're really back on the outskirts of Oudenaarde now, which is where our finish line today is and where it has been for just over the last decade at this point. And incidentally, a new contract has been signed, which will see Oudenaarde remain the finish line for the Tour of Flanders for, I think it's at least until the end of 2025.
Just been informed by Robert McEwen as well that next 20 kilometres is where you make badly positioned riders waste their energy by chasing back. Thanks for the info, Robbie.
Well, it's all strung out in the men's race, and the women's race has just started. From Oudenaarde, town that I was just mentioning, and they'll also finish on exactly the same line. For those of you, again, just joining us that missed what I was saying before, you can watch a large amount of the women's race on our digital platforms, and still a fair amount of it once the men's race has finished on traditional television. So the women's race ending, I think it's at around about an hour, hour and a half after the men's race is due to finish. Of course, you can't predict it exactly. It's just based on how fast or slow each race goes compared to what they are predicting. But yes, the women's race will be available on our digital platform, so you can have 2 screens open if you so wish and keep your eye on what's happening in both at the same time. So back onto the outskirts of Oudenaarde. Yeah, and this is the point at which they could continue straight on to the climb that they'll shortly see in front of them. There we go, but they're going to take a right-hand turn and take the shortcut that Robbie McEwen was telling us about.
I actually made a shortcut once in a race.
Yeah, and you got given 55th place or something, didn't you?
58th, yeah. You did. Brilliant, yeah. I got in a car and everything. Anyway, the Axterberg. 1.5 Ks in length, 4.4% average gradient, a max of 14. We could see that shot from the peloton there, that sort of cluster of riders, how it was all together at the front, and a big long line of riders who were just a bit further back over the top. We saw Ben Swift pushing on the pace and just stringing things out over the top. Those riders will want to get back on, but as Robbie pointed out to us, that this will be the start of the point where a lot of riders waste their energy, a lot of riders that are ill-positioned and need to move up and going down a very fast road, what they were on. Obviously takes a bigger effort to do so.
Yeah, tough little climb this, isn't it? Even if you take the main road up, and I rode up that myself just a month or so ago, it's long by Flemish Ardennes standards, and this, even though it's a shortcut, in total 1.5 kilometres long with that average 4.4% gradient. So another little climb and little rise that will sting the legs of everybody.
Every little climb here has got a lot of people on it, hasn't it?
It has, it's unbelievable. But I guess, you know, at this part, if you know the roads, you can skirt from one place to the other. But as the years have gone on, it's become increasingly hard to do that, because there are now so many spectators, not just from Belgium, but from all over the world, who come to watch this great race.
and also the zone hoppers. Zone hoppers are, for anyone that's wondering, the people that are within the team holding wheels at the side of the climbs, the soigneurs, the carers that have the bottles, the feed bags. They can jump in between the climbs, but they have to do that in the cars. And when there's more people, more parked cars on the side of the road, it becomes increasingly difficult. And this is the fight in the peloton. Look at it across this main road. Riders on the right-hand side, Florian Vermeer just on the left of our shot. The Lotto Start rider trying to move up, but not get in the wind too early. Affini in the centre of our screen, right towards the front in that yellow kit. Lewis Askey on the right-hand side with Stefan Kung behind him. El Tractor, Tim de Klerk, right-hand side.
It doesn't look stressful, but it is.
Oh, it is stressful
You
and
can see
hard.
a few concerned glances across the road there from Zdenek Stybar, just assessing what's happening. His teammates on the other side of the road here. Tim de Klerk has done so much riding already today. This to me looks like Bert van Leeuwenberger, another Belgian rider, leading de Klerk. Asgreen right up there towards the front. They clearly see this as a very important moment, Adam.
They do indeed. Bert van Leeuwenberger, let's not get this wrong. This is difficult. Look at the face on Askey in the centre of our screen there in a minute. It's very, very difficult and very fast indeed. Coming into this roundabout, getting into position for the next climb. And as Robbie said, you know, even if you're out of position, you can waste a lot of energy. But if you're the front now, that effort that Van Leeuwenberger had to make to do that will have taken a lot out of him doing that little bit of effort. And if they carry on from this, the recovery is that side in the middle of the road. Crash, crash, crash.
Oh, it was almost inevitable, wasn't it? The squeezing of that central sign there on the roundabout. Two riders down, one from Uno X, one from Team Cofidis, and that is Pete Allagaert. Just trying to see, 2:24 it looked to be from Uno X. So
Johannesson.
Oh, 2:42, should I say. Yeah, Johannesson, one of the riders that would have been an outsider for today, a very, very talented bike rider. So I know Carlton was expecting big things from this man today in his first appearance at the Ronde van Vlaanderen. That is not going to help matters. Meanwhile, the front of the peloton that has made its way through safely is on to this next climb of the Achterberg.
Yeah, and wanting to block the road as well. You saw Tim de Klerk there just going to the left-hand side, block it. They've got into position now. When they get to the front, they can back off a little bit. Everyone's in position. Let's try and recover a little bit. And that will enable the likes of Bert van Leeuwenberger, who's on the front, doing that big turn into there, just for a chance to recover a little bit more than he would do if he were riding hard up here, obviously. Asgreen's looking good, isn't he? Here's a replay of the crash. Touch of the wheels from the Uno X riders. And then sadly... Where's the second? Oh, just another touch of the wheels behind. I was going to say two separate crashes, but just down to braking, hitting the wheel
from
in
the
front
aftermath like it would have been just from the same crash, wouldn't it? But yeah, two separate crashes within the bunch there, and all in aid of that fight for position into that right-hander, but then onto this next climb. And as you can see, it's much, much calmer there at the front, and this is going to continue to happen until the first really significant attacks come, at which point this group will be much, much smaller than it is right now, and the fight for position will not be quite as necessary as it has been up to this point.
I guess as well that's why we see Terpstra sitting at the back, so he's not involved in this hustle and bustle, he's not involved with the fight, so he sits at the back just letting these riders do it, trying to save as much energy as he can. Then when it strings out a little bit more, when it gets a little bit harder, he'll start to pick his way up to the front. Christophe Laporte there, top of your screen. Jumbo-Visma rider Tadej Pogacar as well with two teammates. Edvald Boasson-Hagen at the back here in a Total Direct Energy kit. TE written across his bottom. Nicky Churchill was just speaking about a teammate, just a couple of places in front of him. Tom Scully as well, taking his leg warmers off. He's decided to do that now, obviously.
I guess if you're caught out of position somewhat, then you might as well take that opportunity to take off the clothes that you no longer need. It's such a bizarre race when you do it for the first time, or even if you're kind of watching it for the first time, compared to the likes of the Tour de France and the other big name races that we have throughout the season, because there, yes, you have a fight for position, but you also have the accelerations and the really high pace once you get to the climbs. Here, as you can see, the pace is much higher in terms of exactly how hard the rides were going on the lead into this climb than on the climb itself, and that is a pattern that will continue potentially for the next 20, 30, 40 kilometres of this race.
Just trying to look where Mathieu van der Poel is at the minute. Another crash on the right-hand side. Total Direct Energy rider. Split again in the peloton. Nicky Terpstra, making the most of it, taking off his jacket now where there's a crash in the middle of the road, not jumping on the grass and trying his very hardest to try and do some cyclocross. Two Total Direct Energy riders there. Number rider 107.
Dujardin, Sandy Dujardin is number 107. Well, 116 kilometres to go. That means that they have done over 150 kilometres, 156 to be exact. So almost 100 miles in their legs already, with the hardest part still to come. And as we get on to the next section, the Holloweg, it's time to reintroduce Robbie McEwen from Australia. How are you doing, Robbie?
Hello, lads. Full belly and good to go. Ready for the finale. I talked about how important it is to eat before you get hungry. Well, I've already got hungry, but I've rectified that situation. I think I can make it all the way through to the finish.
I'm not sure I can, because I was sent a lunch order by my colleagues here in Bath at GCN, and I missed the order, so hopefully they've got something for me.
Did you get a lunch order?
Yeah, they're not sharing.
Have you got a separate WhatsApp group, have you? I didn't get nothing of that. Crikey, fend for yourself. I see how it is.
We've got some Battenberg downstairs.
Beautiful, that's more than enough.
Well, on to the next important stretch for the main peloton. We can see how nervous it's been. It will continue to be so. And the speed at the rear of this peloton much, much higher than it is at the front. We've constantly been talking about Nicky Terpstra here, former winner of this race. Did that back in 2018. He's been very confident and very relaxed towards the back. He was held up just behind a crash a few moments ago, but took that opportunity to take off his gilet, get himself ready for the finale. And it'll be interesting to see how much of a part he plays in this finale. Of course, he's not been on the best of form for the last couple of years. Certainly not the type of form that would insinuate that he's got a chance of being, well, not just winning this race, but being in the top 10 at the end. But potentially a crucial role to play for his team leader, Anthony Turgis, on today's race. Well, such is the pace that number 215 here has been detached from the back of that peloton. Carl Patrick Lauk, not sure if he's got any kind of problem. Well, if he literally just couldn't keep up anymore.
The legs, the main problem he can have.
Looks like Kel O'Brien towards the front there, Robbie.
Yeah, it is. It is Kel O'Brien, the man who rode so strongly in the early break into Asdorf-Vlaanderen on Wednesday. A little bit surprised to see him being used, if in fact that is what it is, so early, because he was going so strong. Here's the Wolvenberg, the next climb on the menu. It's a short one, only 645 metres, average of 7.9%, but it's got a steep kicker there, about to hit. It's around 13%. But as you can see, it's a tarmac road, no cobbles. So a leg stinger, but not too terrible.
I'm just loving the whole atmosphere of this race this year. I'd forgotten how much I missed the fans on the side of the road over the last couple of seasons at this particular race.
Stander Wolf then would have had a treat there with a little push from a spectator.
Gradient just eases off towards the top of the Wolvenberg. They're over the steepest section. But I think also the Belgian fans have forgotten how great it was to be roadside in the races, and they are lapping it up.
Well, it's time to hear again from Bradley Wiggins on the bike without a camera, but let's hear his thoughts again.
Yes, I'm right at the back of the peloton here now as they just had that left-hand turn into the Holloweg, and there's been a huge crash just in front of me. There's a couple of riders gone down. No one I can see of any sort of importance, really. Few Topspeed Vlaanderen. A couple of Topsport Vlaanderens on the floor there, but there was quite carnage from the two crashes we had before. Lots of riders coming back. A previous winner of this race, Nicky Terpstra, was at the back with Daniel Oss, so not great positioning for some of the big stars here. But I'm just going past those two riders now, two riders from Topsport Vlaanderen. It's carnage at the back here as they just hit the Holloweg. So this race is really lighting up now. Quite a few crashes after what was a steady start to the day for a Tour of Flanders. It's now really kicking off, and it's now like a proper Tour of Flanders. Lots of crashes, lots of action. I'll hand you back to the commentary team.
Speed really picking up towards the front, and it's EF Education EasyPost who are setting that pace. Clearly with a plan. They will have Andreas Clear, a man who knows these roads as well as any local. in the team car behind them. They've got Alberto Bettiol, one of the 5 former winners, starting today. Jens Kerkelera, very strong rider from Belgium himself. Tom Scully, who we have seen towards the front on numerous occasions. The Dane Michael Valgren, former winner of Omloop. We just saw him taking a sip from his bidon a few moments ago. Sebastian Langevel, one of the most experienced riders in this race. Jonas Ruch, incredibly strong. Plus Lukas Wisniewski, the Polish rider. So they do have an outside chance once again, just as they did when they won it back in 2019. You're squeamish, Adam, as you watch them go into these corners. You know what it's all about.
Yeah, it's just awful, isn't it? It's not awful, it's brilliant to watch, but just that fight for position, the desperation almost to stay at the front, to be at the front, just causes so much tension and so much urgency. Even if you're quite relaxed in the peloton, when riders are around you wanting to move up constantly, you can't help but, well, you need to do it. There's no way of avoiding it. You have to do it with them. And it just creates an atmosphere within that peloton which is a lot more cagey, it's a lot more scrappy, it's a lot more violent almost.
Here's the turn onto the Wolvenberg. Tight right-hander.
Oh, Kevin Geniet's just screaming up the inside there. The Luxembourg champion from Groupama FDJ. I tell you, we talked about it earlier, Robbie, but we haven't seen that much of Mathieu van der Poel so far today, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, is it?
He knows how to hide himself away. But what we were talking about earlier, the race of attrition has really started. When they came to the Achterberg, if you're towards the back, then you have wasted a whole lot of energy already, and you're already in trouble. This bunch is looking significantly smaller. There's a lot of riders who have got caught out by the crashes, by the narrow roads. It's all getting underway. This is the real finale.
It's such a long build-up, this race, isn't it, to the point at which we get our first big attacks. And before those big attacks, we'll get some from lesser-known riders who want to try and get themselves a little bit of distance between where they are on the road and where the main group of favourites is behind. 112 kilometres to go. We heard earlier from that man, Tadej Pogačar. He was asked when he thought that the race would really light up, and he said, I expect it will light up pretty early based on previous races, but it hasn't happened just yet.
It's funny when you say lesser-known riders going on the attack early. I can imagine we'll probably get some of the favourites, not the out-and-out favourites, but riders that could win this race attacking earlier on. The likes of, we look in the centre of our screen there, just left of Mathieu Bodnar. On the left is Tim Wellens from Lotto Soudal. He's got his arm warmers off, just reaching round to his stomach now. So yeah, he's one of the riders that I think would go on the attack early. He's got Victor Campenaerts, who did an extremely good ride during Dwars-Door on Wednesday, so he'll probably be the leader. But Tim Wellens, what can he do to assist him today? And wouldn't surprise me if he did go on the attack early. A rider that has got a brilliant palmarès.
Back with our breakaway. And you can see again how narrow this part of the race is. And it'll be these sorts of roads that they're dealing with so often over the final 100 kilometres of the Tour of Flanders. Next section, though, is a flat one, or reasonably. It's listed down as a flat section of cobbles in the road book, Kerkgate. But there is a little bit of a rise, I think I'm right in saying over here. 3.5% when I looked online, the average gradient for this one.
It drags. It's the sort of the lower section of the road that leads them back up to the Hollebek. So then they'll turn off it again. So it just is a bit more than false flat. Well, there you see it. You can see the gradient on TV here of Kerkgate, 1,400 metres. And it is definitely more than false flat, I can guarantee you.
Yeah, you can see it's just rising up on screen at the moment, and it leads them immediately into the Jagerij. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, the Jagerij, and yeah, they turn off to the left onto the Jagerij. It's that is a flatter section, a little dip in the middle. It goes slightly down, slightly up, but only a tiny bit. It's a bit of a respite from this section. And then that battle really starts towards the Molenberg. And what we saw, that race towards the bottom of the Achterberg a few moments ago, times that by 4, 5, maybe even 10. That's the battle you'll get to the bottom of the Molenberg. The entrance to the Molenberg is a whole lot narrower. immediately onto the cobbles. It's very, very narrow. They're rough cobbles. You come out the top. Although there's a lot of flat road and then a couple of tarmac climbs over the next few kilometres, again, it's a section where you can put anyone badly positioned effectively out of the race.
It's been pretty stable, hasn't it, the time gap from this leading group of 9 riders back to the main peloton behind. It's come down when they've been fighting behind for position in towards climbs, risen back up when they've been a bit more relaxed, having got their position, or not, as the case may be, in the main peloton behind this one. Still, though, nothing like the gap that the front group was allowed this time last year. 13 minutes on that particular occasion. Potentially not by this point, of course, in the race. It certainly would allow them to get deeper than this group is currently thinking they might be able to get to. I'll just go through the rides in the breakaway because I know that not all of you have managed to make a full 7 hours free today to watch the entirety of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. The rider at the back there, number 25 from Lotto Soudal, is Sebastian Grignard, one of the youngest riders in the breakaway, just 22 years of age. Slightly more experienced at 24, the rider just in front of him, Stan de Wolf, another Belgian from AG2R Citroën. Taco van der Hoorn is the rider on the front as things stand, just on the left-hand side of the road there. He wears number 37, the Dutchman from Intermarché Wanty-Gobert. We've got an Italian here, who was the first rider, I think, to attack today, right at the very beginning, Manuele Boaro of the Astana Kazakhstan team. Beyond that, we also have Tom Bowley, the Swiss rider from Team Cofidis, up towards the front of this group. Matthijs Paschkens, who we spoke to at the start line this morning. He's been in all lots of different breakaways so far this season in the Cobble Classics. He's riding for Bingo Power Sources, the brightest kit of the rides up the road here. Max Canter is representing the Spanish squad Movistar. Another Italian, Luca Mozzato for B&B Hotels. And finally, Lindsay de Wilde of Sport Vlaanderen Baloise. You can see him there, number 24 on his back. Oh, another brilliant shot. It's almost akin to Strade Bianche. So the main body of the peloton also coming up towards that stretch of cobbles that we saw the breakaway tackle a little bit earlier on. Quick Step. We thought that they might leave the responsibility to other teams today, with the Cobble Classics not having gone their way so far in 2022, but that has not been the case at all. They've been on the front the whole way through, from the moment at which this main peloton started to ride behind the breakaway. Quick Step Alpha Vinyl have been right up there, setting the pace, getting Asgreen into the right place at the right time. They continue to do that up to this point. First sighting of Jumbo-Visma for quite some time. The rider on the front in the yellow there for that team, Mick van Dijk, I think I'm correct in saying. You see he's got Christophe Laporte on his wheel. Laporte, by virtue of the fact that Wout van Aert is no longer, or not a part of this race whatsoever after testing positive for COVID in the week. Laporte, a co-leader. And they have taken more of a back foot in this race, Robbie, than you would have expected, or perhaps you would expect it, given the lack of Van Aert here.
Yeah, I think that's been a really good excuse for them to take a bit more of a back seat to the rest. And I think it's the exact way they need to ride it. What I've noticed all the way through the last few days with the speculation about Wout van Aert's health, and then when it became evident that he couldn't ride, is that the team always went about it the right way for the rest of their riders. They didn't panic. They didn't say, oh, this is an emergency or this is really terrible. They said, we've still got the weapons. We just need to adjust the way we're going to use them. And I think they're doing it a really good way, that they're rolling with the punches of not having Wout van Aert and doing just what they need to do, but not being showy about it. Definitely not like, as we see, a problem here. Well, Vest caught in the back wheel for the man from Astana. 1-3-1. It's Gianni Moscon. Well, it goes from bad to worse for Moscon this season.
Yeah, it's not been a season that he'll want to remember, Gianni Moscon. He's also battled through illness at the very start of the year, and Astana as a whole team really haven't been having a very good time of it so far in 2022. And as Robbie's just said, Going from bad to worse, more woes for the Kazakhstani squad.
Well, the race moves on, and without Gianni Moscon, and good to see Trek Segafredo just well represented at the front. What I was thinking earlier when I saw Edward Turns leading Jasper Stuyven, and there were a couple of the Lotto Soudal riders with Tim Wellens, you could really see the locals who know every centimetre of this course, where to get to the front, how to take a corner. And that was evident the way they came off the Holloweg and then onto the Wolfenberg, perfectly positioned, saving energy. This race in this phase, it's like a mini finale. You've got to be in position, you can make the race, you can wind things up a little bit and make a lot of riders go on the chase, waste a lot of energy. And later on, that'll take care of itself. You'll just get rid of them because they've burned themselves so badly. So you've got to know just when to push a little bit, when you can sit up, and that really is that local knowledge coming into play. As we said earlier, the local knowledge in a race like this has become less and less important with all the data that is available to teams with VeloViewer, etc. The experienced DSs in the car calling shots, but it's the little things that make the difference at the end of the day, at the end of a 273-kilometre race like this. So it's always good if you're a little bit inexperienced, don't quite know where you are on the course, follow the Belgians.
Haha, yes. I think back in our day that was Peter van Petegem, wasn't it? I mean, it wasn't that easy to follow him, let's be completely honest, but he was a former teammate of yours, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, and he was an anomaly himself. He would often hang at the back like we've seen Nicky Terpstra, but then he could move to the front and you hadn't even noticed he'd gone, and suddenly he's back to front and he was right in the race, hadn't wasted an ounce of energy. A local.
Oh, nice to see Dylan van Baarle back to the front of this race after the mechanical issues that he experienced after the Oude Kwaremond and before the Hotondberg.
Is that a climb?
It is a climb. It's just not actually registered as a climb for this particular race, but it was at the E3 Saxo Bank Classic. But either way, he got himself over it, he got himself back onto the bunch. And the same can be said now for the Italian Gianni Moscon, number 131 on his back.
Oh, he's back, but they're on their way to the Molenberg. And as we just said, how important it is to be near the front there. Because if you're at the back of the bunch, when you get to the Molenberg, you can spend 5, 8, 10 seconds just standing completely still, waiting to get on. It can become an absolute traffic jam. And if somebody goes down, it can block the entire street. And you'll find yourself just out of the race.
And we saw exactly that this time last year, didn't we? At the bottom of the Molenberg, a couple of riders taking a cheeky shortcut, which they really shouldn't have been doing, but a few more riders coming to a complete standstill. Such is the differential between the width of the road entering the Molenberg and the width of the road that you get about 50 metres after you've taken that left-hand turn. So that is the next point that this main peloton will be fighting for. They will know that there is a chance of coming back if they're out of position at the foot of the Molenberg, but much better to be at the front of it if you possibly can be, because straight after that, right-hand turn over the top of it, where they will have a tailwind, so it could be potentially quite fast at that point, onto the Marlborough-Straat, then the Berendries, then the Valkenburg, all tarmacked climbs. The next one, the Molenberg, is not tarmacked. In fact, some of the worst cobblestones of all of the climbs, I would say, in the Flanders region.
Yeah, the Molenberg is one of the few climbs that hasn't been that well looked after, particularly down low. It's in a very low-lying area. It's got a creek running through the bottom end of the Molenberg, and the cobbles are really skewy, very, very rough, and the cars that have been going over there have formed a real ridge in the centre of the cobbles and dips on the edges. So it's a really tough one.
UAE Team Emirates now on the front, and you can see on the right-hand side there, it's Matteo Trentin telling his riders what to do and when. Very, very important rider within that squad today. As we all know, Tadej Pogačar riding this race for the very first time. This won't be something that they'd like to see. Felix Grosch, the German rider from that squad, off the back as things stand. No doubt he will have done a decent job for them earlier on today. Not sure if he had a problem or a mechanical or something else, or if he's just feeling the fatigue of, what, 170 kilometres in the legs already. Trek Segafredo also amassing towards the front. And here's the first main attack from the main body of the peloton. It's Bora Hansgrohe launching themselves off the front in anticipation potentially of the Molenberg still to come.
Well, that is a sly little move. And the cows are on the move too.
If you've been away, welcome back. We've got an attack from the main peloton. I think, is that Danny Van Poppel? It might be going off the front. Certainly one of the riders from Bora Hansgrohe deciding to try and get a head start.
I was looking at the face, and I know Danny Van Poppel quite well, and I just thought didn't quite look like Danny, but not convinced. Hard to tell sometimes with race face.
I think you're right.
Martin Lass.
There we go.
Flash
152.
Number.
Both right.
Jonas Koch.
That was my next choice.
Either all the time or any of the time.
Oh, another crash.
Bike Exchange.
Yeah, number 123, that is Dion Smith of Team Bike Exchange. And we're going to see more and more of this. Here's the Molenberg then. Taking that left-hand turn at the head of the race, and in around 3.5 minutes' time, that peloton is going to be sprinting into this tiny little road. You can see the gradients there, 14% at its maximum, and they're on that pretty much now. This section is around about 10%. It kicks up even more than that, levels out over the top, but it doesn't go down straight away, and that's one of the things that makes the Molenberg so very hard. You don't get a descent for quite some way after you go over the top. Of course, the riders here in the breakaway can just take it at their own pace. No fight for position for them, but it couldn't be in more contrast in a few moments' time for the main body of the peloton.
Yeah, the only good thing about the Molenberg is the cobbles finish now. You can see the tarmac starts. So as far as cobble climbs go, it's relatively short on the cobbles, but the toughest part of the climb is on the cobbles. Sandro Murisa, well, he's a key lieutenant, or lieutenant, I should say, for Mathieu van der Poel. A front wheel puncture for him on the way to the Molenberg. That is as good as a disaster.
Yeah, possibly the worst moment so far in the race to have any sort of problem. All of the previous climbs and cobbles, yes, you want to go into them cleanly and have no bad luck, but you can get yourself back into the race before this point. But if anyone decides to really light the pace up on the Molenberg and over the top and onto the next climbs to come, that's going to be very hard to get back on. Sorry, what did I miss?
Right of screen, Mathieu van der Poel, just a bit of cyclocross, riding on about 2 millimetres of road. But Tadej Pogacar also not caught out right at the front with a teammate. But 5 riders from Trek Segafredo, that local knowledge I told you about, they've been there since the approach to the Achterberg, and they've been there the entire time, making all the right moves to have maximum numbers. This is a good opportunity for them to maybe not attack as a team, but increase the pace significantly on the Molenberg and just let the race fall apart behind them. Stefan Kung also there, centre of the picture. Groupama FDJ.
Yeah, Pogacar there as well. Mats Pedersen as well at the front of the race. With the world champions rainbow bands around his sleeves. Didn't have the best of races, it's got to be said, last Wednesday at Dwars-Dovlanden, but we do know he's on great form, and he's also on great sprinting form so far this season.
He was exceptionally good in Paris-Nice, and he rode a very good Milan-San Remo as a late replacement for Jasper Stuyven. But Mats Pedersen, I just wonder if this race, the steep cobble hills are just a little bit too much.
Yeah, he's not had the best of results over the years in the E3 Saxo Bank Classic, but he was right up there in this race a few years ago. I can't remember if he was second or third. I seem to remember that it was him that was caught by Nicky Terpstra back in 2018, it must have been, and almost managed to hang on to him over the top of the Quaremont and maybe even the Paterberg, but managed to hold on for second place. A very, very strong ride from Mats Pedersen, who was really young back in 2018, 4 years ago.
Yep, 2018, second in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. You are correct. Again, I've gotten used to it.
No, I make lots and lots and lots of mistakes.
Yeah, but the most important thing is when you write, you tell as many people as possible.
Yes, there is that. I have to make the most of it when I do get it right. Anyway, back to this race, because you can now see there is a serious sense of urgency amongst the front of this main peloton. They are very shortly going to taking that left-hand turn into the foot of the Molenberg. There on the left-hand side, Alpecin-Fenix. I think that's Van der Poel already up towards the front. A severe lack of teammates, though, for him. In fact, I'm not sure that is him towards the front. He might have slipped a little bit further back. This is the left-hand turn then into the Molenberg, and it's Groupama FDJ leading the main body of the peloton into the foot of this climb. And you'll see very shortly there'll be, excuse me, there'll be riders at a complete halt because they're out of position. And whilst at the front of the race, Nathan van Hooijdonk is accelerating, there are riders with their foot down at the rear. That is why position is so crucial in the Tour of Flanders each and every year. Big acceleration here, Robbie, by Nathan van Hooijdonk.
I would love to see it, but I've just lost pictures, unfortunately, so I'm loving your commentary, Dan.
Well, I shall continue to commentate over the pictures that I am still enjoying. Van Hooijdonk off the front of the main body of the peloton. He's got in the region of 15 metres over the Groupama FDJ riders just behind him. We've got Kevin Geniets, the Luxembourg national champion, up there towards the front. It's an interesting move from Van Hooijdonk here. Perhaps he's just feeling so good he wasn't going to, he doesn't realise he's got a gap over the riders behind. We can see 3 riders and 3 teammates of his right up there towards the front for Jumbo-Visma. Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl slightly out of position, but their main man, Kasper Asgreen, very alert and towards the front of the race. Well, that's the main body of the Molenberg done. Next up, the Marlborough Strat. So Van Hooijdonk now stuck between the middle, or stuck between the leading group and the main peloton behind him. Think that Jonas Koch of Bora Hansgrohe, I don't think he's been caught, certainly didn't see that catch being made, so he might catch another rider fairly shortly. Fedorov, problem for him, but at least he's still in the race, unlike last year. I think it was him that was disqualified, along with one of the riders from Alps in Phoenix 12 months ago, after a little bit of argy-bargy.
Well, Dan, I can tell you now on the way to the Marlborough Strat that it's probably time for a bit of a lull in proceedings. The Marlborough Strat is just a tarmac climb. It's long-ish, at just over 1.5 kilometres until it sort of turns more to false flat. Not really steep at all. It's not particularly narrow. It's just a drag up to the top of the ridge between Brakel and Zwalm before they will head around, sort of skirting Brakel, and they'll be diving down towards the Berendries.
And the Berendries, a very tough climb, of course. Dead straight. Fairly steep.
Yeah, and up in steps too. Steep steps on the way up. But when you're training on it, you notice the little breaks in gradient on the steps, and when you're racing, it just seems like it's steep all the way to the top. I have pictures back. Happy days.
Well, you'll see then that Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl are now on the march.
I do. Too smooth for Stibar, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. We'll have to wait until we get a slightly closer shot to identify exactly who that rider is. But with Jumbo-Visma on the offensive up the road, they don't want to get on the back foot, do they?
No, they don't. And another man who's not letting himself get on the back foot is Michael Matthews in fourth wheel. Also a very recognisable style, really quite a straight back and far forward on the saddle. But Matthews, he's been well positioned all the way through. It looks like he was really tracking the Trek Segafredo team all the way through those last few sections of cobbles and hills. But now we have a 2-man group in pursuit. They have some 14 seconds on the peloton, still 3.5 minutes behind our break and inside the final 100 kilometres.
Yep, 97 kilometres remain. So 175 in their legs. I mean, let's not forget.
Dutchman Cafe in the middle of Belgium.
Yeah, 175 kilometres done. It's only 10 kilometres short of what they dealt with at Dwars-door-Vlaanderen last Wednesday. Just goes to show you the difference in length between these big monuments and the semi-classics. Christophe with a problem, former winner of this race of Intermarché Wanty Gobert. Just waiting for his team car to come up, and it's really important to do that. Looks like a rear wheel puncture for the Norwegian.
Yep.
Yeah, if you're ever starting out in racing at an amateur level, at a decent amateur level, ride as far as you can on your punctured tyre and ensure that your team car is just behind you, or a teammate alongside you before you stop.
Teammate with the Allen key, so with the he had that taped under his saddle so he can wind the skewer out instead of waiting for the mechanic. So that's being prepared as a teammate, as a domestique, having the tool on board to wind out that through axle rather than wait for the mechanic with his drill or with the Allen key. So well done.
It's the latest job in the life of a domestique, carrying Allen key around with you in case your team leader has any problems. So as things stand on the road, 9 leaders have a 3-minute and 18-second advantage over 2 chasers. One of those is Jonas Koch of Bora Hansgrohe, and the other is Jumbo-Visma's Nathan van Hooijdonk. So an interesting little ploy in terms of tactics today. Jumbo-Visma on the offensive, and they've got a rider up the road. Meanwhile, Alexander Kristoff back on his bike. New wheel in the rear, and he'll be pleased to see that the bunch ahead of him is not at warp speed right now.
Now, as I said, it's a good moment for a lull in the race when they get onto the Marlborough-Strade. It's more about just consolidating your position at the front. Marlborough-Strade is quite a wide one to go gutter to gutter and really shut things down. So it's going to take a few teams to really block things off, catch their breath again, keep that position at the front, and then ready themselves for the dive down to the Berenderies. Also, again, quite a wide road. Narrow when they go across the main road at the top of the ridge. Then it widens out, and then there's a tricky little corner as they come into Michelbeke, the little town at the bottom of the Berenderies. It goes narrow again inside the traffic island, and then it's onto the climb itself. And again, choosing if you want to go on with things, put some pressure on the field, or just maintain your position and wait till you come through Brakel, do the Valkenburg, and then it's a bit of a run through to the next really crucial sections of the race.
Once again, there's the climb profile for you for the one that they are about to hit out the front of this race. Still that 4-minute gap. Yeah, the Berenderies is a really tough climb. Might not be on cobbles, but it is steep, very steep in place. And we've seen plenty of times over the years in this race, but more so, I would say, in some of the semi-classics, where this has played a very significant role in the outcome of that particular race. 1 kilometre long, 7% the average gradient, with a maximum pitch of 10.5%. Once again, the crowd's out in force here, and there are big screens normally on the Berenderies, so you'll see plenty of these people sticking here for the entire day, watching the final 94 kilometres of the race. So the gap back to the chasers, holding fairly steady. And to me, it does seem like a little bit of a waste of energy for those 2 riders. Easy to say that when you're watching on television and just commentating on the race. And you'd imagine that Nathan van Hooijdonk would have expected 1 or 2 riders to go with him when he made that attack on the Molenberg. As it was, he did have 1 rider to catch in front of him, so he's got some company at least. But only a 30-second gap between them and the main peloton behind, who will be speeding up with this climb on the horizon. Well, 94 Ks. Sorry, go on, Robbie.
Yeah, it is a long way to the next real obstacles of this race. They go over the Berenderies, of course. It's a tough climb in its own right. It used to be much closer to the finish of the Tour of Flanders. It used to be only 30 kilometres to go. Now it's a lot further, but it's really another 50 kilometres until they get to the really serious stuff, the next passage of the Eau de Quaremont. So there's a whole lot of riding on tarmac roads, a few bigger roads to negotiate as well. Where being out there with 2, I agree with you, I think it's quite a waste of energy right at the moment to be doing what they're doing.
A slight waste of energy, but maybe not for too long, because I can envisage that these 2 riders will likely be caught over the top of the Berenderies. Very much depends on how the main peloton tackles it, of course, but if we have any attacks, the 36 seconds that they're currently enjoying as a gap will be extinguished very, very quickly indeed. Fast downhill run into the Berenderies, as you can see now. We didn't see this part of the road from the breakaway when they tackled it, but if it's fast here, you can just imagine the speeds with which the main peloton will be tackling this particular point, particularly as there will be a big fight to get towards the foot of the Berenderies in the best possible position.
Here's that little chicane I was talking about. So we're to the right, inside the traffic island, back to the left. They're now at the bottom, in that dip in the valley in Michelbeke, is one of the suburbs of Brakel. and they've got about another 250 metres till they hit the foot of the Berendries. And meanwhile, back in the peloton, this will be a 70km/h plus dive down to this section, and the battle to be in front yet again. And it's just a constant repetitive nature of this race, battling to be in position and then deciding once you're there, do you use the advantage you've built or catch your breath and wait for the next one? It's a tactical battle as much as anything.
I love the tactical playouts at the Tour of Flanders in particular. And we're seeing them play out in front of us at the moment. What will Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl do with the current situation out on the road? I don't think they'll be too concerned as things stand. But it does mean that Jumbo-Visma in the yellow there can take a back seat, just attentive towards the front of the main peloton without actually having to do any work behind this breakaway. And it's been a really interesting gap the whole way through, because the breakaway's maximum time gap was only about 4.5, just over, in terms of minutes. And it's still 3 minutes 43 seconds as things stand. So the pace of the main peloton hasn't been quite as high as I had expected. I really expected this race to open up pretty early. Of course, the main part of this race starts with 55 kilometres to go. That's the second passage of the Oude Kwaremont, then onto the Paterberg for the first time, then the Koppenberg, the hardest and the steepest climb on this course today, as it has been for the last few years. Well, these two are about to get over the hardest part of the Berendries, and it looks like they will still have a gap because there's no main acceleration from this group behind.
Yeah, they've got around 40 seconds gap, and as you said, no acceleration, so no one tempted to try and jump across to that two-man group. And just a collection of teams. This is the Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl team, Zdeněk Štybár there in second wheel, and a lot of riders from Trek Segafredo still, just losing one. He's done his job, so that would have been the ride down the dip towards the Berendries. That's cooked him, and he's gone. And they've got their team leaders, Stuyven and Mads Pedersen, in a good position. Ivan Garcia Cortina, from the man from Movistar on the left in the blue, also very well positioned. Not many riders from Movistar near the front, but he knows how to follow a wheel, which team to follow, and it's like he's just become an honorary member of the Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl team, following them around.
Well, it is Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl now setting the pace on the front. Yves Lampaert is the man doing that. Just behind him is Zdeněk Štybár, hovering just behind the defending champion of this race, Kasper Asgreen, the Dane, the second Dane to win this race in the history of it. Well, as we get over the top, we see Ivan Garcia accelerating himself for Team Movistar. It's time for me to bring back Carlton Kirby to the commentary box. What have you made of it, Carlton?
Oh, do you know what? Absolutely brutal. And it doesn't matter that there's no cobbles on these couple of climbs, the Berendries and the Valkenberg. It almost adds to the pace, doesn't it? All of a sudden, it's one element that's taken away and another one pops in to actually replace it, which is a real sense of urgency. As well, you know, when you're looking through a peloton and you start to see those who are on the front and those who are looking lively, it's very much there's Danish riders that are coming to the fore of my my mind at the moment. I'm looking at Mads Pedersen, thinking about whether it's he or Stuyven for Trek. I think it's Pedersen for them today. Stuyven's had a little bit of illness, but you know, I think it's him. I think also looking at Michael Valgren, he's been putting everything where it needs to be, particularly looking after himself feed-wise. And Kasper Asgreen as well for Quick-Step. I've got a feeling that the Danes are on a raiding party here, and we all know about that. Let's see how they roll.
This is really interesting, Carlson, yeah, because we've got this group that's been taken clear by Ivan Garcia Cortina with his acceleration over the top there. Most of the big teams represented. We've got one rider there from Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl, one from Alpecin Fenix, but behind, in the distance a few moments ago, we saw that there's no real reaction from anybody else. Ineos Grenadiers represented there by Ben Turner, but this is not a group that you can really allow to get a minute or two up the road.
Is that Axel Kirsch who's gone off, the Luxembourger? Super strong for Trek, who's made that trip. Equally for EF Education, they've had a big dig here. Just wondering whether that was Valgren himself who's rolled off the front, just as I mentioned him. I think when you've got this rolling surface, Dan, and it almost begs a little bit of pace, it almost adds to the nervousness. When you strip out the cobbles, all of a sudden they've gone, and it's replaced by pace and an opportunity, and you can't all take them.
No, you can't, and you can never predict the point exactly at which it's all going to hit the fan, because I said it before in commentary, sometimes it's between the climbs, sometimes it's on a climb where you're not expecting much action to take place. So you can't just look at it and say, well, out of Quaremont, 54.6 k's to go, that's the start of the race proper. Of course you need to be alert there, but that's the thing with these races, you've got to be alert at every single part. And it only takes a moment lapse of concentration from any one team, and we can see a group of riders going up the road as things stand now, and they're about to join up with this group. So all of a sudden there's 2 riders from Jumbo-Visma ahead of the game, 2 riders in this group from Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl, 1 rider, I think that's Gianni Vermeersch there from Alpecin Fenix. I don't think he's going to contribute at all, because for me I'd say it's Alpecin Fenix that are in the worst position as things stand right now.
It's a funny one,
although, you know,
he's
been 7th before. He's been 7th before, Gianni Vermeersch. So he's a guy who can definitely handle himself on this course. So Alpecin Fenix might call the others bluff.
Well, it's just in a short while, Robbie, that we're going to have what would have been the wall that you were besmirching earlier on, or disappointed that it's no longer part of proceedings. We're in that kind of zone, aren't we? And so it's a familiar area for Hurt, this.
It is, and the Valkenburg, this is coming out of Brakel now, the first section of this, very, very steep gradients up here, and all of the town out there, they're so happy to see the bike race, the Tour of Flanders, back on, and they're able to go along the roadside. After this climb, there's a bit of, well, not much really, a chance to get a chase organised if you've missed the boat with this counter-attacking group. But the question is who's going to do it, because that counter-attacking group has a lot of the big teams and the pre-race favourites represented.
Well, after the Valkenburg, they'll have some recovery time. It's just over 12 kilometres, I think it is, before we actually get to the more difficult cobblestone climb. The Berg, the Haut that we've got, that's 21%. In fact, is that our most serious? I think that's the most serious percentage, just under the Koppenberg, Dan.
Yeah, Koppenberg is definitely the toughest climb of the day, and we've seen in years gone by when they didn't have the gearing that they have got today, that they had to get off and push often. If they didn't have the momentum to get all the way up and you were slightly balked, then you couldn't get yourself going again. Such are the gradients of that particular climb. But we saw what happened in Dwarsdorf-Vlaanderen on Berg ten Outer. That was the defining moment of that particular race. Back to this group, I thought that there was a UAE Emirates rider within it, but there's not. So they're in big trouble as things stand, because this, whilst it doesn't contain the big favourites for today's race, there's some seriously big names and strong riders in this group, and they cannot be allowed to go too far up the road.
It's interesting, isn't it? Trentin was doing so much of the marshalling. He'd taken on the road captain's role, and it was almost like you could see him getting a little bit upset that he was having to issue so many orders, and it wasn't instinctive amongst his team. I guess that's the burden of knowledge, Robbie, is that the more you know, the more you realise those around you don't know, and he was busy just trying to help them all out as well as help himself.
Yep, but sometimes not sometimes, all the time in this race, you really do need to be able to focus on yourself and the job at hand, and not waste a single ounce of energy on anything or anybody else. But this race is hanging in the balance at the moment with this strong counter-attacking group coming across to these 2 riders. This is exactly what Nathan van Hooijdonk would have wished for, and I'm wondering if now we're going to get a counter-attack coming out of the peloton to close down this group. The gap is still manageable at the moment. They let it get more than this, they have a problem on their hands.
It includes Yves Lampaert. We've got Alex Kirsch as well. Mads Pedersen is in the frame. Said that the Danes would have a nibble today. Steimel is there and Yves Lampaert. Mick van Dijk, also part of proceedings. Still can't quite see who it is from EF Education. I think it might be Michael Valgren. I'm just squinting now.
I think it's Bettiol.
In fact, I'm thinking, the more I look at it, I think you're absolutely right, Dan. Here we are. We'll get a tighter view of those in pursuits. 87 kilometres to go. It's a tough sequence, this. Now, it does get rather narrow and pinchy on occasion, this race. This is a little bit wider for us to play with on this occasion, as you can see, but there are some nasty points still to come. Double check over the shoulder. You're absolutely right. Bettiol, the winner in 2019. Don't think he'll repeat that feat, but he wasn't favourite that day either, and he's putting himself down in a fantastic position here.
Oh, he is, yes. We've not seen too much of Bettiol since the very start of the season. He began with great form, great legs in the opening stage races of the season, but then there's another rider that succumbed to illness, so it's good to see him here. Some of his teammates, though, having a few problems at the back of this main peloton. Tom Scully is the New Zealander that's just shipped his chain here on the Valkenburg. Used to be a cobbled climb, incidentally, this, I was reading a couple of weeks ago, but they tarmacked over it. Anyway, this is the situation at the front. Total Energies also have missed this main move, so they have joined UAE Team Emirates, and those two teams have got a big job on their hands. So this point after the Valkenburg that we thought might be the last chance for everyone to relax slightly, take on food and drink, etc., before the next part of this race. It's going to be a bit more serious now, given this group we've got going up the road.
Yeah, they really do need to get this shut down ASAP. Tricky little corner out the top of the Valkenburg there. Many a rider has missed that left-hander out the top. And now across the top of the ridge towards the water reservoirs of Brakel. This is back to our front group. The riders have been off the front already now for around 180 kilometres or so.
Well, some of you are just going to go off for a brief break. Those of you lucky enough to have the GCN race pass will be staying with us. For me, this is the action shot. I always love to get this view. You know, when you're playing on a video game, you can actually choose which view you have. Seeing what the riders are seeing and what they're approaching is always the best, as far as I'm concerned. Also, we can all see all the numbers as well. that often helps, Dan.
Yes, doesn't hinder, that's for sure.
This is getting so lively. I'm enjoying watching who's the twitchiest here. Yannick Steimler has been in the dirt just to make sure he gets to the front. I don't know whether he's the first sacrifice. Got a really good sprint on him, as I'm sure you well know, and had a good time at the Dwar d'Or. Actually, got himself a top 15 there. Jeffrey Soup hits the front. A man who's. I wonder if the end of the race he actually finds pigeons in that beard. It almost looks like he's bought it from a joke shop. It is so luxurious. This speaking from somebody who just cannot grow a beard. I know you can, Dan.
Well, yeah, it's a bit more patchy than Jeffrey Soupé's, but yeah, amazing, potentially like the twits, he might get some extra nutrition towards the end of the race as well.
You never know. He's probably got a bit of soup in there.
That's a beard big enough to get other people's food caught in.
Look how lively UAE are, Dan. They see the danger.
Well, they've got to be. I mean, almost inexcusable from their point of view that they didn't have a single rider going up the road, because the point at which Ivan Garcia Cortina made an acceleration, it's not as though it had been really, really hard up to that point. He just thought, I'm going to give it a nudge here, see what happens. And what has happened is that a group of very strong riders have gone clear. None of them are from UAE Team Emirates or Total Energy, so they had a real lapse of either concentration or they just weren't well positioned, which also in my view is inexcusable. They've got a job to do today for either Tadej Pogacar, likely him, but potentially also Matteo Trentin, and at the moment they're on the back foot and they're really using up their domestiques for this chase.
I always wonder when you have a race of such distance, even when it has so many action points within it, Robbie, that sometimes the brain does fade and others can take advantage of that momentary lapse.
Well, what can happen in a race like this is there's so many difficult points and key points of the race that you can lose sight of all the parts in between and get surprised at a moment like this, an innocuous moment where you think, well, there's nothing going on. The next big moment's the Kwaremont, and before you know it, you've got a group up the road that takes some serious chasing and you're on the back foot.
And Bahrain have been drawn into the chase as well, quite rightly. Matej Mohoric and Jan Tratnik, Bahrain victorious. Demanded almost of themselves. I'm sure the director sportive has been on the blower to say, get your backsides up the road, for goodness sake, we've gone and missed it. Easily done, I think you might say, but it's a fire that's hard to put out sometimes, especially when you've got the 10 out coming up. Really narrow and fast it is. If we're playing with wide highway now, and those transitions, Dan, they're a devil.
Oh, they are, yes. It's a big wide road that they're about to come onto. You can see them here now, but they'll be shortly taking a left-hander by Brewery.
Dan Lloyd just pointing out the breweries. No surprise there. We're about to come into a very narrow and fast section off a big highway. Welcome back, everybody. We're just coming to the Ten Houten. This is 21%, so the only climb that beats it in terms of gradient is, of course, the Koppenberg. It's just over a kilometre in length, 1,100 metres, 6%, but maxing at 21%. And this is a place where lots of pundits believe that the race will begin. I think it's already kicked off, and with the group that's gone up the road causing all kinds of worriment, alarm bells are going off, particularly for those who've missed it. There is a group of 14 in pursuit of the original break of 9, and all of a sudden we have got proper action at the moment with an awful long way to go, Dan.
Yeah, 83k still to go, and this is a crucial point of the race. What's the time gap now? 27 seconds between the first favourites group, let's call it, on the road, and this group behind. And I tell you what, UAE Team Emirates are lucky that they weren't the only ones to miss it, because they've now got Bahrain Victorious and Total Energies to give them some help, and they'll need to keep the pressure on all the way along this road until they get to that brewery. And there'll be another fight for position once they get to that point, because you can see now where the leading group is, just 2 minutes and 39 seconds up the road, a much narrower road, and it stays pretty much like this, just widens slightly, but it never gets as wide as what they're on at the moment in the main peloton through to the Berg Ten Houten.
Transitions, Robbie, you've got a race between them.
You do, and this is the drop down off that main road. So they've gone short of the brewery, the Brouwerij Roman. They've gone down the Barrington stand that they raced up the other day. So dive down this one, and then they'll be on their way to the Berg Ten Houten. So a nice bit of respite down here, as you can see. Tarmac, super smooth, really quick.
And lucky it's dry as well.
This is our group in between, working smoothly together. If the peloton's got any advantage, crash in the back, into the gutter, down in the ditch.
Big one as well. And
well, 3 riders, Lotto Soudal.
Desperate to see, and that's Bullens that's on the deck here. Just can't quite see beyond him. Who else we've got in the mix here? I think Versmerch is also on the deck. Oh, hellish. Well, the pace was there. Lots of milling around down, and it begs this,
Sheffield.
doesn't it?
Yeah, Magnus Sheffield also down for the Ineos Grenadiers. It's I'm not surprised it has happened. It's another crucial part of the race where there'll be nerves, there'll be riders looking to move up before that left-hand turn that we've just been talking about, and it's almost inevitable that there's just an overlap of wheels, somebody comes down, it's a cascade effect every single time. But yeah, not good for Lotto Soudal. And in fact, the Vermeersch has had really bad luck so far in the Cobbled Classic. Second last year at Paris-Roubaix, but just not gone his way at all. Who's the rider from Jumbo-Visma, number
Laporte.
13?
Laporte. So Christophe Laporte, that is one of the team leaders for Jumbo-Visma, alongside Tish Benoot. So a big blow for Jumbo-Visma, a man who's been so strong over recent weeks, just ripping the races apart with Wout van Aert. And this is going to be a nasty chase back. It's going to be interesting to see if they actually send anybody back, or if they've got somebody to send back for Christophe Laporte at the moment. Straight into the slipstream of the team car. He looks like he's okay, and maybe luckily for him, fell into the ditch and into the mud. So a nice soft landing, hopefully, for him.
Alarm bells going on for UAE, likewise for Bahrain Victorious, as you can see. Yeah, he had chain marks as well as dirt on him there, so he's fallen onto his own bike. He's lucky to get away with that, Dan.
Yeah, he is, and it's just an example, isn't it, of how quickly the game can change from one moment to the next, because we were just looking, thinking, well, they're really on the front foot here with 2 riders up the road, Jumbo-Visma. Next moment, their co-leader, Christophe Laporte, crashes, and he probably will get back on, but he was on the deck for a little while, wasn't he? So it's going to be a big chase, given how fast this chase is in the main body of the peloton.
I guess if you're going to get your bad luck out of the way, get it out early on. And that's precisely what happened, of course, to Tadej Pogačar. Very early troubles for him. Stayed safe, mainly, I think, because of the efforts that have been put in by Matteo Trentin, who's been amazing out front. And so is the breakaway, Dan. We need to give them credit. It's been all day for them.
It has been all day. They went clear sooner than I thought they would in this race. What was it, about 15-20 kilometres of attacking before it finally got out the road. Yeah, you were disappointed on the early stint.
But they were never really allowed off the leash at all, were they? 4 minutes was all they were given by the time we saw the likes of Tim de Klerk hit the front and start the tempo setting behind. So it was always going to make it more difficult for them to get deep into the finale, but they're doing a good job, aren't they? 79 kilometres to go, still with the 1 minute and 52 second advantage over this group and 2:15 over the group behind.
Yeah, you kind of forget about the breakaway, but at your peril, you may have mentioned it earlier on when we were speaking to Jackie Durand. He managed to make a breakaway stick. Of the breakaway, I think Luca Mozzato is possibly the most accomplished of them, or the man who would believe in his chances, only because it's pretty thin pickings within B&B Hotels, but I think he's probably got some ideas about going a bit deeper into this race, but he's only got 1 minute and 54 on a very high quality pursuit group at the moment, numbering 14, and they're leaning on UAE. And if any other teams have got an interest, Robbie, you better help out. Everyone's got to man the pumps at a moment like this.
Yeah, and this is that moment where that game of bluff starts, where teams are sitting back thinking, we're going to take advantage of what you're doing, get a free ride up there, but you've got to be careful you don't bluff yourself out of the game. The advantage that the peloton has, I was just going to say, as we saw that crash a few moments ago, is there's a few riders in this move, in this counter-attacking move, who have already been doing significant amounts of work on the front of the peloton earlier, so they haven't got maybe as much firepower as their numbers would suggest. But it is still a difficult chase. Matteo Trentin right in the centre. He's just guiding the rest of his team. You could really see him playing the role of road captain in the team here and guiding Tadej Pogacar around, and they've got still enough numbers to get this back under control. Greg van Avermaet riding right in the centre of picture in the white and brown shorts.
Yeah, good to see him there. Equally as well, despite the fact they're just for you at home, they've got a man in the breakaway, but they don't have anyone in the responding group, and that's the one that's causing all of the worry. So at the moment, it may appear that Greg van Avermaet and a team from AG2R Citroën are coming to help out here. This is about closing down the group 2, as you will, and not about trying to catch the breakaway out front, of which they have a member with Stan de Wulf, who's been up there all day. Clearly, he was never going to be the favourite within the team, but strategies at the moment, you have to basically pick your battles, and at the moment, this is rocking the way of this handsome group that still hold on a margin. Got about 20 seconds, but that margin can count for an awful lot down the deeper you get into a day like this.
It can, and what will be interesting is to see whether any of the big names that remain in this group, the likes of Van der Poel and Pogacar and the others, get a little bit nervous and try to bridge the gap on their own on the Berg 10 outer. You can see that the gap's not huge. They've done a good job of bringing it down to just the 16 seconds as things stand. But, of course, those domestiques that have been riding on the front, they will have burnt a lot of energy. And so if they haven't actually closed the gap before or over the top of this next climb of the day, there's going to be a few nervous bodies in that group behind.
There are. And Robbie, within this group, within the pursuit group, we have Zdenek Zybar. We know about his qualities, albeit of old. Alberto Bettiol, winner of this race in 2019, had a bad time of things. He's got a teammate with Kirsch along with him. Marco Haller is just a monster engine room as well. And you look at people like Ivan Garcia, this is a quality group. And it has to be respected, and that's why the chase is on.
Yeah, and that's why it's on, and it's Michael Choud from AG2R, the teammate of Greg van Avermaet. Look how narrow this is onto this climb of the Berg 10 Haut. So incredibly narrow. So it's not just the race chasing the break, it's the race for position as well. And this is the perfect moment where the gap is now at 19 seconds to bring this to a close, get the job done and shut this group down and get the race back into, back on script.
Dan, I don't like the look of those barrier feet everywhere. It makes the road even narrower.
It does, yes, and that's a key difference from Flanders to some of the semi-classics that come up before it, is that not all of these climbs are barried in the same way that they are for the big monument race that we're seeing today. 18 seconds still the gap. I'd like to get a picture of the main bunch behind just to see what the situation is. This, of course, is our leading group, the early breakaway. A minute and a half back, the counter-attack will shortly be hitting that cobbled section of the climb, and a few seconds after that, the main body of the peloton.
Josh Tomboli really showing the efforts that he's expended today. There's the shot you were looking for, Dan.
Yeah, that's the counter-attack group. Another great ride by Ben Turner to get himself in there. And I wouldn't say the pace has come out of this group behind, even though we're seeing riders spread across the road. It's just that the people are getting themselves into position for this next one. And you can see, though, it's EF Education Easy Post who've got themselves to the front. They will not be increasing the pace because they've got their team leader, Alberto Bettiol, just in front of them. So that was more of a case of getting yourself into position and almost blocking the chase slightly.
Tomboli, in trouble.
Already wasn't he, on the climb, and that looks like he's on the radio to say my day is done. Meanwhile, how about a world champion to chase you down, Robbie?
Yeah, Mads Pedersen, he's seizing the opportunity, so he knows that they're narrowing in on them from the peloton, and this is the moment to really keep things going. And the same sentiment with the riders of Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl, so really keeping the pace high. We may see a couple of riders go out the back of this group under this pace. As I said, some of them have already done quite a bit of work early on in the day. This is Christophe Laporte chasing back still. Nasty moment to come up on the back of a car.
Trentin's on the move for UAE Team Emirates. They can sense that this is not a very good position for them to be in, and it's him, the Italian, that's decided that he's going to have to try and bridge across to it. Victor Campenaerts on his wheel.
That is fantastic.
Screen.
Really gutsy as well. I love the way that Trentin works, especially when it comes to peaks like this. I remember him at the European Championships in Glasgow, the way he just almost precociously left everyone in his wake, just decided to kick off and leave them behind. And that's precisely what's happening. And it's having a big cost here. Tim de Klerk, big engine room, finding himself at the back, just hoping to hold on. Christophe Laporte just being picked out for you, trying to make his way back up. That's a difficult thing, Dan, as well, to wrestle through a crowd like that, especially on this terrain.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult. Once you've done your job for the day, like Tim de Klerk, we're not going to see too much more of him. The reason that he's here is to do the early part of the race, and he's done that very well indeed again today, particularly given how early he's been. Tom Pidcock is going to bridge across, though. He's the first of the main peloton to make his way onto this counter-attack group that's headed up the road over the top of the Berendries.
He's a great rider, Robbie, and somebody that doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah, well, I know whenever I've commentated on him, we give him plenty of credit because he churns so many miles on the front of the peloton, either bringing breakaways undone or just keeping sprinters or GC riders out of the wind. And he's a guy who doesn't work for a whole day on the front and then get a day off. It's every day, day after day. He's in the wind on the front of Grand Tours and Classics. He is incredible.
Yeah, a gap eater sometimes, just fantastic. Minute and 2. This looks like we're all going to come together and kick off almost at the appointed time. We've got the Canary Berg, of course, still very much to come. Claremont and Paterberg duo is before that. And I'm just seeing the Canary Berg actually coming up in about 4 kilometres time, Dan.
Yeah, Canary Berg comes next. That's a tarmac climb, so not on the cobbles. But after that, every single climb in this race is a cobbled one. So you mentioned it, the Quaremont, followed by the Paterberg for the first time. Then it's the Koppenberg. Steenbeek, Dries, Tyenberg, Kreuzberg, Quaremont and Paterberg. They're all on the cobbles from this moment onwards. So it's been hard already. It's going to get even harder.
Yeah, it's the design of it. It was never meant to be easy, which is why it's such a special race, and one that's so difficult to win. Easy to lose, though, as we've seen on a number of occasions. And just check this out as well. We saw the wind starting to blow, Robbie, and it's having an impact here.
Yeah, just a slight breeze, though. Nothing to really cause echelons or anything like that. But if you're trying to close a gap, most certainly if you come into a headwind section, it is not at all helpful and just going to make the work even tougher. But the riders pretty lucky with the weather conditions today. They had snow a couple of days ago, and the forecast for the next 8 days is rain constantly. So they've picked a pretty good day to race the Tour of Flanders.
It kind of has a whiff of a little bit of dampness about it right now. These guys, they've got a minute. It looks a little bit less than that. If this is indeed it's a secondary group as declared here. But just looking further back, this is thinned down itself, Dan.
Well, I thought they'd regrouped over the top.
So did I. Wrong. So did I, but it looks like they've pushed on again. A reminder, Dan, that there's more than one race in the region going on.
Yes, so you will be able to watch the Women's Tour of Flanders on our digital platforms. We are going to move straight over to the last part of the women's race just as soon as the men's race has finished. But here you can see what's going on. That's available on our digital platform, so you can either watch that on its own, or you can have 2 screens up, or you can wait until the men's race is finished, and we'll still have in the region of 40 kilometres left of the women's race, which started in Oudenaarde, finishes on exactly the same finish line as the men's race. But great to have both races at the same time. And as I mentioned earlier, Flanders Classics have decided to have the women's and the men's podiums on at exactly the same time. So the men will wait until the women's race is finished, and we'll see them on the podium after that.
Oh, how nice is that? I was here and on site in Flanders a few years ago, and it wasn't that long ago when they were using the women's race just for practice of camera angles and weren't actually broadcasting it, which I found was outrageous. Thank heaven things have changed and almost come as a rush, hasn't it? And all for the good of cycling and indeed for fans at home. It's great to see that both events are here and being honoured, certainly equally at the end, which is great. 53 seconds only is the gap right now, and those teams that did miss out are now thinking that they've got a second chance here, Robbie, and that isn't always the case. They're lucky.
Yeah, well, there's a few riders who have gotten lucky, some a little bit unlucky if you consider Christophe Laporte. He got his way back to the peloton at the foot of the last climb. Of course, it's split, riders sitting up, riders just getting dropped. And as they dive down this main road towards the foot of the Canardi Barrach, then for a guy like Christophe Laporte, he's on the back foot constantly. It's going to be a really tough ride for him. He's going to have to try and find some cooperation in that second part of the main peloton that was split off the back, and see if he can get himself back into the race.
Helicopter hunting to bridge a gap there and couldn't bridge it. Meanwhile, this man, there's the chain marks, as you can see, the oil upon his elbow. This is from a little bit earlier, I think.
Turgis as well, just going through the shot as well behind Christophe Laporte. Now, it was hard to tell at which moment that was from. If you looked initially, it looked like Christophe Laporte had thought to himself, well, that's it, my day done. I think that was from immediately after the crash. I'm guessing, but I think so. They're now on the Canardi Barrach. There it is, 1,000 metres, 7.7 average, 14% maximum gradient, and they're right about to hit that now. 10 metres in front of them. That is the steepest kick of the next chasing group. They are onto the foot, led by Garcia Cortina, Mads Pedersen, the Trek Segafredo. They have been at the front over the last 40 kilometres or so, waiting for a moment like this, and they seized the moment over the top of the Berendries, went on the move, joined this group with a couple of riders. Kirsch is the man in the wheel behind Mads Pedersen. So all that preparation, positioning, riding the race from the front and being ready for whatever is whatever they can take, well, they're taking it now.
They are. Dan, when you've had success, don't do yourself down. But Alberto Bettiol here, it must be a comfort to him that he knows this race, he's won this race, and even if he's had a bad time, then let today be a good day. And as Arkea now decide to come and join the fray.
Yeah, Connor Swift on the attack for Arkea Samsic, so the British rider who's had a great season so far, followed by Tim Wellens of Lotto Soudal. But there's no real organisation in this group behind, is there? And it's almost 30 seconds between Group 2 on the road and Group 3 that we're seeing on our screens now. Nils Pollitt deciding to go up the road as well. And there's a worry here for the likes of Pidcock, Pogacar, Asgreen to a degree as well, although he's got riders up the road. You know, they're sat here and there's not that much that they can do unless they start chasing. And the riders that have got teammates up the road, they're not going to put their team on the front to chase. These counter-attacks trying to go across because they would have sensed that the pace wasn't as high as potentially it should be at this point.
This is a strong move and a strong group as well, with Geniet there, who's looked very lively today, and it looks like a lockdown behind, almost like an acceptance. That's Van der Poel on the left-hand side up towards the front. Tim Wellens was part of that little set, I think, that was setting off along with Kevin Geniet. We were just talking a few moments ago about the memory, if you like, the afterglow of success on races such as this. And if Wellens can kind of dig into that and use that kind of mojo, if you like, to give himself a little bit of a boost, then it's going to serve us very well. The gaps are marginal at the moment, Robbie, considering the amount of terrain that we've still got to cover.
Yeah, they are marginal, but it all depends what happens at what section of the race. And this is really important for this group on screen, that Kirsten Trek Segafredo is really pushing the pace as we see a counter move here coming, including Wellens. So they've clipped off from that main chase group.
Strong.
Yeah, Wellens, along with Connor Swift and Kevin Genius, we've got the graphic on screen now. Pollitt wasn't able to follow. This, incidentally, was the climb which Pogacar tried to use to bridge across to that group at Dwars-door-Vlaanderen last Wednesday. Didn't make it across, and he didn't make the same move this time. I'd like to get a closer shot to see how many UAE Emirates riders are left in that group to do the chasing for him, and where Van der Poel is. Look, the pace has really gone out of this chase.
It has. You're absolutely right. And I wondered whether, when Trentin went up the road earlier on, whether that was almost a display of a free hand, which suggests that this is not going to be Tadej Pogacar's day. But there's a long way to go still, and the gaps are still modest. G2, that second group at 28 seconds, only 54 back to that rack of talent as well. And those trying to make amends for misfortune today are here to be seen. I think that was Johannesson also from Unit X, I'm afraid, had a tumble earlier on today. That was Rasmus Tiller, who was expected to be part of the Unit X boys fighting force. And EF troubled here. Tom Scully, we saw him taking a tumble. Wisniewski, the Pole, getting himself back in on this climb. That's the end of tarmac if you're thinking about climbs. And then all of a sudden it's going to get very, very serious. We're straight into, in short order, some very tough climbs. The Kwaremont-Paterberg duo is coming up now that we've dealt with the Canary-Berg. That's for the second time of asking. And then we'll have the Koppenberg. I don't know whether we're going to be showing the old Jesper Skibby crash and bike crush from the pursuing car that basically chucked that peak off the race for a 15-year hiatus. It's very much back with us, resurfaced. Some of the loose cobbles have been dealt with, and a little bit of a rain gully put either side, so some of the mud and guts, you might say, have taken out of it. But nonetheless, still a fabulous test. And the way that we are grouped together at the moment, it could be a very busy place, Dan.
I'm fascinated by the way that this is playing out as things stand. If this group makes it across, that's one more team, Arkea Samsic, who are represented up the road and who won't do the chasing behind. And we've got this important moment now where there's quite a long distance between what they've just been over, the Canary-Berg, and the start of the Oude Kwaremont.
It's a rare lull, isn't it, this deep into the race? But lull is indeed what we've got. Never more than 14 kilometres is the declared. We head towards Kwaremont. The Oude Kwaremont is the climb, and then the Paterberg, and then it just comes thick and fast. That will be. We've got a break now until about 55 kilometres to go. It's 54.6 to be precise, if the road book is accurate. And here's a reassembly of hope almost, Robbie, at the front, along with Groupama as well. It's disparate. Quick check over the shoulder there by Pogacar, and I was just seeing who he was looking for, and the search was for Alves. Where are you, my friend, Rui Oliveira?
Well, a moment ago I could only spot 2 riders from UAE, but there's now 4. Yep. They're coming to the front. Also spotted a number of riders from the Bike Exchange Jayco team, so they're also ready to come to the front for Michael Matthews. So this could be a really good thing for the rest of that peloton behind that the counter-attacking group in between. There's teams massing at the front, going on the chase. Incidentally, this is the section of road where Julian Alaphilippe fell off a couple of years ago. He looked over his shoulder and then ran into the motorbike and flipped himself off. So he's on this exact piece of road they're on now.
You get the
back
feeling
in that peloton, more and more riders getting to the front, willing to do some work.
These guys are going to make it by the looks of things. It's how important it is, and whether there's a coming together and then a regrouping. Those out front, including the well, it's 8 now from the original 9 that were up the road, being pursued by 13 quality riders. Then Tim Valentinius and Connor Swift are in the hunt, and you can see the alarm bells are going off back here. UAE have come to the fore, Bahrain likewise. 2 teams that just can't seem to get anyone up the road, Dan.
No, I don't know what they were doing when when Connor Swift went with Nils Pollitt, who wasn't able to stick with the pace just a few moments ago, because Bahrain Victorious in particular, whilst they don't have potentially one of the top 3 favourites, they have got Mohoric, but they've got a very strong group of riders around him as well. Heinrich Hausler, Jan Tratnik, Fred Wright, Jascha Sutlin, Dylan Teuns, they're all riders that were more than capable, I would have thought, of going with that initial move and the one that's just gone with Connor Swift after it. So they're very much on the back foot, but I think UAE Team Emirates will be very pleased about that, and any of the other big favourites that are stuck in this main peloton.
Well, as you said, Dan, you did spot Heinrich Hausler in there, and I'm glad to report he's no longer wearing gloves. So that makes me look a whole lot better than it did earlier today when he was wearing a pair of winter gloves early on. I thought, geez, he's gone soft. I'm going to have a stern word to him. But it's all come good. Gloves are off, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, I was going to say, metaphorically, most definitely today. 66 kilometres to go. There are bound to be those who've found themselves feeling a little bit second-hand already today. Dan, we've already covered an enormous distance.
207 kilometres is what they've covered already, and we always have to remember that, especially if you've only just tuned into coverage. They've been out there for a long time already.
Welcome back, everybody. Just reminding ourselves we've already covered over 200 kilometres. There's still 65 to go, 207 I think it is, thereabouts, already done. Meanwhile, looking at the head of the race, it's Sebastian Grignard that's going, not waiting up just for the time being for his teammate Tim Wellens, who's just about to get to a chase group, and indeed a little bit of coming together, I think you may say, regroupement going on. There's a few that have missed out, but nonetheless, everyone, including the peloton, are blanketed by 1 minute and 40. Going to be hearing from, in fact, I couldn't quite hear. Was it? Did you hear who we're going to speak to?
No, I didn't quite hear who we're going to speak to either, unfortunately. Oh, well.
Ben Turner, thank you. I've heard O'Connor. I thought he's not here. Ben Turner is coming up for us in a few moments' time. Bike Exchange, well, they're not having any of this. If we're not in the game at the moment, we're going to kick the door in. They're like Ludo, so they're going to be pressing that plastic dome any moment now and seeing what comes up for them, because it's a bit of a lottery at the moment, Robbie, as to how this one's going to pan out, and that's what's fascinating.
It is, and speaking of a lottery, the man from Lotto, Florian Vermeersch, he was the man in the ditch 10 minutes ago. He's made his way back onto the back of this chasing peloton, so he's in very good form. He's just been a bit unfortunate in where he's been placed and what's happened right basically underneath his wheels and taken him out. But he's back in it. But we are getting a serious chase now coming from behind after this group. And Ben Turner, he is still in the group. And I wonder if the race is panning out quite like he thought it was at the start of the day when we had a chat to him.
I think it's difficult for a lot of people to see, because obviously last year I had a massive crash in L'Avenir and I wasn't able to finish the season how I would have liked. So I was not really very known, but I think the way I've rode so far this season, more people are getting to sort of know who I am a bit and what I can do, which is nice. I think, I'm not a big name like Tom or someone like that, but, for who I am, I think I'm riding well and yeah, I'm really enjoying myself racing these classics. So. Yeah, definitely, I've known Tom since we were like 13, 14, and we've been on teams and everything, grew up basically racing together. So it's really special to have that relationship with someone, and yeah, to be able to help him win the races. It's really special, and it gives you extra motivation as well. Not that you guess you really need it, but having a relationship, like that, it's amazing, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, if the chance arises, of course, I'll take it, and that's what I guess I'm there to do as well as the support role. I think, in Tour of Flanders you have to race on the front foot, and if the chance arises, of course, you've got to take that opportunity. And I don't think there's any pressure on me to do anything crazy, which is nice as well. I think it gives you. Yeah, it doesn't make it too stressful or something for someone like me as a first-year pro. Whatever I get out of tomorrow will be a positive, and I'm sure we can do something special.
And especially he is man from Doncaster, has a racing heritage, albeit equine, but he carries a great deal of hope and indeed now expectation, Dan. 8th in the Droit d'Or, a fantastic result for him, only 22.
He's been a real figurehead for Ineos Grenadiers, not just at the Cobble Classics actually, but for the opening races that he did for them this season. I was immediately looking at him thinking, well, he's incredibly strong. Maybe it's just him carrying the cyclocross form into the road season. It'll die down slightly once the bigger races come, but in every single Cobble Classic that he's ridden, he's been right up there, despite having done a lot of the work that we're now seeing these guys on the front of the main peloton having to do. If you can do that work and still be up there towards the end of the race, that is a sign that you are an extremely strong rider. Apologies if I'm slightly distracted. I took the opportunity of the interview there to open a bottle of lemonade, which exploded in my face. So I'm just trying to clean myself up at the same time as commentating and watching the race.
It can only be an improvement. Here we go. The wrestling, and they've made it over. Tim Vellens, Yates and Connor Swift. Well, we said Tim Vellens is either on or off. Robbie's on today.
He's definitely on, most definitely, and so are the other two riders with him, Swift and Genier. They've made it all the way across, and this is getting incredibly dangerous for the peloton. 50 seconds, the gap now between this group and the peloton, and this group bearing down just 24 seconds behind our original day-long breakaway. Back here, I really think a number of teams who are at the moment using one rider in the chase need to throw a whole lot more at it right now on this big section of road, so they get a really long run through to the Ronde van Vlaanderenstraat and then down the Nieuwe Kruis, which runs parallel to the Nieuwe Kwaremont, pardon me, runs parallel to the Oude Kwaremont. So they'll be able to look across and see what's to come, and the frothing crowd who are waiting there in expectation of the Tour of Flanders for the second time today. But there's a number of riders that could be working right now, and I think if they don't do it now, they're not going to get the chance to do it, because when it comes to the Oude Kwaremont, it is going to be on, and a whole lot of this bunch are going to be gone.
Gosh, I love the expression, the frothing crowd. I was a bit worried when the first letter appeared there, but we got away with it. Kwaremont and Paardenberg, and it'll give you your preview of our last climbs of the day, and this double hitter. We've already, of course, dealt with the Kwaremont earlier on today. The Paardenberg was missing. This time we do it, Dan, if you've mopped yourself down. Great preview for everybody.
It is, yeah. It's the final climb of the day, and more often than not, since the route has changed and the finish has gone to Oudenaarde, the person over the top of the Paardenberg in first position has gone on to win the race. But this will be the first of two times that they will tackle it. Still the Oude Kwaremont in between, but I'm with Robbie on this one. Like, if you haven't done your work on the front at the moment, don't think that you're going to be able to do it over the top of the Oude Kwaremont. In fact, the longer I look at this, the more I'm starting to think that the likes of Mathieu van der Poel, more so Tadej Pogacar, who's found himself on the back foot for the second time in the space of 5 days, I think that if this gap remains what it is at the moment, 37 seconds, they are going to have to start thinking about taking matters into their own hands once they get to the Oude Kwaremont, try and shut that counter-attack move down themselves, because the further they get into this race, the more domestiques are going to fall by the wayside, and if they're not careful, that gap could just go back up again if they don't take matters into their own hands.
Well, you know, Dan and Carlton, this is the time of the race where, as a team leader, it's time to take things into your own hands, take matters into your own hands and do a bit of riding on the front, because after all, in the Oude Kwaremont and then through to the Paardenberg, there's not much advantage anybody can take of you. They can either follow or they can't, and you're likely to create an elite group that's going to want to ride through. So I think on the Oude Kwaremont is a good time to go to try and cross that gap and just keep going. Give the race a new shape.
I think you're absolutely right, Robbie. And if you don't take matters into your own hand, it could come down not just to team leadership, but actually doing the job yourself. And the closer we get to the line, that's going to be the requirement, Dan.
It will be, yes, and we're coming towards that point very quickly indeed. This is the Nieuwe Kwaremont that Robbie was talking about. Very wide, extremely fast descent.
that takes them down to that right-hand turn that will lead them into the Oude Kwaremont for the second time today. Won't have quite the same fight for position as we've seen on the lead up to previous climbs and cobbled stretches, but as you can also see, this group is pretty big still behind that counter-attack group and the lead group on the road right now. But this is a big moment of this race, that's for sure.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, and Michael Schaar.
Yeah, you're also seeing, Robbie, I was just about to throw to you, that Michael Matthews has called for action as well, quite clearly. And this is a big call by a lot of big teams here. Van der Poel has missed out. He wants something out of the day more than. They've called for action. You can see who's getting busy here, Robbie, and there's plenty.
And I can really see Roger Kluge piloting Victor Kampenaerts just to the right of the centre of the road. Lotto Soudal left in the light blue bike exchange with Michael Matthews now riding up into second position. So Sebastian Langeveld, well, I tell you what, he's one bloke who will not ride on the bike path at the bottom of this descent, because a few years ago, back in I think 2012, went onto the bike path, hit a spectator, came off, broke his collarbone, classic's over.
Look at the pace of it, and they're playing with more than the road that they should do, to be honest, at the moment. It's almost like we've got used to not seeing any crowds, but they're very much making everything a little bit more narrow as they step out to cheer on those who are coming at them. You can see them backing away right now. At least we have barriered sections, but that causes its own problem. Another big squeeze here with the town planners getting their traffic calming and parking areas sorted out. No friends of cyclists at a moment like this, especially with this much worry. Everyone wants to be in the turn down, and they won't all fit.
No, they're about to take the right-hander now, so Lotto Soudal with the best position. One man in front of Victor Kampenaerts. We can see Asgreen was right up there as well for Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl. Mathieu van der Poel found himself a little bit more out of position there, and Tom Pidcock's also got some positions to make up if he wants to be up towards the front, just in case there are any big attacks from the likes of Mathieu van der Poel, because they'll go down this road now. They'll take another right-hander in a few moments' time. I think there's one more before we get into the real narrow roads at the foot of the Oude Kwaremont.
Well, we're starting to see
that was
that
a really good job by
Yep.
Affini. Really good job by Affini there, bringing Tiesj Benoot towards the front. And as you said, Dan, it's the right-hander. They're about to take it now. Another decent section of road that's quite wide. And then there's that really skinny right-hander. And you can, if you're daring, choose to dive bomb on the inside of the power pole into the corner. Brings you into that really narrow farm road and towards the foot of the Oude Kwaremont.
Just seeing Vermeersch here, just about to take that turn. Only 20 seconds. Looks a little bit more than that. It's Matteo Trentin that's been called to the front, so it will not be he wearing the former European champions bands upon his sleeves here as you look further back. He kind of had a little bit of respite, but it's his wheel that you'd expect Pogačar to be following, and there he is, very close at hand in third man at the moment, leaning on everybody. If he's leaning on Matteo Trentin at a moment like this, and clearly he's run out of resources, or they're being depleted, that's a big ask, and it's somebody very important for later on. Tadej Pogačar is a master sometimes of just gauging his own power, but strategy is another thing on occasion. If Tadej Pogačar had lost out on the Dwars d'Or from a bit of missed timing, I'm just hoping that it hasn't happened all over again. The gap is being narrowed, and it's Trentin that's actually working hard to do that. It's just over half a minute down now, back to Tadej Pogačar and that group of favourites that want to be part of the game today.
There'll be a lot of relief in that main peloton to see that gap coming down. I think some of the pace of this group went out a bit over the last few kilometres, and I was expecting that, to be honest, because initially when you get into a group like this, happy days, you're on the front foot. Ineos Grenadiers have got Ben Turner there, Jumbo-Visma with two riders, they don't have to work behind. But then as things go on, when you sort of think, oh, actually this gap's going a little bit bigger than we were expecting, so then you'll hear the sports directors talking to the riders in the group, don't push the pace on too much because our main riders are still behind you. We don't want this to be race over because Mads Pedersen's there. He's a very fast finisher and a very strong rider. So I think it's a case of a decent chase from the group behind, but also the pace not being quite as high in the group that's between.
I think there's also an occasion, Robbie, where you can almost find yourself as an accidental pursuer, and as a result, as soon as you get the call, then it's you know that it's not your duty to go on. Your duty is to listen to the instructions that's being offered up as you hit this climb hard. It's Garcia leading him up, Robbie.
Yeah, well, Garcia, he's trying to push on. The man of the day, so was Max Canter, yeah, but Taco van der Hoorn. He has looked this comfortable from the moment he left the peloton at the start of the day, right up until now, and my money was always on him to be last man standing from the original break. And Pogacar, he's the one forcing the pace now. Looks like the race is about to all come back together on the Old Quarmont.
We said if you're going to do it, then do it yourself. If you want a job doing properly, then do exactly that. And Kasper Asgreen decides to go with him as well. Absolutely phenomenal. He's just cutting through it like a hot knife through butter, and away he goes. This is Tadej Pogacar making a big statement, and Kasper Asgreen trying to stay on his wheel here, checks behind, sees who's with him. It's almost to say, OK, you can come along for the ride, but don't expect to go all the way home. This is remarkable, Dan.
I think he's going for the Strava KOM, looking at the speed with which he's gone up from the foot to the top of this climb. They're about to go over the steepest part, but Pogacar is on a mission and glued to his wheel, like you said, Carlton. Kasper Asgreen, no sign, though, of Mathieu van der Poel or Tom Pidcock, a couple of the other big favourites that were within that group.
Remarkable, just eating into the gaps here and making a few themselves. And here's the response from those behind. Well, alarm bells can go off. It's whether you've got the capability to send in the fire services, if you will. And Tadej Pogacar at the moment is burning the race down. This is fantastic. What a display after Trois d'Or, where he missed out but showed great heart, Dan. Right now he's got the heart and he's got the position, and everyone is aware of the threat.
Yeah, there's Van der Poel going through picture now. Pidcock just a few positions from. Laporte's got himself up towards the front of the race as well, so that's great to see, and a good position for Jumbo-Visma to be in. But yeah, I think after the race the other day, Dwars-door-Vlaanderen, Pogacar said he'd learnt a lot from that race, and I think what he mainly learnt is that he needs to be on the back foot. He wasn't for the last 20 kilometres or so, but he most certainly is now.
Well, he's heading for the front. This is absolutely remarkable. It's Van der Hoorn and Max Canter who are out there almost like sacrificial lambs. And just look at this group that is bursting over. Absolutely phenomenal. What power is it? Ben Turner that's part of this group as well.
It is.
Fantastic, just tagged on the back, just looking a little bit further back to see if anyone else has got the will to try and close this gap. And as you can see, Jumbo-Visma just seeing the race disappear from them. No Wout van Aert, we know, but where's Mathieu van der Poel, Dan?
He's just on the left-hand side of the road behind Pidcock here. So, yeah, Jumbo-Visma all of a sudden on the back foot. You know, they had a couple of riders in that counter move, but Pogacar went past with such force, none of them were able to keep up. But the riders that have managed to stay here, Garcia Cortina, Mads Pedersen, Ben Turner from that breakaway that was between, and the only rider that was able to go with Pogacar was Kasper Asgreen.
Big statement here from Van der Poel as well. I guess if you're going to step in the ring, then you'd better be armed and ready. And the gaps here are just starting to open up and become fissures. Wellens still bravely trying to tag along for the party and maybe hope that it comes his way a little bit later on. But the way that all here, but in arrears, that's the problem, Robbie.
Yeah, Benoit was a long way behind. I was searching for him. Christophe Laporte had ridden himself back into things well, but he was distant. And on the steepest, the early part of the Ode Quarmont, Tadej Pogacar, he had Kasper Asgreen almost completely buckled. It was half a length. He clawed his way back on. Mads Pedersen, you could tell that he got told on the race radio that they were coming and he should accelerate. He didn't even look behind. He just took their word for it. He went and he latched on. And now we have an elite group at the front driven by Tadej Pogacar. What do they say is the best defence?
Yeah.
Pogacar.
Absolutely, yes.
I mean attack. Yes, same thing.
Exactly. Now this road will have, absolutely you do, fantastic. This road will have not these disparate groups, but should look a little bit thinner next time by, unless there is a regroupement here. Bottles and gels being offered up. There's too much action for the time being. No takes this time by, possibly next time. And this, of course, is our first pairing of our finale. Next up, it's the Paterberg, which will be our last, the 18th climb of this entire day. That's notwithstanding the climbs that haven't even been classed as climbs during this race.
Including this one, Carlton.
Yeah, remarkable.
What they just went over there is a real drag that's not classified, but it is extremely hard. Just coming into shot on the left-hand side shortly will be Tiesj Benoot. I just think he must have been caught out of position because he's been the one driving the chase behind, and he separated himself, Narvaez, and one of the Intermarché group riders from the rest of the group. But that's a big chase that he's got to have to do on the lead into the Paterberg now.
Well, you know, when you play snooker, you're supposed to think of not the shot you're taking, but the one that comes after it. Well, we've got the Paterberg coming up, but that leads to the Koppenberg, and that's where we're going to have some massive selections here, Robbie.
Yeah, it will be. And this one already, the Paterberg, you saw that little battle for that corner, and now it gets narrower and narrower along this farm road. And maybe not the most perfect time, but anyway, a little bit of field art for Lara and the pink balloons. One of the many charity initiatives along the race route today. But back to the racing, and this group has swelled, so they're led by Mathieu van der Poel, come back together. Tiesj Benoot still on the chase further back. Tadej Pogacar just taking a little bit of a back seat for now. Twists and turns. They start the downhill section. It's about to tip down really steep to come to the foot of the Paterberg. No concrete gutters today. They would have installed the barriers for today. It is cobbles, bottom to top.
Yeah, luckily it's for the riders it's dry. You can see some sharp shadows as well, just being shaded here by the trees. If you're going to make a move, then it's going to have to be reasonably soon, because we've got a big selection coming up. Once we've dealt with the Paterberg, we have the Koppenberg. One of the most feared, I think, tests in all of climbing. All right, it's not as long as many of the Alpine tests, of course, that bedevil the season, but it is exceptionally difficult to take well. 600 metres in length, 11.6%, and then up to 22. But that's after the Paterberg. Here we come.
Yeah, right-hand turn coming up any moment now. It's interesting that Stefan Kung didn't follow his teammate initially to get to the front before the Paterberg, but he has found himself in 4th or 5th place now.
Here we go. Big squeeze, 3 wide won't even fit, better 2. And indeed now it comes the drive, and here it is. If you've got anything here, tip it in. It's 360 metres, 12.9 with a maximum of 20.3, and there it is. Mid-section is the worst, Robbie.
Yep, that middle section, the absolute steepest, but the top section feels the worst because of what you've already had under the wheels. Acceleration now, and Groupama FDJ have ridden a very good race now. They had 2 riders in that counter-attacking move that had to be chased by the big guns. Now they've got Stefan Kung coming to the front, but now it's Tom Pidcock, a little bit of cyclocross onto that very narrow strip of the edge, but he's going to run out of that soon because they're going to put the barriers up. They've got them on the right-hand side in that traditional concrete gutter we see them use. But Tom Pidcock, where there's a will, there's a way. He's off, he's into the grass, he's back onto the concrete strip. But anything to make it feel easier. And this is now Tratnik going.
Yeah, wow, he's looking extremely strong, Jan Tratnik, isn't he? He's leading them over the top of the Paterberg. Mathieu van der Poel on his wheel. Ineos Grenadiers in a decent... Look at the strength of Tratnik, my goodness.
Look how
someone tell Tratnik it's 20%.
He just doesn't listen. There's Van der Poel, and they're all coming through thick and fast. All the favourites. We said this would be a big selection. It's going to get even more selective. Nice to see Bling as well, very much involved. Michael Matthews rolling through as well. The Koppenberg is next. Little bit of respite, and we're on our circuit. So all of this will be very familiar to you by the end.
Asgreen out of position there, Carls. He's in that second group. There's a split, and he's the second rider of the Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl boys that went over the top of the Paterberg. A little way from the front. I thought Asgreen was looking good, given that he kept up with Pogacar at the top of the Quaremont.
Yeah, that's the Pogacar effect. He went with him on the Haut de Quaremont, really went deep. You saw him really having to buckle himself to stay with Pogacar, and now he's paying the price.
Big moments. Wow. Let's have a look. Oh, my goodness. A little bit of dive bombing up the inside, and Pidcock almost coming to grief there. We're sprinting already down with 50 kilometres to go.
Yeah, they'll be taking a right-hand turn off the foot of a very fast descent off the Paterberg, and there'll be a few small, narrow lanes that will lead them into the foot of the Koppenberg. But this is a point at which they're going to look around in a few moments' time. There could be a lull in pace, but you can be certain that as they're looking around, as they're assessing who's still remaining at the front of this race, somebody is going to go on the attack. And I think that Ineos Grenadiers are in the best position to do that, because they've got Pidcock, then Turner, and then just a few further back, Dylan van Baarle, who had those mechanical problems earlier on. So 3 riders from that team in this front group.
Now, is that Fred Wright from Bahrain? We'll get further back. So we've got Tratnik at the front. It's Fred Wright. I saw him come around that corner at the top of the Paterberg. Stefan Kung calling for action. Let's cooperate. We've got the split, so let's keep this going. Get rid of all the rest. Pidcock says, I'm in.
Yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it? Kung that nearly took Pidcock off by diving up the inside. A little bit of dive bombing on that descent. I don't think Pidcock actually knew he was coming through at that time.
Here we go.
Big turn coming up. Oh, and they kick off again. It is. He's decided to go for it. Now then, who else is going to take the bait at the moment? 49 kilometres to go. And we're heading for the foot. Still got a little way to go before we hit the foot of the Koppenberg. A reminder, it's very short and very, very sharp. Wow. Head of the race, looking at it right now further back.
Fred Wright. And behind it was Valentin Madouas with another of the Bahrain riders. Didn't quite catch his number, but Bahrain victorious in a really good position in this group now. There's the chase.
It's a big old gap, isn't it? I say that, but it's like we say with any climb, a climb is magnified by the pace that you take it at in terms of its difficulty. But any gaps that open up right now, it's almost, it's like energy you don't want to disperse or use right now. You've got to start thinking about what you need to preserve, what you need to keep behind, Robbie, for the end.
Yeah, and Kasper Asgreen, he used a little bit too much, I felt, on the Ode Quaremont. He paid the price, he missed the split, but he's got teammates with him who are closing the gap, so he's getting, if you can call it easy, a ride in the wheels where he doesn't have to do the work himself, back across, so he's getting himself back into this race. But this is our two-man attack off the front at the moment with Wright and Dylan van Baal.
That group, Victor Campenaerts just taking some a feed. I was a bit worried a moment ago because I thought that Van der Poel was actually reaching for the radio, but it was a gel he was going for, slickly hidden. I don't know whether he just tucked it under his arm momentarily while he was riding and it was kicking off. Settled himself down. Meanwhile, these guys as well, a bit of a regrouping as well. No gaps displayed for you. It's all marginal for the time being. It's bound to get selective though once we go over the Koppenberg, and we'll be there in about 3.5 kilometres time, Dan.
We will be, yeah, and it's cat and mouse, isn't it, in this chasing group behind. Always a gamble to make an attack like Van Baal did with Fred Wright up at the front, because if it does mean that if you do get chased behind, you get caught at the foot of the Koppenberg. Of course, you've gone deep, not into the red, but you put a good effort in, only to find that you're caught at the hardest point of this race. But at the moment, it's a gamble that's paying off, because Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl have chased back onto this group, but the pace is not really in this, so they'll have at least 20 seconds as things stand, I would say, going into the Koppenberg.
There's Victor Campenaerts. Kept himself very, very sensible in this race, and that can prove to be a very wise thing indeed. If you just preserve that little bit of energy, then you're going to hope that everyone else is depleted. Great to see Pogacar getting lively in this race. Very much part of our proceedings and indeed our thoughts. Don't forget, Women's Tour of Flanders is, of course, already on as well. We'll have a double podium a little bit later on, so the men's winners will wait for the women's race also to be completed. They'll all come together and indeed have the podium at the time. It used to be that the women's race finished well ahead of the men, Dan.
I think it has finished after the men's for a few years at least. I don't remember what it was like exactly at the very start of the women's race, just under 20 years ago. But great that we've got live coverage of both. And if you're on our digital platforms and you want to have two screens open, you can watch both at the same time. So do that if you so wish. If not, stick with us, and we'll have the women's race coming for you straight after the men's.
Yeah, I think it was 2014 or even 13 where the women's race finished in advance of the men's. I remember calling it home because there was no pictures. I said, I actually said to the viewers, you're going to have to forgive me here, but I'm going to call the women's race home, and did so. And then the next year we had picture-in-picture, almost as an acknowledgement. And now we've actually got coverage, which is fantastic. And as Dan said, you can go over to the digital platform and select, indeed, to watch the Women's Tour of Flanders as well, or indeed both. Flick between, why not? Meanwhile, this group is now a very, very high-quality bunch. Wellens still very much involved. You saw Victor Campenaerts as well, just keeping his powder dry. Lotto Soudal, I think, are going to be one of those teams that was perhaps off a lot of people's radars that's going to take a big step forward today. Let's see. 23 seconds between two groups, but it is... is this a group whose shoulders have dropped, Robbie?
It definitely is. I mean, there are a lot of riders who have teammates in that front group, so there's just no impetus to chase. They're hoping that somebody else does it. And a little group that was just ahead of them, I thought I spotted Matej Mohoric in that, so been caught out of position and not with the front group of riders. I'm pretty sure that was his Slovenian champions jersey that I saw go through, but he's got teammates up here. Fred right off the front, and what a well-timed move by Dylan van Baarle, the experienced Dutchman. Well, if anybody's going to make a cunning move like that, it's Dylan van Baarle. Maybe not at his absolute best, but he is a master tactician.
Just Victor Campenaerts just keeping his powder dry today. We've barely mentioned him at all, but only within the pack. And then reminding ourselves of what a tough time he's had, almost putting too much effort in too early. But looks terrific as part of this group as well. Tadej Pogačar, though, when he wants to turn it on, he really can. It's just whether, I guess, Robbie, that once we've dealt with the Paterberg for the final time of asking, that will be with about 13 kilometres to go, whether he's going to be favourite within the sprint to bring that home. He's going to be there.
Well, yeah, I think he will be there. And Tadej Pogačar, he has a good sprint. As we see our two leaders onto the cobbles, and they'll do the right-hand turn. Don't get this one wrong. The feet sticking out, it's really narrow, and the corner really goes back on itself. It's more than 90 degrees. It's very easy to make a mistake there. So as we see the next group coming in, battling for position, that is going to be crucial, that turn. Our two leaders, you look up, you just see it rise up in front of you like an absolute wall hitting you in the face.
Down those indented barriers are supposed to carry hoardings to so that they to make them safer. They look even more dangerous, especially when the pack are coming through now.
Yeah, I think they'll get through safely, though. It's not the same size of pack as we saw earlier on today. Of course, lots of riders have been dropped, but a great position for these two riders and teams to be in as things stand. Van Baarle doing well to get himself back into the race, back towards the front after that mechanical problem. It was probably about 80 kilometres ago at this point, but they can, I wouldn't say take it at their own pace, because you have to go pretty hard just to get yourself over the gradients of the Koppenberg. But yeah, Pogačar at the front once again.
Can't help himself. And this is almost a red rag to a bull, isn't it? Asgreen is involved, and everyone else just thinking, oh my life, he's off again. How on earth do we sort this one out, Robbie?
Well, this might be good for all the rest, because it's almost been a case of Pogačar versus Asgreen, and they're really riding against each other, and others just able to sort of follow along. But Pogačar, he is looking like head and shoulders above the rest when it goes uphill, and he's got to, I think, a little bit more carefully choose his moment when he really wants to make the race explode. But what we know about Tadej Pogačar, he can do this again and again and again. And it's the repeat efforts which are so important in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Mathieu van der Poel, he is coming more and more towards the front. He's had a little bit further back on the Oude Kwaremont. Now he's keeping this one a little bit more closely under his eye. And there is a gap forming behind. Pedersen's in trouble. And this is Valentin Madouas going with them.
It is. Madouas has been there right from the beginning. And here, you know, Alexander Kristoff is having a phenomenal run here for a big man. What watts must he be burning to get up here? And there's some much lighter frames of riders. There's Matthews just going up underneath Kevin Genietz as well. As we come to the crest here, oh, look at that. Van der Poel has bridged up using the gutter. And he and Pogačar, is it going to be a private party between the pair of them? Portuguese flag waving in their face here. And Valentin Madouas doing a fantastic job to stay with. And everyone else is just trying to put a fire out at the moment. This is absolutely remarkable. Mads Pedersen double checks over his shoulder, sees Pidcock involved here. Everybody else, big gulp of air as well from Alexander Kristoff.
Asgreen on the left-hand side of Asgreen.
Fantastic, all coming into it. Michael Matthews also involved. Dan, all hell breaking loose here.
Yeah, Asgreen wasn't looking good anyway, but he's now got a mechanical problem. You can see Zdeněk Stybar just looking over his shoulder to see if he can give him any assistance, but Asgreen, as I said, he wasn't looking good, and he's now in even more trouble there. Plenty of teammates alongside him, but it's going to be a bad moment of the race to have a problem like that.
The way that Tadej Pogačar is riding at the moment, the cream will rise to the top. Van der Poel, Tadej Pogačar started off amongst the favourites, and they're riding like that at the moment. Kasper Asgreen, here he is wearing number 1. And the camera will pan up and show what difficulties he's had, I am certain. Oh my life, all hell's breaking loose here, Robbie.
Yeah, well, that looked like it would have been a drop chain for Kasper Asgreen. That's the moment where you flick it up onto the big chainring. Quite possible it's just gone up and over the top of the big chainring outside of the crank, and it's just impossible to just get that back on, carrying no momentum. And that is a huge blow for the Quick Step Alpha Vinyl team. He has to get off. Yep, he's going for the drive chain as all the others come through. Teammates looking concerned. Victor Kampenaerts also further back. A look from the teammate, and watch the tilt of the head from Stybar. He says, that is not good.
Trentin coming through. Mohoric also coming over the crest here. Trentin looking down. He's done a fantastic job on behalf of his teammates, just making sure that Tadej Pogačar had stayed safe. Road captain of the day, Matteo Trentin. His job appears to be done. Kasper Asgreen getting a push back in. This is still absolutely enthralling to me. Magnificent. Fred Wright having a fantastic run of things here for Bahrain Victorious. Not exactly been a quiet year for him, but this is a fabulous effort he's showing now, Dan.
It is, yeah. I saw him at Omloop Het Nieuwsblad at the start of the year, and I think I mistook him for another rider because I wasn't expecting Fred Wright to be up there at the crunch point of the race, but it was him, and he was there, and he's proven to be a very solid rider this year for Bahrain Victorious. Didn't see Mohoric over the top of the previous climb, but we can presume that behind these two at the front...
Trentin, yeah.
Okay, so behind these two at the front... We've got Van der Poel, Madouas and Pogačar. We haven't seen whether they've been caught yet, but if they pressed on, I can't imagine that they have been caught. They'll be chasing these two down, at which point we'll have 5 teams at the front, but no one from Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl. Incidentally, I used our on-demand service to go back to look at the Paterberg, and Asgreen was well positioned going into it. Like Robbie said, I think he just really paid for the effort that he made to stick with Pogačar over the Quaremont.
And here are the 3 chasers, Van der Poel, Madouas, Tadej Pogačar, over the top of the Koppenberg. They had a 15-20 metre gap to Mads Pedersen. Then it was a further gap back to the rest of the group, and there's a lot of no man's land there at the moment. They take the right-hand turn onto the main road. There's what's left of the peloton. They'll go up the main road for around 800 or 900 metres, and they'll turn left onto the Maria Borrestraat, a section of cobbles, and they'll be turning then straight onto the Steenbeek Dries, which takes them on to the Taaienberg. So still plenty more climbs to split this race further into pieces.
Who's been strong so far, though, is almost an indication of how the rest of the race will pan out. I'm really impressed by Madouas, Dan.
Unbelievable, yeah. I mean, I was incredibly impressed. Oh, there's Mohoric on the front there now. I was incredibly impressed with how he rode at the E3 Saxo Bank Classic 9 days ago. I wasn't expecting it from him, despite the versatility that he shows as a rider. But to be up there over the top of the Koppenberg with Pogačar and Van der Poel, that's next level. And the way they went up the Koppenberg, I'm not sure if it's got slightly flatter than when I rode it about a week or so ago, but they didn't make it look quite as steep as it actually is.
They've obviously made it less steep after you've done it now. They thought we can't do that. Meanwhile, you look back at this highway. Fred Wright now checks over the shoulder, and I think this could be a 5-man fighting force that we're just about to have. That's the worry. They're starting to ring out, and here there is a bell tolling for plenty behind this trio. This is your reverse view. There is Van der Poel with Madouas and, of course, Tadej Pogačar. They're talking to each other at the moment. They're trying to lean on Madouas. He'll be wise to that. They've got to start regarding him as something of a threat, especially when they form this quintet up front. And I'm not suggesting the race is over by any means. It's 40 kilometres to go. But who's going to chase with that sort of power up front, Robbie?
Well, there is some massive firepower. The big pre-race favourites that we spoke about, Mathieu van der Poel, Tadej Pogačar, and now the surprise packet from Groupama FDJ is Valentin Madouas. No Jumbo-Visma, no Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl, but they still have riders here to form a chase, but they are up against it.
Fred Wright and Dylan van Baarle offering up their back wheels for these guys to come and join. Madouas has managed to get a turn, and we're hitting more cobbles, and of course more climbs still to come. That's the way this race rolls, and we have rain. We're at the Maribor-Straat, 400 metres. There's just one more section of pavé to come, and then it's all climbs all the way home. Once we have dealt with that. Let's deal with this first, and then we'll have the Steenbeek Dries also rocking up into our consciousness, and then the run for home. It's absolutely relentless. That's the nature of the game, and 40 kilometres to go, and that quintet not quite formed just yet, but about to be, and 25 seconds back to the third group. Riders all over the road. I think we have more or less at least found, can we say, a blanket of 20 riders from which we may find our winner.
Well, we may well find it from there, but it's looking most likely at the moment it's going to be from the first 5 on the road. But these two at the moment still holding off the chase of Van der Poel, Pogacar and Madouas. I think they'd quite like to be able to get over the Steenbeek Dries, which is just a continuation of the Maria Borrestraat, and even downhill on cobbles, which is from the other side, the Stationsberg, and then off to the Taaienberg. And what we've seen in past years of Tom Boonen steaming up that concrete culvert on the right-hand side, that is no more. The barriers, just like the left side of the Paterberg have been installed. It is all cobbles. It makes it so much tougher.
That's nasty little right-hander just sailed through by these guys, and it's thinned down now, so I guess they'll be taking almost single file every single one of these climbs, but I say that, just wait till we get to the Paterberg at the very, very last here. Wouldn't be surprised. Seen some very slick moves tight on the inside on a couple of occasions during this race. Meanwhile, look over the shoulder, and it's Tadej Pogacar who wants to know who's chasing at the moment. Interesting to see that from him. He looks so very strong here, however. I think the winner's going to come from this quintet up front. It's a long old gap that's starting to open up here, Dan.
Yeah, that's extended, hasn't it? It's gone in the wrong direction for this chase group behind Van Hooijdonk, who's already done so much work for his team, is not getting much in the way of assistance. You've got Dylan Teuns there on his left-hand side, right-hand side as we look at it. He's not going to aid the chase because he's got Fred Wright of Great Britain and Bahrain victorious up the road. And this group even further back, Group 4, 22 seconds behind the group that we just saw a few moments ago. But very interesting, isn't it? Even this deep into the race, over 225 kilometres into it, all these groups are spread over just 1 minute.
Equally, I think when we say that, the gaps here are almost magnified, Dan, because of the terrain that we have to take. And when you see how easily apparently Tadej Pogacar is taking on these tests, here is that Mohoric group that we were so worried about, concerned about. But when you see the way that Pogacar takes it, Mathieu van der Poel, the way he imposed himself on that last climb as well was absolutely magnificent. They're taking their time in collecting this pair up front, is my view, because they're sort of sharing the duty. They're already thinking about putting some energy in the bank, Robbie. They don't want to mess it up by just putting too much into what's a marginal gain, just to bridge over to those who are ahead of them. They'll keep their powder dry and then go again. I'm certain of it.
Well, you know what I think I'm seeing a little bit more is the first two riders, they would love to get over the Taaienberg before they get caught by Pogacar and Van der Poel, because the real danger is that they get to them and then get dropped. Yeah. So I think they're really keeping the pressure on up the front because they're so worried about Pogacar and Van der Poel catching them on that very tough cobble climb that comes up next. But back to your point about the 1 minute, Dan, at some point you could say the gap after 225 kilometres, as Van der Poel nearly goes off the road, is only 1 minute. But you could also say the gap is already 1 minute.
The way it's been going, it's been like a sprint from the start, hasn't it? Absolutely remarkable. This looks like we are going to get a regathering here, just as we head for the peak. Crowds out in force. You mentioned it earlier on, Dan. It's wonderful to see.
It is, yeah.
So beautifully behaved here as well.
Picture of Tom Boonen coming up on the left-hand side. There he is. You see his face. This is the Bonenberg, the Taaienberg, and as Robbie just said, there are barriers on both sides of the road for the Tour of Flanders, so they'll be forced to take on the cobbles right in the middle. It looks like that junction is going to be made on the climb. Fred Wright and Dylan van Baarle will just be hoping that they've got the strength to keep with these riders as they come past them.
This is the exact spot you don't want to get caught.
Well, I guess in a certain way, they don't want to catch them either at a moment such as this. Madouas needs to stay involved here if he wants to be involved in the sprint a little bit later on. But the pace that these tests are being taken by Tadej Pogacar, he seems the least concerned. And to have this level of explosivity, I guess, deep into the race, a man is used to taking on Alps, never mind bergs such as this. And Mathieu van der Poel staying with him, just hoping that the duty may fall to him to deny Pogacar a little bit later on. And look at the way he imposes himself almost constantly. That is a remarkable display. Apart from anything else, I guess, Robbie, he's playing a mind game here, as well as a physical one.
using the lessons learned last Wednesday in Dwars door Vlaanderen as well. He has been everywhere that he's needed to be. He's used his teammates to perfection, and he just got himself on the front foot of the Oude Kwaremont the last time and said, I'm going to take this race by the scruff of the neck. I'm not going to lose this by making a mistake. I'm going to try and crush the opposition. He'll try and use these riders now as they get over the top of the Taaienberg this time. It's quite a good section to use a group like this to keep the pace up as they come around the next time back towards over the Kroos, and then back to the Kwaremont once more. And I'm expecting to see Tadej Pogačar just go absolutely bananas on the Oude Kwaremont the last time over.
Well, other fruit are available, but these guys, I'm afraid, they're picking it up off the floor, and they have to. Don't forget, it was in 2020, just before the Taaienberg, this crucial part of the race, that Van der Poel, Van Aert and Alaphilippe just drove away. And you kind of feel that even from that group of 5, we've said it's an early call to make, obviously, as Kristoff remarkably still grinds into this one. If he can get back in the last 13 Ks, maybe our tales will be told differently by the end of this. Here's Yves Lampaert just peddling squares at the moment. So many others will be as well, just getting himself back into the rear of this string. Some big hearts and some big names have been put to the sword here, and yet again it's Tadej Pogačar, Dan, that's got his handle on the blade.
He has, but I will be very interested to see what the dynamic of that group is over the top of the Taaienberg, because they've got around about 10 kilometres between the top of that climb and the start of the Oude Kruisberg. And I'm just wondering whether Van Baarle is going to pull the I've got Tom Pidcock behind card and not contribute as much as he has been with that group of 2 that he's in with Fred Wright. If that's the case, and it's only Pogačar and can't even remember Van der Poel's name. Blimey, it's been a long day. If it's only Pogačar and Van der Poel doing the work on the front, then they would get frustrated. But as things stand, it does look like all 5 of them are willing to pull through.
Oh, the Kruisberg and the tears therein, I think you might say, to come for many after the Taaienberg. Goodness me, it never rains, it only pours. Thankfully it's dry today, I think you might say. You want some friends at a moment like this, Robbie, and I guess there's a regrouping further back here, but it's going to be almost a consolidation and commiseration, you feel?
Yeah, it's starting to look that way, and if you're caught in this group, you want some really good friends, and above all, some really strong friends to pull you back into it. Tiesj Benoot is in this group. Michael Matthews also caught back here as well. So they are staring down the barrel of a big defeat, and the race is gone.
The Kruisberg is next, 2.5 kilometres, 5%, but a maximum of 9, and 450 metres of it are cobblestones. And that will be coming quite a reach before we get there. So this is that consolidation, if you like, of this quintet. And they've got a gap now, as you can see, of 42 seconds. And in this terrain, with the sort of names we've got up front, that feels like a country mile. Kruisberg, it was there that Jürgen Rollens got himself a podium place by attacking in 2013. So you can go long. After that, Stijn Vendenberg, Greg Van Avermaet as well, sure got himself a place in the final by running away at that point as well. Alexander Kristoff has done the job in the past. Now, he's in the chasing group at 43 seconds, but maybe it was a thing of the past. 2015 it was with Nicky Terpstra. The decisive push at that point. And do you remember Sagan in 2016 along with Michael Kwiatkowski also, both of whom were supposed to be at this race? Well, Kwiatkowski a late cancellation, and Sepp van Mark as well took Cancellara at that point likewise, but unfortunately for Sepp van Mark, I'd have loved to have seen him back here. His opportunities to take it just constantly seem to be being hampered. 2018 it was Terpstra that came with that fantastic victorious attack, and last year it was at the Kruisberg that Asgreen launched that attack, don't forget, with Wout van Aert and Mathieu van der Poel, asking them to respond to that. So it's always a pivotal point, Dan, of the race, this.
It is, yes, and it's a very tough climb that continues to climb after they come off the cobbled sections, the way that they're tackling it today. We saw a race recently where they turned left over the top, took on a descent, but this time, straight after they go up it, it continues to rise and back towards the Hottonberg and then the Quaremont for the final time. So it is always a crucial part of this race, and we saw, I think, Vincenzo Nibali going over the top of the Kreuzberg a couple of years ago, and that was what, in the end, led to the victory of Nicky Terpstra, who incidentally is in this group. We saw him hovering at the back for the entire day coming towards crucial sections, but it turns out he was just playing it a little bit coy, and he's also still up there in the, I think it's either this group or just behind. I certainly saw him with Mohoric.
Mads, he's livid and he wants a part of the day. Mads Pedersen drifts off the front. Michael Matthews just tucks in as well. This is the dance of those who've seen it, others waltz away from them, I'm afraid. And they're all looking to see where the firepower is. And Matthews flicks the arm and then almost flicks it again to the riders in front of him. Just say, come on, just drive it forward. Their nerves are starting to fray just a little bit here, Robbie.
Yeah, they are, because they realise this race is riding away from them. It's 51 seconds and heading out towards 1 minute. And Mads Pedersen, well, he just couldn't do any more than he did at that moment. He had a front row seat on the Koppenberg, and he saw Pogacar and Madouas and Mathieu van der Poel just simply ride away from him. He was there if he's good enough, but the legs would not cooperate.
Welcome back, everybody. You are done with your commercial breaks on Linear. If you'd like to watch racing without, don't forget you can subscribe to the GCN app. Have a look at Discovery Plus as well, and fill your boots. Meanwhile, these guys are filling cups with tears, I'm afraid, because there are 5 riders up the front and the gap is expanding. Even when it was a modest margin of around 20 seconds, we said the firepower that we have up front is so significant. It's going to be very difficult to catch. Mathieu van der Poel, Tadej Pogacar, in no particular order this is, Dylan van Baarle, Fred Wright and Valentin Madouas. In any of those 5 could win it, unless indeed they're joined by the willing, and at the moment it's difficult. This is Michael Matthews saying, come on guys, if you want to get something out of the race, let's work together. He's not stirring porridge there, he's not hungry, he's just begging basically others to do the same amount of work that he's prepared to do, Robbie, and there's very little response.
Well, there is. This is Oliver Naesen, the man who crashed a few days ago, last Wednesday. Very heavy fall. He's trying to get things going, but look at the marking happening. Stefan Kung from Groupama FDJ has got Madouas up the front. Then you've got Dylan Teuns. Well, he's got a teammate up the front in Fred Wright as well. Then it was Aimé de Gent. He's the teammate of Alexander Kristoff. He's there in third wheel of this group. All coming back together again, but it's pace on, pace off, and the gap is just growing. It was 51. It's now 54 with 31 kilometres to go. That front 5 are moving away with it because there's just a lot of marking of moves of the riders with teammates up the front, just taking the pace out of them. Jumbo-Visma, they are stuck behind and no longer have the firepower to go forward. This is the left-hand turn onto the start of the descent. This will drop them down into the town of Ronse. So a really fast 75 kilometre an hour descent, and they'll turn. There's a couple of rights and lefts around the hospital, and then they'll make their way to the foot of the Oude Kreuzberg in Ronse on the cobbles. And when they come out of the top of the cobbles, they'll turn right onto the Nieuwe Kruis, continues to climb, and then there's a left-hand turn at the traffic lights and onto the Hotton, Dan's favourite climb. Shake of the legs for Mathieu van der Poel. And Tadej Pogacar, he looks like he's out on a training ride.
Absolutely remarkable. Van der Poel does this, Dan. He shakes the legs out. I don't know whether it's from his crossing days, essentially, where the terrain change is always so different. You always want to double check yourself. You're a cyclocrosser yourself at the beginning, dominating cycling at the moment.
Yeah, Van der Poel and I share lots of the similar traits, it's got to be said. I've dabbled in
2 arms, 2 legs.
Yes. Yeah, different legs. I wouldn't agree with the legs bit. They were slightly different, but yeah, and every time Van der Poel wins a race, he collapses. No matter how big or small the race is, he's put it all into it, hasn't he? We saw that on Wednesday at Dwars door Vlaanderen, and he just likes to go out racing. We've got 2 riders in this group. We've got to say they all love racing. They wouldn't be here if they didn't. But it's always great to see the biggest star names want to really ignite things sooner than we've been used to, potentially over the last decade or so. But they're both up here. And who could have predicted 3 months or so ago that in this point of the Tour of Flanders there'd be a very strong chance that a leading group of 5 riders would fight it out for the win without any riders from Jumbo-Visma or or Quick Step Alpha Vinyl.
It's amazing, isn't it? And they were supposedly the dominant force. It was supposed to be their job to put pressure on Van der Poel to extinguish any threat from Tadej Pogačar. And the sheer power of Pogačar and the willingness of Van der Poel to empty himself at a crucial moment, it was that ability of Van der Poel, I think, that's kept this alive, and to deny Tadej Pogačar, who seems to have timed things absolutely perfectly. In fact, the way he uses his teammates in Grand Tours and longer races than this, stage races, he burns them up and then does the job himself. And this time he's done precisely, he's applied that scenario to this race. The man that's looked after him throughout the day has been Matteo Trentin, and all credit to the Italian. He's been brilliant. But he's allowed Pogačar to come back from an early misfortune within this race and just settle himself down, refocus, and make sure that the day is going to be his, as opposed to what happened to him during the Dwar d'Or. And that's been a remarkable level of calm and belief, I think, from Tadej Pogačar, as well as the power that he displays. It's just quite simply, he decided to play this game his own way. And it's a method we've seen before.
Yep, it is, and we spoke earlier about as they're on the Oude Kruis, just onto the cobbles now. Mathieu van der Poel leads them on, but we spoke earlier about the fact that at some point in the race, as a team leader, you need to take responsibility and get the job done yourself. You can't hide behind your domestiques all day long. At some point, you've got to, as they like to say in Flemish, you've got to pull the chestnuts out of the fire yourself.
That's conjuring up all kinds of images there. I'm gonna leave it.
It's a good Flemish expression.
I'm going to leave it hanging. There's another one. Maybe you can explain it to me, which is the fat is in the soup. I don't know what that means. Is it the final touch?
The fat is from the soup. It means they're empty.
Okay.
But another one, which we might see a little bit here, and I'm wondering when these riders are going to realise that Tadej Pogačar is on an absolute tear here. We've seen how he came across. He's ripping the race apart. Who's going to start to do less turns and sit on a little bit and start to just try and, we say bluff a little bit, but in Flemish they like to say, who's going to try and watch the cat out of the tree? Which means just do nothing and hope it happens for them.
It's a good method.
Have you ever watched a cat out of a tree?
No, but I get the idea. The sentiment's fantastic. Meanwhile, they just about reached the top now. Valentin Madouas looks like he is labouring. He's got a bit of a kick on him when he needs it. Of this group, who is the better finisher? Fred Wright has got a bit of a kick on him, but in this kind of company, has he got what it takes to beat Dylan van Baarle? Tadej Pogačar, can he get the better of Mathieu van der Poel? We just don't know. What we do know is that there's so much firepower up front, and with two climbs still to be taken, they're climbing so beautifully, sinuously, you might say, that you feel that the gap is only going to expand, and the alliance just keeps breaking down amongst the chase down. They are not a fighting force to close down those five up front.
It always happens, doesn't it, when you get this deep into a monument as hard as Flanders, that you think, wow, why don't they get themselves together, roll through and off? And I saw Michael Matthews doing that sign, saying, let's roll through and off. And I was thinking, that's wishful thinking, really. At this point in the race, when there's so much fatigue, there's riders that have got teammates up the road, you're never going to get a group that size that just rolls through and off like a chain gang. And so you just have to try and do what Stefan Kung and the lights did just after that. Make your own group behind, hope that you're strong enough to start closing the gap down. But as things stand, they are not shutting the gap down at all. It's going the wrong way for the chasers behind this group. 1 minute and 10 seconds. Onto the Hottonberg, which I saw was graphicked, if that's a word, just a few moments ago, is the top part of the Oude Kruisberg, which had just been over.
Graphic.
Well, they're on the way to the Hotton
now. They are. Sorry, Robbie, carry on.
I think it's graphicised, Dan.
That's the one.
Well, this group, they've built it out. We were talking about 51 seconds a few moments ago, out to 1 minute and 9 now. And as you mentioned before, Carlton, when you spoke about Jurgen Roelands, who went on the attack on the Oude Kruis and rode himself into a podium place, if you're good enough, you've just got to leave that chase group behind and go for broke and make your own race, because you are not going to get any cooperation back there.
Well, this might come down to time trialling ability, in which case Tadej Pogačar has got this wrapped. This is going to be fascinating. I just get the feeling whenever we're on a climb Everybody else is sharing the burden, but Tadej Pogačar looks to be so relaxed, and that's a lethal thing. Maybe it's just a poker face, but he does not look like he's got the sort of distance that we've already covered under his belt. And we say that time and time again about him. Issues a little bit of spittle to the hedges here. There's probably a Belgian expression for that as well. But we got a minute and 16 between these guys. Everyone else looks more fatigued, Robbie.
Yeah, everybody's starting to rock and roll a little bit. A lot of movement in the shoulders and the hips, like Mathieu van der Poel, but that's quite typical for him, that sort of cyclocross style. But Tadej Pogačar, the upper body completely still, the stomach going in and out with his breathing, and the legs just turning like pistons. He just looks so comfortable. Madouas, I think he's still happy to be in this group. He was nearly dislodged on the Taaienberg. He's doing a fantastic ride, but here again in this back group, it's just one-out accelerations, then coverage from the riders with teammates up the front. So that gap is just edging out further and further. Alexander Kristoff now, he makes an acceleration. We'll look for a reaction behind one of the teammates of a rider in the break. No, it's Laporte.
You know, he's so brave, isn't he, Kristoff? And for a big man, we mentioned it, he climbs so well for a fast man, Robbie.
He does, but he's so incredibly strong. I mean, look back at his win here in 2015, his win in Gent-Wevelgem a couple of years ago when he's riding for UAE, and he averaged something stupid like 430 watts for 270 kilometres. It was just craziness. Tiesj Benoot now in acceleration over the top of the Hotond. Dylan Teuns covering him, Stefan Kung. Then it's Aimé de Gent from Intermarché. So this is splitting now. Benoot hasn't been at his best. He's been caught out a number of times today, not having the legs. The last-ditch try at it.
You know, you can only play the cards you've been dealt, and not having Wout van Aert here has probably cast a bit of a shadow over Jumbo-Visma. At the moment, they're wrestling with it nicely, but I'm afraid it's to a minor gain. Kung, a great man at a moment such as this to drive you into a gap, but this deep in, he's not going to find a minute and 3. I wouldn't have thought, not the way that the others are climbing up ahead of him. And so it is that we come to this wide open highway that will introduce us to the Oude Kruimans and the Paterberg for the final time of asking. It's the second time over the Paterberg, the third for the Oude Kruimans, both linked together. Once they have finished that test, we'll still have just over 13 kilometres to carry us all the way to the line. And at the moment, it looks like we are going to have 5 riders deciding the title. Cars just desperately getting through. That was very dodgy move there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that really was. That was Tratnik, who's on the wheel of Michael Matthews, and it's Aimé de Gent behind him. Rest of the group trying to get back on terms. Jasper Stuyven or Mads Pedersen.
Well, I don't know. I misidentified the car.
Laporte, but it seemed, Tom Pidcock.
Seemed to be a Trek car that was trying to get its way
UAE.
through. Was it?
There's a UAE Team Emirates car. I mean, the gap over a minute now. They will be starting to allow the team cars to come through and get onto the back wheels of this leading group of riders now. So we'll see the likes of Alpecin Fenix driving through as well. But yeah, went past extremely fast, slightly too fast and slightly too close in proximity. Onto the Tour of Flanders Street for the final time in this race. Gap has come down ever so slightly after that attack on the Hottonberg there from Tiesj Benoot of Jumbo-Visma, taking a couple of riders there with him. But I think this group hasn't relaxed now, but they know that they've got a decent advantage and that they can afford to ride at a slightly lower tempo than they did to establish this lead in the first place. But one thing you can be sure of, Tadej Pogačar will want to get rid of everybody, either on the Kwaremont or on the Paterberg, because he will not want to be sprinting against those 4 riders at the end of this race.
No, he's got the time trial credentials, Robbie, that could make that scenario come true.
Yeah, and I think he'd rather get rid of them sooner rather than later and already go on the Kwaremont, at least get rid of a couple of them and then whittle down. But those, as I said before on the Koppenberg, repetitive efforts, do it again and again and again. And Pogačar can do that. So I think he'd like to get rid of them and get Mathieu van der Poel under real pressure and see if he can offload everybody and ride on his own to the finish. What's interesting behind is there's the counter-attack of Tiesj Benoot, but he's getting cooperation from Stefan Kung, teammate of Madouas here in the front, and also from Dylan Teuns, teammate of Fred Wright. So they're keen to get away and get themselves a decent placing, and as such the gap is down now to 53 seconds.
And you wonder whether Fred Wright and Madouas will stop working here at the front if their sports director says, look, we've got We've got other riders coming up from behind. Your teammates will be in a slightly better position at that point. It's a big call to make because the gap between the group of Kung and the gap to the group behind that is not a particularly significant one. We can see it on our screens now. Mads Pedersen trying to make his way across. But yeah, interesting that those two are working to try and bring this gap down.
Well, they found what, 15 or 20 seconds they've found already, Robbie. I was just looking at Mathieu van der Poel. He was dialing up on the radio. I don't know whether he's asking for a feed or what, but clearly is not. He needs something. I don't know whether it's just advice. What do you reckon?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's just asking about the time gaps and what's happening behind and who's chasing. Maybe he's just after some information. But I'm sure after seeing what's happened over the last few years with Mathieu van der Poel, particularly in Harrogate in the Worlds, and then also here in the Tour of Flanders, beaten by Kasper Asgreen, maybe just reminders to him of keep fueling yourself. Yeah. Don't think you're feeling fine. Even if you don't feel like you need it, put it in.
Yeah, it's like when you feel thirsty, it's already too late. The dehydration levels have hit. And on a day like this with flat light, I guess in hotter climes, you kind of know that you've got to put the fluids in, Dan. Sometimes you need reminding to do that on a day like this.
Yeah, and you almost feel silly, I'd imagine, as a sports director to keep reminding very experienced riders to eat and drink. But it's just so important to do because you're so concentrated on the job in hand, and in particular in this race where there's so much to think about, that you can forget to eat and drink enough. So they will still be on the radio reminding all of their riders, because if you don't, you're going to pay for it in a 272-kilometre race that is this hard. Carlton, I've got a question for you. Since you always ask me general knowledge questions that you know I will have no idea of the answer to, so that you can tell us all, I'm going to ask you who the last rider was to win this race on their debut.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, good. It was René Martins 40 years ago. It's been 40 years since a rider won the Tour of Flanders on their debut.
Do you know, I wish I'd had that to hand.
Yes, I was in fear that you did, actually.
Oh, dear. Oh, René. Oh, well, let's see whether Tadej and René can share at least congratulations. Let's see. A bit of a tightening of the shoes. That's always a very good sign. Love to see that. Dylan van Baarle, you know, he's bounced around a few teams. I remember him back in the Garmin days. In fact, he jumped in the boat that you left, Dan.
Yeah, he did. I think he was at Cannondale. I think it had become in 2012 after I'd left it as Garmin Cervelo the year before. So, yeah, I remember him being right up there winning the Tour of Britain. He'd always been a solid rider. And contrary to the rolling nature on the bike of Van der Poel and Pogačar, Van Baarle is always solid as a rock. You can't really read too much into it. It's just their natural styles. But he's such a smooth-looking rider.
You know, I think it was in 2004, Dan, that the first Women's Tour of Flanders was won on debut.
Yes. I'm pretty sure that the person that won the first ever Tour of Flanders did it on debut. I know I was just taking your joke and rekindled it for the men's, but there you go.
That's all right. You just carry on. It was actually Doug's joke. I'll give him the credit.
So anyway, here's the chase. They're taking the right-hander along the railway line. And in the distance, can't quite see the front group. Have just disappeared around the next right-hand corner. If you're having a déjà vu, it's because the race has already passed by here twice. Last time for the Eau de Quatermonts.
Deja vu all over again, if you're talking about the Kwaremont. Kwaremont-Paterberg, it's a double whammy. The blows have already been issued by these guys. Van der Poel, Tadej Pogačar in particular, Dylan van Baarle, Fred White and Valentin Madouas. Now, within this fantastic quintet, it is Tadej Pogačar that wants to leave the others in his wake, and he already is starting to cut corners here. By that I mean not that he's leaving anything behind. He's making sure that every single line that he takes is an energy preserver, because he's going to pour himself out on the next two climbs, and then he's going to try and time trial it home, I believe, because he doesn't really want to get engaged in a final sprint. That said, you know, even if you've got sprinting legs and credentials, when you're facing somebody like Tadej Pogačar, who seems to be just ever fresh, it's amazing. Maybe he's just have what it takes to beat a quicker man than him in normal circumstances, Dan.
You can rip the paper up, can't you, in terms of who's the fastest on the line. We saw that last year with Kasper Asgreen and Mathieu van der Poel. What's interesting for me now is that both Bahrain Victorious riders are sitting on. So the rider Fred Wright at the front in that group of 5. He's not pulled a turn for a little while. Whilst behind, Dylan Teuns doesn't seem to be working anymore with Stefan Kung and Tiesj Benoot. So they're both playing the team card game. I'd imagine that Fred Wright might also be starting to feel things. He's the youngest rider in this lead group, just 22 years of age. He's already done a phenomenal ride to be where he is right now, going into the last time of the Oude Kwaremont, which we're on right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young lad, 22 years of age, with a phenomenal opportunity here to just rock back into our consciousness. Not that he wasn't already. He's had some great results. Of course, he had a very good Vuelta a couple of years ago to sort of wake us all up. But he's in a great position at the moment and in elevated company. He's had to battle to be here, both himself and Valentin Madouas. Teed it up. Dylan van Baarle, Mathieu van der Poel, and in particular Tadej Pogačar bridged over. Pogačar was having none of it. I'm not going to lose out again, he said to himself as I read the speech bubble after Dwyer. And here he is imposing himself yet again. Now this is the business end of the day, and this will have a cost, and it's already being writ large for us. Dylan van Baarle has been disengaged here, and this is the pace of Pogačar, and he wants others out of the back door as well. Fred Wright is 2-3 bike lengths. He wants the others gone as well, those that came over with him. And this is Pogačar imposing himself brilliantly so, and the man who's staying closest to hand, Valentin Madouas, is there, but it's Mathieu van der Poel who's holding on to his wheel and just starting to rock a little bit. The natural style of Pogačar is quite rolling, as you can see. It's the pair of them, the two biggest names at the top of the day in the absence of Wout van Aert, are showing their hand, and it's a slap in the face for absolutely everyone. You think it was the Oscars. Who's going to win the award today? Well, Tadej Pogačar looks the very best and at his very best. After the disappointments of the midweek in the Dwyer d'Or, suddenly he is grinding everyone to dust. What a remarkable performance.
Well, this is the question being answered. Where was he going to attack? How was he going to do it? This first one, it's not a big punchy attack. It's like a strangling attack. He just slowly wound it up, turned the screws, got rid of most of the group except for Mathieu van der Poel. So now he's going to have to reconsider his options. Does he just keep riding this tempo with van der Poel in the wheel? He's going to have to try and ride him out of the wheel, surely, on the Paterberg if he's going to win this Tour of Flanders. But Pogačar, he looks so fresh, and as we said, a sprint is no longer a normal sprint at the end of 273 kilometres. Ronde van Vlaanderen, Pogačar is so incredibly strong. And Madouas, he's not giving up yet. He's got the bit between the teeth.
Oh, look at this. Now, this is the pace that he's starting to impose now. Pogačar now goes into time trial mode. So if Mathieu van der Poel is going to sit in here, he's not going to be offered up much, I don't think, in terms of sympathy. Maybe an elbow will flick out, but I don't think so. I don't think Pogačar is going to ask anybody for any favours here, and the gap's just starting to increase ever so slightly, millimetre by millimetre almost. There was a suggestion of a crossover of wheels there. We don't want any of that. The moisture's coming down as well. A little bit of a light drizzle, just adding a bit of glissé to the top of the climb. It's our final climb right now, and can Pogačar do anything on this one to find just a little bit more room? 16 kilometres from home. By the time we reach the top of the Paterberg, it looks like it's just going to be a two-man race. There's Madouas looking rather forlorn out of the back, and still Pogačar just turns the screw here. Van der Poel gritty and just staying with it for the time being, but he's hanging on. But is it going to be for glory? That's the big question. They come up to another of our crests and peaks here, of which we have plenty. That's the Oude Kwaremont dealt with. The Paterberg is next. Still 3 kilometres of hell. And even these bridging roads down have tests within them as well. There's a little bit of regrouping further back here.
Yeah, they're going to turn left at the end of the Kwaremont once again, as we saw the last time up, and then it's down to the Paterberg. So I don't see anything changing with those two until we get to that final climb of the day. And there, as you just said, as Robbie's just been mentioning, I think Pogačar is going to have to accelerate as fast as he possibly can. Just hope that he can get rid of Mathieu van der Poel, who stuck to him like glue. He didn't ask for a single turn all the way up the Kwaremont again there, did he, Pogačar?
Well, this man needs to get out of the road, and that's what everyone is screaming at. He's going to trip himself up, never mind be a danger to everyone behind him. A bit of silliness, but I guess passions are running high here as well. They might. Thijs Benoot trying to just salvage something for Jumbo-Visma, a race that both they and Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl were supposed to dominate here. At least Thijs Benoot remains in the frame for a top 5 or perhaps something a little bit better. There's nothing better than winning, though. And we said when we had this highway shot first time by, it's likely to be a bit thinner on the ground. But 2 up front with a margin now. My life, they are the best, quite simply, within this race. They know it. But which one is the very best out of the pair of them? Well, it's anybody's guess. This is recovery time, I think, for Mathieu van der Poel, as much as anything else. And Tadej Pogačar, cool as you like, checks over his shoulder, almost calculating exactly what he's got to do. It's a formula, but at the moment, there's just one more ingredient, and it is to be finished off. We have this climb and the run for home. I cannot wait. This is going to be amazing. 15 kilometres of the day remaining, and you just feel like Tadej Pogačar is a bit of an assassin here. Let's see if he manages to hit the target. He has teed himself up absolutely beautifully. Dogged determination has kept Mathieu van der Poel very much in the frame here. And as the exchange, Van der Poel will be hoping that he can put some energy back. You can see the rain clouds just starting to burst up ahead of them. But kicking up a storm is Tadej Pogačar with 15 kilometres to go. He's aware of just about everything, clearing the nose as he does. This is the bridge to the final climb of the day. The Paterberg offers itself up to us. And just how quickly will Pogačar take this one, Robbie? Surely it's got to be full attack again.
I think that he needs to go on the attack on the Paterberg. I think he would much rather offload Mathieu van der Poel if he possibly can, rather than take him to a sprint. And even if van der Poel manages to follow, I think Pogačar needs to do the maximum amount of damage to the Dutchman's legs on this next climb. It's his final opportunity to really hurt him if he possibly can. They've looked fairly evenly matched. Pogačar maybe just with the upper hand. He's been the man doing the damage. It's always hard to tell with Mathieu van der Poel. He rocks and rolls a little bit more. He's taking the lead at the moment. Be interesting to see which one of them takes the lead turning on to the Paterberg, because one bike length can make all the difference.
No declared gap to Madouas at the moment, but apparently still engaged in the chase. I wouldn't be surprised to see Dylan van Baarle has managed to tag him. But we shall see. Thijs Benoot still in the frame as well. But nonetheless, look at the clouds here. Storm clouds are gathering. Thankfully, the rain has stayed away. Check over the shoulder there by Tadej Pogačar. Next time he does that, when Van der Poel actually follows the manoeuvre, he needs to kick on.
Well, they're just about to hit the foot of the Paterberg. I hope we go back to the front of the race once they do get onto the final climb of the day. There's the right turn. They're on it now, and we're about to see if there's any difference between these two on the final climb of the entire day.
Now then, stays planted. Neither of them out of their saddle just for the time being. I suspect that may well be the case all the way up. Tadej Pogačar just setting the tempo, forcing Mathieu van der Poel to dance to it. Doesn't want to offer him up even any aero. Or is it Van der Poel who wants to come through and make a statement? Side by side, elbow to elbow. This could go all the way. Absolutely fantastic. Two gladiators here. Started the day amongst the favourites, if not the favourites in the absence of Van Aert. But as they stand, this is fantastic. Front wheel coming up here, almost being bounced up by the cobbles. Last of our cobbled climbs to be dealt with, and Van der Poel does not want to be overawed, but he is being at the moment. He goes over hunting for the gully. There's a bike length between them, and Pogačar trying to wind it up at the moment. Van der Poel responds and tries to close that gap once more. This is fantastic. It's two prize fighters together. Final round, you might say, certainly of this loop. They'll come up to the top, and this is going to be crucial. Pogačar checks over his shoulder and tries to change the tempo yet again. Dives into the corner. He has not shaken Van der Poel, and suddenly realises it and thinks, I'm going to have to tempo him off. But how do I do that? That was a huge moment, and Madouas hasn't finished with this either. He's got company with Van Baarle as we look further back down this hill. Brave souls there are on display on all terrain. This is absolutely fantastic. Fred Wright still bravely battling on as well. Well, you wanted pain. We've had plenty of it today, but none more so, as you said, Robbie McEwen, at this moment.
Yeah, Madouas, he leads over the top in front of Van Baal. Fred Wright behind that. Stefan Kung and Dylan Turns. They've dropped. Tish Benoot, he's further back down, and the rest of the group still chasing. So it looks very much like we're going to have a three-man, two guys from Bahrain victorious. But off the front, our two main protagonists, it looked like Tadej Pogacar had landed a huge blow on the Paardenberg, but kicking and gouging Van der Poel came back to his wheel and joined him over the top. He won't get rid of the Dutchman now, and it's 14 kilometres from the top to the finish. They've got to cooperate. It's going to be a sprint between the two. It won't be a matter of attacking, though. You can't surprise the other in a two-up. It looks like we're up for a two-man sprint.
My life. Well, who's it going to be?
Tratnik, Matthews, Pedersen, Kristoff, Tom Pidcock, Laporte. This is Tish Benoot coming to the top of the climb. Tratnik in the distance. Matthews. So the groups have just been split to smithereens.
Well, it's going to be minor places from them. Dylan Turns, Fred Wright, Stefan Kung, Tish Benoot, brave as you like. Here's Matthews just coming in, taking this left-hander to the top and almost allowing himself as the head just bobs a little bit. But it's about these two. And who is going to have it at the very death? Mathieu van der Poel, who was beaten in the sprint, we remind you, last year when his resources just left him just metres from the line as Kasper Asgreen came through to deny Van der Poel defending the title that he'd won in 2020 when he beat Wout van Aert and Alexander Kristoff. Kristoff was third the year prior, and he's not going to be that far off a top 10, Alexander Kristoff, the way he's riding today. But the gaps here are significant, and they've been posted by Tadej Pogacar. Mathieu van der Poel being reminded to drink. They've got a margin of half a minute, we believe, on the chasers, and it's Valentin Madouas who's about to be joined by a couple of others, I believe, but that's going to be for, and it indeed Dylan van Baal and he that ride together. That pairing half a minute down. It'll be a podium place only for this duo. It's about Tadej Pogacar versus Mathieu van der Poel, as if we didn't know from the beginning of the race. So often when you get to a scenario like this, fellas, you kind of think, well, of course, Tadej Pogacar and Mathieu van der Poel. But it's been a long tale in the telling, this, hasn't it?
It has, and what's amazing is that this is the third time in the space of just over 18 months that Van der Poel has found himself in almost exactly this situation at the Tour of Flanders, because of course we had a delayed Ronde van Vlaanderen back in 2020 due to COVID. Three different riders though. Van Aert, he got the better of in the sprint. Last year, as you just mentioned, Kasper Asgreen got the better of him, and now for that third time in 18 months, he's with one other rider. And although once again on paper you would have to say that Mathieu van der Poel is the fastest sprinter to the line, he'll know from last year that it doesn't matter how good your sprint is on paper, and he'll also know that Pogacar from a small group is pretty fast himself. The thing is, the sprints that we've seen from Pogacar from smaller groups are generally with other climbers. He's got a good punch on him, but he's not normally up against somebody as fast as this man. So this is going to be an incredibly intriguing finale to this race.
I've got to say, Dan, I wish I'd prepared some backup material, because you took the words right out of my mouth. It's 3 times in a row for Van der Poel in a two-up. He's won one, he's lost one, this time with a debutant, and everybody would normally put their money on Mathieu van der Poel because we did that last year and we lost it all. Kasper Asgreen took him out. This is more a case of freshness than sprint power. I'm still backing Mathieu van der Poel in a sprint, but Pogacar, he is such an enigma. He's a man who wins mountaintop finishes in the Tour de France, but I do not give him no chance against Mathieu van der Poel in a sprint, and I think it's going to be another nail-biter.
I think you're absolutely right, fellas. Well, the way that Pogacar started this year, victory in the UAE, then the Strade Bianche, then the Tirreno Adriatico, and then he was 5th in the Milan-San Remo. We went, oh, well,
he's lost it.
He's hardly surprising. Yes, exactly. There it goes. And then the Dois d'Or, he was 10th, and we're thinking, yeah, well, he put it. He's had plenty of wins. Don't feel too sorry for him.
He's had his day. Time for the younger generation to shine now.
23 years of age, an absolute brute. And the man himself, Eddie Merckx, has described him as the real deal. It is already an era. He's only 23, for goodness sake. And this is just going to add a little bit more to the magic even if he finishes second today, what a performance. On your debut on the Tour of Flanders with this kind of roster, it doesn't matter whether he wins or loses this two-up sprint, which we're expecting. It will be a magnificent performance. However, he could win it as a debutant. And can you imagine what shockwaves that will send through? What sort of competition will he lose? Do you have to challenge him at dominoes, Robbie McEwen?
No, I think he'd be pretty handy at that as well. It doesn't matter what he turns his hand to. And Amazing. As a debutant in this race, if you go back to his first big cobbled race there at Dwars-door-Vlaanderen just a few days ago, and the lessons he took out of it, what he learnt from his experience in that race. It's like a kid who's gone off to primary school and done grade 1, and after that, gone straight on to university. That's the way he's gone through the races and the way he's approached this race. He's done, apart from falling off very early in the race, apart from that, he's done everything right. He's used his team at the right time. He's made all the right moves. He took the race into his own hands at the perfect time on the Old de Quaimont and split the field to pieces, went off the front. He's done everything right. And time will tell if he's not done it right by not getting rid of Mathieu van der Poel.
Absolutely remarkable. 8.1 kilometres from home, a 35-second gap. And these pair are exchanging nicely in pursuit, albeit forlornly, I believe. The margin only 35 seconds with 7.9 kilometres to go. But there's going to be no catching it. Van der Poel and Tadej Pogačar, they'll work together until the moment of truth. I think that's going to serve Van der Poel a little bit better than it will Tadej Pogačar, to be honest. I was actually wondering whether he might even try and time trial away, but he would have needed a couple of lengths of a gap if he was going to make that stick and just keep the pressure on Mathieu van der Poel. And you never know just how fatigue is setting in for Tadej Pogačar himself, Dan, after all the efforts that he's put into this last week of racing, and indeed to be here now.
No, exactly, and you never know the riders, but they'll all be feeling it at this point. Doesn't matter how good, how talented you are, you're going to feel those 260 kilometres plus that they've got in the legs at this point in the race. But you yourself talked about it earlier, he just seems forever fresh today, Pogačar, doesn't he? He's still got enough to be able to accelerate and try and get rid of Van der Poel up the Paterberg. I think the gap that opened up ever so slightly was less Van der Poel suffering and more him trying to find that smooth line on the side of the road, and he just slightly lost balance, I think, and with that a small gap open to Pogačar, but he had the strength to close it. But yeah, what's going through their heads now? They're going to start planning what they're going to do in the finale. Pogačar's going to have to decide whether he wants to go long in the sprint like Asgreen did last year and try to really wear down Van der Poel's acceleration before the line, or whether he leaves it a bit later.
It's a conundrum, isn't it? When to impose himself. Van der Poel's trying to look as cool as you like. Yeah, I'm just going to have a toot of water here. Little mind games being exchanged here. I noted as well that he's been doing a lot of drinking with the other hand, and then as Pogačar comes through, he actually lifts the elbow up towards Pogačar. Just makes him do another half metre. Just to get round, to avoid being poleaxed by an elbow. Sorry, mate, I was just having a drink. Didn't mean to knock you off. Here is Madouas with Dylan van Baarle. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, around about the minute mark here, just shy of that, Dylan Teuns, Fred Wright and Stefan Kung. But they've lived up to the billing, Robbie. It's the two big guns out front, and it'll be double barrels all the way to the line.
Yeah, and wouldn't we have loved to see a 3-up with Wout van Aert, unfortunately counted out due to illness, the super favourite before the race. But certainly the others have stepped up and just delivered us an absolute spectacle of cycling. Mathieu van der Poel off a limited preparation, and it almost looked like he wouldn't make it to the Spring Classics this year. And Tadej Pogačar, he's just swept everything in front of him all season long. But to see a guy who's made his name in cyclocross become a classic superstar, but then to see the multiple winner of the Tour de France we're used to seeing fly high in the Alps and the Pyrenees, and it's these two going to the finish together in the Tour of Flanders, about to sprint it out. I am loving it.
Me too.
It's raining hard, isn't it?
Eddie Merckx in 1975, by the way. Somebody asking, when was the last time that he did it? Yes, the rain is coming. Good Lord. it's going to be a damp finish, but it's going to be absolutely white hot. You can believe that between this pair. Who's going to get the sprint? Well, on paper, it should be Mathieu van der Poel. But paper is highly flammable, and especially at a moment like this. And you feel like Tadej Pogacar's got the matches here, Robbie.
Yeah, and what's good for Pogacar is that there's a group behind, just 29 seconds, and then chasing behind that is the two riders from Bahrain Victorious with Stefan Kung in the wheel. So you've got Van Baal and Valentin Madouas trying to come back. So these two, they don't want to muck around and complicate things by letting those two come back, even if they could wrap them up easily in the sprint. You don't want to open yourself up to attacks that then they start looking at each other, who's going to chase it, so better off to cooperate, keep things rolling. So the more pressure on the pedals that Van der Poel has to deliver, the more chance that gives Tadej Pogacar against him in a sprint. He needs to deplete him as much as possible and just take anything he can get, because Easter's coming, but there's no gifts just yet. There's no basket of eggs for Tadej Pogacar. He's going to have to steal them out of the pocket of Mathieu van der Poel.
He is an Easter egg hunt then. Oh dear. Well, what other prizes will be offered up? And here we are, the 5 kilometre marker, 400 metres separating this pair and those up front, accounting for the gap of just around half a minute. And the drizzle is coming down, but it is not dampening proceedings at all. We've been blessed with sunshine. Temperatures that have risen to a very modest sort of 14, 16 Celsius on occasion. It's back down to around 10 as we come to the afternoon here. Started off at 2 degrees. That is not a pleasant scenario. A little bit of glissé on the ground, as you can see. No windscreen wipers with the cars. In fact, they are now actioning the Shimano neutral service. Let's hope that they won't need that. Well, if you're going to get your bad luck out of the way, get it out of the way early, and that's what happened to Tadej Pogacar. He took a tumble earlier today. Mathieu van der Poel's had his moments as well, had to relay back in. You cannot have a day this long without bad fortune. It's how you ride it, Dan.
It is, yes, and it's also about how good your legs are if you're able to come back from any misfortune over the course of a race like today. Being so long, they had the opportunity to come back in both times, and especially where Pogacar had his problems right at the very start of the day. But I think it really is the cream of the crop from today have risen to the top at this point, haven't they? And you can kind of predict it before the start of the stage, but they've still got to go out there and have the legs to actually do it. But that's exactly what they have done, these two riders today, and nobody else has had an answer for it.
2-up sprint then. Sorry, Robbie, a described line here.
Yeah, it can make it so much more difficult going in as the super favourites with the expectation. People say, well, of course, we could have said this at the start of the day. You carry that pressure in the lead up to the race and all day long, and not being able to make any mistakes. You know, bar Pogacar's little off early on, but it hardly counted. But what's interesting too is this battle, which is going to be for third place behind them. They're closing in. Stefan Kung is sitting in the wheel of the riders from Bahrain Victorious. He's got a teammate in front. I'm expecting him, if he gets close enough, to try and blast away from turns and right, cross the gap, beat Van Baal and his own teammate, and grab himself a place on the podium alongside these two.
I agree. Look at everything is being dispatched with at the moment. Last toots on everything. Here we go. Doesn't need any more drink. He might regret that with about 1,800 metres to go. Nerves starting to show here, but also the realism that this is going to be a battle for the line. The rain is coming down. It's not dampening proceedings. You can see the lines in on the road being described here. The camera just being caught out by a sleeping policeman there momentarily. And this pair just now biding themselves, gathering themselves for what is going to be a big old push. I guess the pressure is exponentially heavier upon the shoulders of Mathieu van der Poel. He's been here before. He's lost before. Even if Tadej Pogacar finishes second, it's going to be an amazing thing. But as a youngster, he is hungry for success. And of course, that desire, that need has been sated on many, many occasions. 42 kilometres an hour, thank you, if you wouldn't mind. They're saying slow down. Well, these guys are going to be speeding up good and proper in a very short while. The Flamme Rouge beckons, Robbie.
Yeah, it does. And until now, well, in this final section after the Paterberg, they've been brothers in arms, sharing the work towards the finish. The name of this street is the Minderbroederstraat, which translates to the lesser brother. Well, brothers in arms, one has to turn out to be the lesser brother. There's only one winner. 2.2k to go.
Up ahead is the Flamme Rouge. This is the 2K to go marker. Don't forget, this approach famously has a dip. You'll see them. It's a false flat climb to the line. It's going to feel like the Eiger for these guys. The end of what's been a very difficult day. When they're exchanging here, it's extremely tight. As you can see, they're not using any more of the road than they absolutely have to. They're almost brushing elbows as they exchange here, Robbie.
Yep, and Tadej Pogačar may be asking himself, why couldn't they make it an uphill finish for the Ronde van Vlaanderen? Please give me a chance. But the thing about Tadej Pogačar, he is such a confident athlete that he doesn't care what sort of situation it is. He knows he's up against it, but he knows that he's also in the race. He's also in with a chance. He's seen Mathieu van der Poel get beaten before. Asgreen's done it. And so Pogačar would say to himself, why not me too?
Well, if we're going to get an interview at the end of this, I imagine we'll have to wait a long time to speak to Mathieu van der Poel. We'll wait about, 20 seconds to speak to Tadej Pogačar, because he's usually incredibly fresh almost immediately afterwards, Dan. It's part of his character, isn't it?
It is, yes, but I think they've both had a bit of a calm period. You can see the gaps come down, and that's because they've not been riding fully all the way in. They're just thinking about what's to come in this closing sprint, how they're going to tackle it, who wants to be leading out from the front, and I wonder whether Pogačar is going to do another turn again or not from this point onwards.
Did you see that? Did you see that moment? Flick of the elbow from Pogačar, and Mathieu van der Poel hesitated and said, all right, I'll go through one more time. And that's it, side by side. So Pogačar thought, I've got you where I want you, I've got you to come through. He doesn't want to do another turn.
Well, this is it, cat and mouse, and they've got to be careful because they don't want to mistime this one. It's nervous times, I think. Van Baarle and Madouas, Ineos and Groupama Francis Lejeune, they're almost coming to an absolute standstill. It is very dangerous. I think this is going to play into the hands of Van der Poel, though, no matter what Pogačar does. He looks behind, makes a judgment as to the gap here that's being charged into by Van Baarle and Madouas. In fact, they're playing their own cat and mouse for a podium position. Goodness
500
me.
metres to go still.
Cats and mice all over the place. They may well. And suddenly, the pressure's pouring on Tadej Pogačar here. Mathieu van der Poel is waiting. He's waiting. He's going to go any moment. He knows he's going to have to lead out Pogačar here, I think. This is phenomenal. I have never seen anything like this. We've got groups all coming together. It could end up as a bunch sprint, for goodness sake. Somebody's going to have to break first, and it's Madouas. It's going to drive into them. Madouas might have a bit of impetus here as well for Groupama Francis. He's going to the barriers as they stared each other into the abyss. Madouas is coming through here, and Van Baarle is the response. This is Van der Poel, absolutely fantastic. At the very last, is he going to get there? Yes, he does. But boy, did he have to work for it. And can you believe it? Tadej Pogačar finishes fourth. Oh my goodness. They nearly stared each other into the abyss. Van der Poel makes it. Dylan van Baarle was in the frame here, and he will fall to the ground. He always does. He empties himself. That was much more of a game of poker than anyone thought it would be at the end. That was remarkable. Van der Poel. But only just, for goodness sake. That was absolutely incredible.
That was nuts as they come for the rest of the top 10 places. And I think Tadej Pogačar made a huge mistake by not making some tempo and just riding it from the front. He rode himself out of it. Mads Pedersen comes in. Also Christoph, Matthews, Benoot, Tratnik, and, well, for once, Mathieu van der Poel didn't fall to the ground. He fell into the arms of his girlfriend, Rox. And he has won the day. Well, I tell you what, he ran it close. He saw them coming. He dared anybody to try and take that off him. He played just so cold-blooded in the last kilometre, Mathieu van der Poel. And Tadej Pogačar, he just got himself completely boxed in behind and rode himself incredibly off the podium.
Unbelievable. Van der Poel takes the day. Dylan van Baarle second. Valentin Madouas on the podium. And Tadej Pogačar does not want to speak to anybody at all.
That's the first time I've ever seen Tadej Pogačar angry about anything. He was really, really frustrated, as you can imagine, when he crossed the finish line there. But I think when he looks back at it, like Robbie said, he'll have to think that he made his own mistake in not doing one more turn with this man on the lead into the line, because once he started slowing up, he just didn't have what it took in the sprint. But I think also got slightly boxed in towards the finish there.
It was Madouas that went to the barriers and basically closed that door. So he only had one other alternative. And when he decided finally to go to it, all of a sudden, Van Baal was in the frame. Unbelievable.
Yeah, well, Van Baal, we saw him get a silver medal at the World Championships last year, so he's got a pretty decent finish on. He must have thought all his Christmases had come at once when those two went into track stand mode. And Tadej Pogacar, he really did dig his own grave in the Minderbroederstraat in Oudenaarde. Here's the sprint again. So opening up, and pretty early too from Mathieu van der Poel. Pogacar is in between the wheels in 4th position. Madouas is now starting to dig post holes himself, running out of gas. They're all gone. The only man really delivering the big power anymore is Mathieu van der Poel, and he's just hoping, not again, not someone over the top again. Oh no, it's mine. So disgust by Pogacar, delight from Mathieu van der Poel.
Absolutely remarkable. And here it is from the overhead. Now watch Madouas come up on the barriers, and Van Baal goes the other side. They are encroaching at the moment. Van der Poel is the man who's never headed here. There's Madouas. I thought he was going to scream through, and poor old Pogacar finds himself suddenly in a pincer movement. His arms go up.
Took his hands off the bars as well.
Yeah, exactly. There it is once more. Dan, amazing.
Yeah, wow, what a dramatic final. I did not expect that with 10, 5 or even 3 kilometres to go, that we'd see a 4-up sprint to the line. I don't think personally, and I'll ask Robbie about this in a second, but I don't personally think that Madouas or Dylan Van Baal did anything wrong at that point. It was just a gap opened up behind Van der Poel once he started sprinting. And of course, Van Baal and Madouas are going to try and go into the slipstream to do the best that they possibly can. And that meant that this man had nowhere to go. But I know he was frustrated. He shouldn't really have taken his hands off the bars to push Van Baal out the way.
No, well, I think it was either that or possibly fall off. He got himself so squeezed in between the two. But he really did make what you'd have to call, with all due respect to Tadej Pogacar, a junior error coming into a sprint like that. And you just can't afford to let riders come back with momentum like that. And he did it to himself. I'm sorry to say for him. But another learning experience, maybe dropping back out of uni and back into primary school when it comes to a sprint for the finish.
Geweldig gefeliciteerd. Je wint voor de tweede keer de Ronde van Vlaanderen. Maar wat een gepoker in die slotfase. Vertel eens.
Congratulations, win your second Tour of Flanders, but what a game of poker at the end. And you're waiting. Tadej didn't want to ride anymore. Coming really fast from behind, so I started the sprint from far by myself. It was mostly the Kwaremont and the Paterberg that he really fast, went up really fast. And there was a moment that I was at the point of getting dropped. And I was aware of that I've had this situation 3 years in a row.
Ik was een beetje verrast omdat ik eigenlijk alleen met Tadej bezig was en niet meer met die twee anderen. En die kwamen ineens met heel veel snelheid van achteruit. Dus moest ik wel...
Yeah, it was amazing that he was just busy with me and not with the others coming. And it was a bit of a shock to see it play out like that.
Ja, maar ik denk niet dat ik ooit al zo verzuurd bovenop de Paterberg.
How much did it hurt you on the Paterberg? You said I've never had so much lactic acid. But I knew I just had to get over it on his wheel. There was no choice.
Ik had nog een stukje om te bekomen tot de finish, maar het heeft toch enorm veel zeer gedaan.
I was just trying to recover a little bit every time I was in the wheel, but it was just hurting like hell.
Ik heb er heel hard voor gewerkt en
I've worked extremely hard for it, and I just went 100% for it, and I'm just really happy it's worked out.
Vind je het dan niet ook een beetje jammer dat Pogacar met jou dat podium niet meedeelt?
The way it finished is a bit of a shame. Is it a shame he's not on the podium with you?
De sterkste in koers vandaag.
He said, yeah, he was maybe the strongest in the race.
Hij heeft ook heel offensief gekoerst en
and he rode offensively.
Zegen had ik hem gegund als hij mij geklopt had.
And I would have, applauded him if he'd won or whatever he'd done.
Te moeten sprinten.
Maybe he just needs to sprint here another couple of times to get it right.
Well, it's incredible. I worked so hard for this one. At first, I was not even sure if I would get to the classics, and then, to win after Dwars door Vlaanderen, also the Ronde. It's incredible.
It was an amazing poker game at the end after a very difficult moment for you on the Paterberg.
Yeah, Kwaremont Paterberg was really trying to hold the wheel of Tadej. He was incredibly strong up there, and especially Pater was really on the limit for me. But then I had a few Ks to get the legs back turning and to focus on the sprint.
Now, how about Paris-Roubaix?
Oh, I'm first gonna enjoy this one. I worked incredibly hard, like I said, to be here. I have a lot of people to thank as well to be here, and I'm gonna enjoy it with them.
Massive congrats, Mathieu van der Poel.
King of the Castle, absolutely amazing. Well, considering what he has been through as well, just to get here. Wins the Droit d'Or. That looked good, and we thought, surely, not the double. Well, double quick and double focused at the end, he had to be. Mathieu van der Poel takes it ahead of Dylan van Baarle, Valentin Madouas, and Tadej Pogačar, who should have been in the frame, could have won it, finishes off the podium in fourth. Stefan Kung, fabulous. Dylan Teuns, amazing. Fred Wright, stunning performance by the Brit. Don't forget the women's Tour of Flanders is on. They have 37 kilometres to go. So a little bit of rain will bedevil their finale. Don't forget, you can find that on Linear in a few moments' time. And you can already find it immediately, of course, on digital. Enjoy. What a day. As remarkable a finale as you're ever likely to see. You know, Robbie, you get these moments, and because we're in the moment, you kind of don't realise how historical this will be. Everyone is going to remember this finish.
They are, and especially Tadej Pogačar. And a shame to see it finish like that for him, but it's just, you know, you win some, you learn some, and he's going to learn a lot again today from that finish. But doesn't matter. Mathieu van der Poel, he wasn't sure if he's even going to make the classics, but he's done it again. The third edition in a row. He's been in it to win it. He's done 2 out of 3. Mathieu van der Poel, like you say, he is the man.
Ah, look at that. Don't break him, for goodness sake. They'll need him for Paris-Roubaix. I imagine he's going to start off amongst the favourites as well. He shows so much guts. And if it's a skittery surface, then it's likely to be a special day for him yet again.
Heard anything how the final worked out today?
No. I just knew Mathieu was in the front, but I didn't know the exact situation. I was just struggling with myself to get to the finish.
But by now you know probably that he won.
Yeah, for sure. That was the main goal of the season for Mathieu, I think. So far in the spring season, and to finish it off on this way. It's fantastic.
Have you heard how he did that? Because the first few men, they all came together, the first 5, and they were gone with Pogačar.
Yeah. No, I didn't know how the final went, but the only thing that mattered was the victory. So
he's a phenomenon, is he?
Yeah, it is. The way I think the way he started his season in Milan-San Remo, he already showed that he's a phenomenon. So I think he worked very hard for this. So perfect.
Could he pull it off even more in the upcoming weeks, in the other races upcoming, like the Amstel and Paris?
Yeah, for sure. I think he's in top shape, so let's see what the next races bring.
So more celebrations coming up for you then?
Let's hope so. Thank you.
Robbie McEwen, starting off with Milan-San Remo. That was where his season began, don't forget. Gets himself a podium. Tell you what, let's deal with this first. We had ourselves a breakaway, Robbie, in the sunshine early on. Couple of pinches and Pogačar went down.
Yep, tripped over as the road went from 4 lanes to 1. And there he is, Tadej Pogačar. Not the ideal start to your debut in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. He jumped back on, got back in the bunch, got himself back in the race, and no real damage done. But the damage was slowly being done in the peloton. Jumbo-Visma on the move, and there was a counter-attack which came led by Ivan Garcia Cortina on the Berendries. He was the man who pulled the group away from the peloton and in pursuit of that 9-man front group. Then there was a big crash on the N8 between Brakel and Oudenaarde, and one of those was Florian Vermeersch, and also this man, Christophe Laporte, one of the pre-race, call him a shadow favourite, been incredible over the last few weeks. Big blow for Jumbo-Visma, seeing him go down. The break still off the front, Tackle van der Hoorn, I think he was the man pulling the reins, but when push came to shove, it was Tadej Pogacar who said, now is my time to take the race by the scruff of the neck on the Ode Quaremont. He put the foot down, he opened the gas, and Kasper Asgreen was straight on the wheel, the man from Quick-Step, last year's winner, but he looked like he really put himself in the red. Mathieu van der Poel a little bit on the back foot, Tom Pidcock as well, along with Kung, Tim Wellens, the men from Jumbo-Visma. Tratnik, he went hard over the Paterberg, and Mathieu van der Poel rode to the front. Pogacar there as well, Kung, and then Michael Matthews. And then there was an attack, and this was a really sly one at a perfect moment. Fred Wright and Dylan van Baarle on the way to the Koppenberg. And again, Tadej Pogacar, you put a hill in front of him, he's going to do some damage. So the Slovenian, he split the race apart. Mathieu van der Poel, he hitched his wagon on, as did the Frenchman, Valentin Madouas. They went in search of the two leaders, splintering behind, and Quick-Step were in trouble. Asgreen has had a mechanical. They came over the Taaienberg, all still together, but as they came the last time to the Ode Quaremont, well, they've been there already twice on the race today. Tadej Pogacar said, I know exactly what to do, just get rid of everybody. He looked over his shoulder and saw that man, Mathieu van der Poel, the two pre-race favourites. They headed to the Paterberg together for the last time, and just as it looked like Mathieu van der Poel was going to fold, he wrenched himself back into the wheel. He kicked, he gouged, he spat. He nearly just blew himself to pieces, but he got back in the wheel of Pogacar, and they would ride through towards the finish together. The cat and mouse started. They were nearly both the mouse for the approaching cats. For Van der Poel, he went long. Madouas up the inside. Dylan van Baarle saw the opportunity for a podium, and Tadej Pogacar, incredibly, rode himself off the podium, got himself boxed in. Mathieu van der Poel, third time in this situation. He's 2 from 3, wins Flanders again. Van Baarle, Madouas, Pogacar in fourth. Disgusted, but it's all about the Dutchman. Mathieu van der Poel does it again.
Absolutely remarkable. I'm still chuckling about it. Amazing. Oh, I think we have Stefan Kung here, finished 5th today.
That has been a really great race for the team. Take us through the race. How was it for you?
Yeah, we already said in the briefing yesterday that we have to be in all the attacks, because we showed in the last races that we have a strong team, and in a Tour of Flanders you never want to be in the situation where you have to ride as a team. And so we have first it was Olivier and Kevin who were in the moves, and then behind the other guys, they always put us in perfect position. Like, and each climb I was perfectly placed. That's also thanks to the guys. And then the race really started to open up. We got the other guys in the Quaremont, and then on the Koppenberg they went away with 3. We had Valentin, so it was perfect for us behind. I only had to cover the moves, but I was feeling really good in the final, so I wanted to do something. And then in the end, as they had like half a minute in front of Valentin and Van Baarle, I thought the race was over, and so I didn't want to ride to get back to Valentin, because it's still the fight for the podium. In the end, everything comes almost back together. So for myself personally, it's a bit of pity, because I had really good legs, and in the end of this race, the sprint is about freshness. But nevertheless, we did an amazing race. All the guys in the approaches, they made a great job in helping us out, and then we had the numbers in the final, and I'm really happy with the guys, and I think we showed something impressive today.
How was it for you in the final straight line, seeing everything ahead? How was it in the head? What do we think in that kind of case?
Yeah, I was thinking about going early, but then I was like, you never really know. And in the end, it's crazy. This is bike racing. You think you know the scenario, and then it changes suddenly. But I'm very happy for Valentin. He did a great race. He made a big step forward this year with his approach, and I think he showed today what he's capable of. We always knew it, but yeah.
Thank you, Sharon.
Really nice to hear from Stefan Kung. Gets a good finish himself. Finishing in 5th place, and Madouas a podium. Remarkable.
Men's podium just getting ready for their moment in the limelight now. Such a tough race for the men this morning.
How cool was it though as well to see Tadej Pogačar and Mathieu van der Poel battling it out as well?
Just incredible, isn't it? It's a battle that we've had on our hands before. Yeah, it's really special to be able to see that again, especially in Ronde van Vlaanderen.
What do you think? Best edition yet, do you think, of Flanders?
Well, we didn't really get to see much of the men's, did we, final? But for the women, I think
that.
so. Oh, okay. Yeah, the women's race, it was just incredible, wasn't it? I mean, not a huge amount happened in the first part of the race, but once we hit the Koppenberg, the fireworks were on. It was just on, wasn't it, from start to finish of that climb to the finish. The teamwork as well, the level of racing has just gone from strength to strength. Phenomenal edition. I absolutely love that.
Was, and as I said, make sure you join us for Schelde Prize in the week, and then Amstel Gold next week, as then we have Brabantse-Pijl on the 13th of April on a Wednesday, and then Paris-Roubaix on the 16th for us, and then we have Liège-Bastogne-Liège on the 24th of April as well. So I hope you're enjoying following the Women's World Tour this year. We have had some incredible races so far, and it is only going to continue so far this season. So make sure you get all of those in your diary for Eurosport, GCN Plus, Discovery Plus, wherever you get your cycling from us here. So the podium for the men's race. Annemiek van Vleuten just congratulating them. It's always good to get a glimpse behind the podium, isn't it? The chat that goes on.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it just shows that they're real people as well. And the emotion that we saw from the interview from Demi Vollering was really special to see. I think it just shows what a team sport it is and how much goes into the whole team's performance for that victory. I think we were lucky to see that. It was really special.
I think so too. Valentin Madouas of Groupama FDJ is the 3rd placed rider today in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Dylan van Baarle, your 2nd place rider for the Ineos Grenadiers. And then your winner today, taking his 2nd victory this week, a 3rd victory this season, of course, after a victory down in Settimana Internazionale Coppi e Bartoli. He took Dwars door Vlaanderen in the week, and now he takes Ronde van Vlaanderen 2022. Mathieu van der Poel, for the 2nd time in his career after taking the victory in 2020, stands atop the podium again here today for Alpecin Fenix. It's a popular moment. Luckily the sun stayed out for the podium presentation.
Het is de 2e keer, maar misschien is deze keer nog specialer omdat jullie er weer allemaal bij zijn. Dus ik heb er enorm van genoten, denk ik wel.
Hij dankt het publiek. Hij gaat meteen de champagne ter hand nemen. Gelijk heeft hij de kurken gaan knallen. Het Lidl champagne moment. De kurken gaan eraf. Ze hebben een geweldige sportieve hoogdag gebracht. Ze hebben het publiek echt wel gegeven.
Then a bit of Lidl champers to celebrate that one.
De kurken knallen van de top 3 van deze ronde van Vlaanderen. Valentin Madouas, Dylan van Baarle en een zielsgelukkige Mathieu van der Poel.
So one more time. Valentin Madouas, Dylan van Baarle and Mathieu van der Poel, your podium here in the Ronde van Vlaanderen, the Tour of Flanders for the men. Does every bottle of Lidl champagne come with a GoPro? That's a cool shot, actually. I'd love to see how that looks.
Really cool. Fans are out in force. So good to see them back.
Yeah, I think that really has added to... I think it's added to just to the spectacle, but the emotion again today, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
There's a replay of the Sprintani Pogacar